Equestrian Live SA brings you this live streaming of the 2021 Reonet FEI World Cup qualified Kyalami Park Club. Proudly sponsored by Reonet. It's resourceful by nature. Very good morning to everybody, wherever you may be, whether you're watching on our YouTube platform, Equestrian Live SA, or whether you're tuning us overseas. Very good morning from a somewhat chilly Kyalami Equestrian Park. But at least it's dry, at least the rain clouds have moved away. There is a bit of a nip in the air, but perfect conditions today for show jumping. Horses like a bit of a chill, keeps them nice and fresh, ready for action. Let's take a look at what we're going to be expecting today. First class up will be the FEI class, the 1 meter 45 competition in two phases. Riders have walked the course pitched by Anne-Marie Esslinger, FEI Level 3. This was the course that was supposed to, or the class that was supposed to happen yesterday, which was moved to a 7:30 start this morning. Unfortunately, if you tuned in yesterday, a bit of a damp squib, a false start. The entire day was unfortunately washed out. Following that, we're going to take the two 1 meter 30 championship classes, and following the championship classes, the final class of the afternoon in this wonderful Peter Mini Fibre Arena will be the 1 meter 40 class. That's on a little bit later this afternoon. Conditions are good. On my left-hand side, very good morning to my co-commentator who will be riding a little bit later in the afternoon, the 1 meter 40s. Gail Foxcroft, how are you?
Hey there, things are good. It's a beautiful day, and looks like we're going to have some fantastic jumping.
Looking forward to it. World Cup time, of course, 2020, nothing happened. COVID meant that the whole thing was abandoned. So good to be back with World Cup qualifiers in 2021. This, the first of them. I think there will be on the program scheduled 7 this year, Gail.
I believe so. And I mean, it's looking fantastic. Reonet have done such a good job here with the tents and things around. It looks fantastic. So what a great start.
Must doff our caps to Gava Triggle and Kaylee Triggle and the Kyalami Park team, putting this whole thing together by Madeleine, who's on my right-hand side. Well done, guys. Well done, team. So, La Adorado and Tamara will go first in this 1 meter 40. This is a two-phase. It's run under the rules where you do go through to the second phase. So first phase, let's take a look at some of the track specifications. First of all, the speed, 375 meters per minute, as Gail casts her eye. She's going to take a look at this track, tell us where the traps are, where the tricks are, pitched by Anne-Marie Esslinger, ably assisted by Ryan Sander. So first competitor is on course. Sit back, relax, enjoy the day with us. So 375 meters per minute, that's the galloping time, the ground speed. First phase will be over fences 1 to 6, length of track there 260 meters, time about 42 seconds. And the second phase will be over fences 7 to 13, 320 meters and 52 seconds will be the time allowed in this 1 meter 45. This is an FEI class. And a lot of these horses jumping here will be going through to tomorrow's big class. That's the first of the World Cup qualifiers here in South Africa for 2021.
I've just noticed a new jump, this jump number 11 that tomorrow's going to get to quite soon. How beautiful is it? What bridge is it supposed to be?
I think that's the is it the Nelson Mandela Bridge in Joburg?
Can't be sure, but it's a beautiful jump.
Well, you'll probably be having to navigate it later. Gail, tell us about horses that you've got in your later class.
Equifox Casino, who's new in the 140s, and JFK, who's an old hand. So, yeah, we'll see. We missed our class yesterday, and it's our championship today. So we might be a little underprepared.
There she goes to that new one. Nice forward ride. Hung a left leg at it, though. Took it down. She was preparing for the left-hand turn, and the left leg just seemed to hang.
Yeah, that's quite a turn I think Anne-Marie's got there.
Number 12, safely navigated. Last jump now, number 13. So, let's take a look at the score. Total of 9 penalties. She exceeded the time allowed in the second phase, 52.68. Time allowed there, 52 seconds. Do you think she was moving at a 375?
I don't know. It's quite difficult to tell. You know, you need to see a couple of horses to see how they're going to cope with this.
And that's exactly what the judges will be doing upstairs. Remember that the rule is they have 3 horses to watch before they decide whether or not times will be adjusted.
Nicole will always be a good one to watch because she's always on time,
Yeah.
on point.
So final score for Adorado and Tamara Rueda, 9 penalties, one of those being for time, and she found 2 poles along the way. Next to go, number 2, Hitoshi von der Krayenfelden. This is Nicole Horwood for owner Henning Pretorius by Winning Mood out of a Sudaboji mare. On his day, very, very good horse, very fast horse, winner of last year's Gauteng champs, where he went so fast it was almost surreal.
And Nicole is such a rider and so good on time.
So far, any tramps that you might have seen that Anna might have pitched here?
I haven't. It just I think it's number 3, that Hollard, that sort of mauve Hollard jump. Just looks, it's like going right directly into the sun, so that could probably be a problem.
Yeah, it is an early autumn start here in Johannesburg, so the sun's still hanging a little bit low, creating a few shadows. So the earlier horses, I think, are slightly disadvantaged, as Gail said, jumping into the sun there. You can see, I mean, it's nicely lit, this arena, at this time of the morning. Gives a bit of a cinematic feel. But if you're jumping into the sun, I think you're squinting slightly. But unfortunately, as we said earlier, this class had to be moved from yesterday. It was supposed to be yesterday afternoon, and moved to this morning. The other two on the schedule for yesterday have had to be abandoned completely, so that is unfortunate. 1 for time, 52.31, so leaves up all the poles, Gail, but 1 for time, 52.31. I'm not sure if they're going to move this out. For me, I don't think that was quite on 375.
Yeah, it might have been a little quiet.
Yeah. But judges are going to be looking at that time. Right, let's talk a bit about the man, Govert Chiggle, the man also behind this wonderful Reonet sponsorship. He's put a lot of money into the show. It's his, he sponsors a hell of a lot of equestrian sport. We're very, very grateful to Govert and to Reonet. Also putting together a wonderful string of horses. This that he rides is number 3, Cadiz van Pitzenberg, and by Muscaris de Ariel out of a Quintus mare. Another one of his imports. A lot of it standing in his stable, which is, as the crow flies, probably about 500 metres from Kalani Equestrian Park.
Govert's done a huge amount of equestrian sport in the last couple of years. And I heard yesterday that he's bought a beautiful stud farm. He bought Scott Brothers.
Has he bought Scott Brothers? Because I know that he was in the process of trying to buy Chris Saunders' Invermoy stud, and I think that fell through. So news to me that Scott Brothers Highdown stud is what he's acquired. That would be fantastic.
I heard so, and apparently it's a beautiful stud. And he's got a lot of brood mares, and he's going into breeding in a big way. So it's fantastic for our sport.
Loves his pedigrees, loves the sport. It's a big family affair. Wife Aisling rides, daughter Kaylee, son Thomas, all at a very high level. So really is a family affair. The Triggles completely ensconced in the sport. Fortunately not the round that he would have been looking for. Total of 14, 2 of those being for time. Second phase 56.30. I think having those early poles, he probably would have backed off the pace and just tried to give the horse an easy jump around, but 14 the total. So let's listen now to over the PA to what Roger says, if there will be any adjustments to the time. Madeleine's going to listen out, as we've got the headphones on. Now, Gail, number 4 is Kitchen Belignizy, Chris van der Merwe, by Kidam de Revel out of a Chin mare, back to good form under Chris. The horse had a bit of a a stutter a year or two ago, formerly ridden by Bronwyn Short, and then she went to Sean Neal for a little while, and then I believe the horse was retired. And then Chris took over the ride and got him back on form and looking a picture. I just love the expression on his face. The ears are always pricked going towards the fence. Takes a hold of the bit, wants to go. Great, lovely picture, but of course he is a fantastic jockey.
Yeah, he's a great jockey, and yeah, I think this was to be going really well for him.
Chris will talk, obviously this is now a 2-day broadcast, so Chris, a former winner, we'll talk more about that probably tomorrow as we get closer to the main event, but former of the World Cup Series 2019.
Did he win that on the mare?
On the mare, Chantilly, who we'll see a little bit later with Nicole, so change of rider there. And this horse now been bought over by Chris.
Switch here, it has zoom and focus.
It works for both, so you've got to switch it to, so it's just for focus, not for
yeah, I've switched it to focus.
About 100 kilometers north of Polokwane. Bloberg hosts a lovely show. Enjoy going to once a year around about July.
Yeah, I think it's the beginning of July this year.
You going?
I can't be sure. Might be in the game reserve.
And there we go, 48.96, using Kitchen's long loping stride, had him on a beautiful rhythm, which is one of the hallmarks of Chris's riding. And there we go, the first clear. So I don't think we're going to hear any announcements, Madeleine, about time changes. That time is going to stay. For me, that the first, it was going on a true 375 pace. I'm not sure where Anna put the wheel, if she measured quite tight, but he comes in some... what was the time allowed? 52, and Chris's time 48, so well within that time allowed. Yeah. So that time will stand. Next to go, number 5, is this lovely mare, Greta G, owner Shawnee Gates. Chayton Hendricks rides. How old would Chayton be now? I think he must still be in his 20s.
I'm sure.
Mid to late 20s, but he feels like he's been around a long time, been riding at the top for a long time. It's a lovely mare by Graf Top out of a Silvio dam line.
Yeah, in the last couple of years he's had been offered some fantastic opportunities to ride good horses, and it's amazing how it brings your riding on, and he's really blossomed.
Tell me about your take on World Cups as a show jumping purist. I know you're a big Derby fan. You've jumped many Derbies, won Derbies. The purists would say that this is the way it's gone now, more towards World Cup jumping, tests of rideability, speed. What's your thoughts?
I'm not quite sure what your question is. I mean, there's World Cups, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your record in World Cups?
I'm not good.
Your record in derbies is very good.
Yeah. I think the World Cups are really great. It gives us a sort of an opportunity to test ourselves against other countries and things like that, and the courses are very technical, and some quite big jumps. You know, you have a couple at I think it's 4 at 160 or something in the World Cup, in each final World Cup qualifier. So I think it's a really good thing for us.
Well, we're talking about the Triggle family a little bit earlier on. Just looking for Chayton's time there. 1 for time, 53.17, so just over exceeding that 52-second time allowed. That's a pity. That's for time.
That's one thing that's really good about the World Cups, because you can see how many, like all these first horses have had time faults, and you have to ride at the time, at the speed that they ask, and that's one thing that we tend to not be good at here, is riding at the speed required. We tend to ride a little slower, so these are really good for us to actually lift our game.
And And what's great as well is oftentimes it's a little bit difficult now with COVID, but oftentimes international course builders are brought out for the various World Cup qualifiers, and they will make you put your foot down and go.
Absolutely.
Take you out of your comfort zone.
I mean, you just have to watch the jumping, the overseas jumping, and those guys move it. Last round doesn't matter. They ride at the correct speed because they have to. There's so many.
And you've seen what that's done for Lisa's riding as well. 3-time winner of the World Cup Series, went overseas with Campbell. Now she comes back and she's just so fast.
It makes a huge difference. If you're riding at the correct speed all the time, you learn to ride like that.
Was a winner on Campbell. We'll see him a little bit later in this class. Kaylee's going well here on this wonderful, wonderful mare by For Pleasure. Look at the Carthago Dam. This is Fiona, number 6. Saw Dad Govett get 14 penalties, so Kaylee's... Oh, I think she saw her off the turn.
This mare looks like she's quite strong, and Kaylee looked like she was sort of battling to get her back. So I think there she decided, okay, then I'm going to go on the forward one. It just was maybe a little too forward.
Yeah. What a pity, because penultimate fence and then has the last down as well. Was going so well up until that point, 69.90 at the time. So Gail, take us through the replay here.
So the fence just before that, the mare really took a hold. Yeah, she was just a little far off. The jump before that, the mare really took a hold and she battled to get her back, and she got her quite deep. And I think she thought she was just going to go on the more forward stride, but it was just a little too far.
Total of 13, 5 of those being for time after that disobedience for Fiona and Kaylee. Number 7 now is Amor Warunda Z. This is a stallion. He's an 11-year-old now by Air Jordan. And Lorette gets a good tune out of him. He's been the ride of a few people. I think Tamsin Vegrastek originally brought him in. Then
oh gosh, I didn't realise it was the same horse.
Yeah, did Pip Baxter have him for a little while, and Pip had a baby and decided it wasn't the right horse for her. And Lorette then took him over and getting a very, very nice tune out of him, and recently went up into the 1 meter 50s, jumped their first 1 meter 50 track at President's Cup, had another spin in the 150s at Easter Show on the grass. I don't think that went quite according to script. She looked a little bit strong to that one.
I remember this horse jumping, I think it was in the 1 meter 10 at Polokwane with Tamsin,
yeah.
When it jumped into a double. I can't remember what happened. And
did he bounce the double?
No, she fell off, and he carried on and he jumped the second one on his own.
So he's had a few poles here already. Now some viewers might notice, if you get a closer shot, the mask. He's actually wearing a mask on his face. And Gail's going to tell us, you know much about those masks and what they do?
It's supposed to put pressure on the horse's head, sort of almost like an autism thing, that, pressure calms and quietens and relaxes a person or an animal and things like that. It's like those thunder jackets for dogs. And those kind of things. So it's outside pressure, external pressure, just causes a relaxation and a calming effect. So that's what those are supposed to do.
Can the riders wear them as well?
I'm quite sure they can, but I think riders rather pop a
I
pill.
I might need one of those. So the final score there, 9, 2 down, 1 for time in 52.62, leading the way here in this FEI class. The 1 meter 45 is Kitchen, the only clear thus far, with Chris van der Merwe in 48.96. Now goes the master, Jonathan Clark, Hammer von het Bevretov. This is number 8. He's a breeding stallion. He's a past winner of the World Cup Series. Jonathan shared the title in 2018 with Marlene Sinclair. The two of them finished on equal points after the whole thing was done and dusted. So this combination is a former winner of this event, and Jonathan has got a stellar record in World Cups, not only on Hammer but on Felix and other horses. And this man knows how to ride a horse. He knows his way around a top track. Except derbies, Gail. Never won a derby. Well, he's had one down here. He was well placed on the first day of jumping on this horse. I think he finished up second to Dennis and Lisa Campbell. Dennis being his nickname, Dennis the Menace. And look at that. I mean, he gets slightly deep to the fence and the horse just pops up higher, and he's just got so much scope, doesn't he? Yeah, he did have some issues. We're talking about the horse, not Jono. 53.95, so total of 5. Total of 6, in fact. So he had one time penalty each phase. He didn't look really moving along. I think he just wanted to give the horse, after his good result the first day, he'll definitely qualify. And just looking for a bit of a hop, skip and a jump around here. Wasn't looking for tickets. Preparing for the big day tomorrow. Comes out with 6 penalties, 1 down and 1 time penalty in each phase. Now the turn for another very, very campaigner, Dominique Alexander for Stolf Woerman. Sancho, if you're watching, very good morning to you. And this is number 9, Yella S. Belgian Warm Blood by Dessonat. The Robinsons are involved for sure. Natalie and Ross. Gail, you go way back with Dominique. Tell us about his pedigree. Another rider that's also wonderful record, except been a bridesmaid but never the bride in the derby quite a few times as well. Yeah. was very instrumental in Lisa's campaign overseas when she went to the World Equestrian Games. Was Anne Kelly. It's not an easy thing for South African riders, especially if they're taking their own horses, to get over there just because of the quarantine regulations. For those of you watching overseas, we have a disease in South Africa called African horse sickness, which really curtails our ability to go overseas with horses. It's a 5-month journey. Horse in picture at the moment did it. The horse and rider, this combination, Lisa Williams and the wonderful Campbell, they did it a few years ago, campaigned this combination, a 3-time winner of the World Cup Series, and decided to make the journey. It was an arduous task. Yeah, and he's still at the top of his game. He's been overseas, come back again, and really at the top of his game. He was recently a runner-up in the Outdoor Grand Prix to Chantilly by a millisecond, and the end of last year was a runner-up to Chantilly as well in the South African Championships. So Lisa will be keen on taking this one. But as we were saying, this horse and rider went overseas a few years ago, campaigned at the World Equestrian Games at Tryon, and then went on to Gothenburg, the World Cup finals, did South Africa proud. Yeah, 15-year-old now by Katoki out of Laptop. No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was Sancho. The name will pop into my head, but she definitely went overseas and bought the horse and produced the horse herself all the way from the beginning under Domini's guidance. And as I said earlier, Domini went overseas with her and it was very influential in her coaching to that World Cup and World Equestrian Games. So, winners here on the first day. So he just loves the job, doesn't he? The ears prick, he takes it to the fence, he's... Look at the time, 51.69. Time allowed of 52. Just squeaks in, and that'll put her into third. 51.69. Domini was clean 51.55, and the winner and the leader at this time 48.96 is Chris. Sorry, you were saying those jumps were huge.
After winning the first of the FEI classes, jumps into third place now in a time of 51.69. Bell has down for number 11, Michelle Fleming and Shigori.
It was quite a journey. It took us really fun. Everybody was behind her windows. Michelle Fleming goes next. This is Shigori, owned by Michelle. Also a Katoki, a Zacharias mare, so you've just seen a Katoki in Campbell. There's another one, but a very, very different type of horse. Power, yeah. Don't think has the turn of foot, the speed that Campbell has, but certainly endless amounts of scope and power. She could probably aim him at that marquee at the far end of the arena and he'd give it a try. Yes. Michelle does like a type of horse. She's got another one feed in, and then I saw her yesterday, or was it the day before, on a new big grey as well. Also very similar type of horse. Certainly is putting together a very, very nice string of horses. Got a youngster by Talano as well that's a little bit more blooded than what she's sitting on here. Michelle. I've done this once or twice. Madeleine sitting on the right-hand side of me here. It's a good round. Very, very nice. And well done, Michelle, because we were saying not the fastest in the world, but obviously turn. I saw her come over 11 here and take a very tight turn back to 12. So obviously cognizant of the time and cutting it fine, and that puts her into second. Nice result, 51 seconds on the dot, 51.00. Well done. Callow Lexington goes next, Jean Corba. First of the Callao bred horses in this class. Pretty new to the 150s as well. Had its first 150 outing at the end of last year. At SA Champs. There's a few more since then. Easter Festival, Outdoor Grand Prix, and it's taken to the 150s like a duck to water. Good looking horse, blooded, forward. Bred by the Callao Study, has their first of 2 online sales happening just around the corner. We'll be chatting to Evie Calendar Easby a little bit later about is if you're looking barn for one of the horses on the calendar this year. This by Lisbon, one of the resident stallions. He jumped to top level under the Callao banner. And out of a Ford Joy mare, Fiorella, who Jean rode, didn't she? So nice ride there by Jean. Came off the turn, the horse just got a little bit backward and she got going again. Nice ride into 12, 49. 930. Top 5, shall we? Kitchen, Beligny, and Chris Van der Merwe leading this class in 48.96. Lexington and Jean now moves into second. Third place, Shigori, Michelle Fleming. Yellow S in fourth with Dominic Alexander. In fifth place, Campbell and Lisa Williams. Those are the top 5, and those are all the clears. The next best is Hitoshi and Nicole, and they sit on one-time penalty. Elzu Lombard, this is number 13. This is Anya Mola. And this he's an old boy now, born 2002.
I haven't seen this combination for a while. Have they been sort of
I thought he was winding down his career because we saw him in the 130s and the 135s, and I thought, well, age has now gotten to him a little bit and she's just winding him down and letting him enjoy it in the smaller grades. But maybe there was an issue and she was just building him up again, because here he is back in the big stuff, and looking evergreen, fit as a fiddle, well conditioned, coat is shining. For an old boy, he's looking good. 19 years young. The one thing she's hoping that Anna doesn't give is a water tray.
Oh, why doesn't he?
Yeah,
it's not his favourite thing.
Not his favourite thing.
But he's just jumped a water tray.
Well, a water jump, I should say, a big tray. He can look at a water jump. I know that Kate, in the last time we had this competition in this arena, she put a water tray in here.
And he didn't like it.
Water. When I say a water tray,
a big jump.
Yeah, a big water jump. I can't remember if he did or didn't like it, but that is his nemesis. Certainly, the Bob Charter. He'll turn a corner and start having a look. Strides out. One little chink in his armour. Otherwise, a wonderful, wonderful horse.
It's been a great horse for her.
Yeah. By Landago out of a Bambix mare. You'll remember Bambix.
Bambix was an outstanding, sounds say, beautiful horse that Jerry DeToy brought in.
And unfortunately, that Jerry has left a legacy, but unfortunately no longer with us. So wonderful to see some of these Elzu horses.
And she's lying third now.
Yeah, there we go. Well done. Clear all the way. Kitchen still leading, 48.96. Lexington in second. In third now, Lombard, 50.72. Forsyth Bankston comes in. This is Grant Langley from KwaZulu-Natal, from the Forsyth stud.
Is this an import?
This is actually a homebred.
Okay.
So he's very, very fond of this little horse. He bred it himself. Also pretty new to these levels. Speedy sort. By Berger out of a Polydictus mare. He's not the biggest in the world in terms of height, but he's a chunky little bugger.
Yeah, who's bigger? Not Berggraf.
Berger's actually a Calvados.
Okay.
Grant got a lovely setup in some very picturesque countryside in Natal. In Summerfeld, my old dumping ground. Professional horseman.
Grant's also come such a long way since. Do you remember that huge big bay used to have that used to just tank off and jump?
Patrick.
Patrick, that's right. Do you remember Patrick?
I do remember Patrick. What a lovely round. He'll be super chuffed with that.
Yeah,
48.76,
stunning round.
and that goes into the lead. 48.76,
Fantastic.
so he eclipses Chris van der Merwe and Kitchen. They now move into second, Lexington third, Lombard fourth, Shigori fifth, and Yella S. Well done, Grant.
That was a very, very nice round. Just so neat and quick.
Does a lot of mileage from Natalia's at all the big shows, is Grant, so really deserves all the success. Very, very hard working. So Gareth Neal goes now on this wonderful mare Dartoli. Van Gogh Kigali.
He's got 2 Van Goghs now.
He loves the Van Goghs. You know the one very well.
Exactly.
Eyecatcher was with you. A wonderful pedigree, very, very experienced rider now, at all the foundations in dressage, knows how to produce a horse, does Gareth. Got a wonderful string of horses that he has back in his stables, just past Walkerville. Wife Lara, top rider as well, brother Sean, sister-in-law Catherine. It's another real family affair, the Neals.
And Bob. Bob used to
And Bob.
did ride at top level as well.
Jenny in dressage as well. This mare has been a winner of a World Cup qualifier. Was a winner in 2019 up in Revel, Polokwane. Gareth, a 2-tonner of World Cup qualifiers. He had that one horse Mirage a few years ago. There was also a winner at Polokwane, also a winner of South African Championships.
He also had that really, really good horse that I think put him on the map, Little Chestnut Gelding. Do you remember it? Did really well in Port Elizabeth, the one World Cup qualifier there.
Was that not Mirage you talked
No,
about?
no, no. Mirage was a big bay. It was a Little Chestnut.
Somebody will tell us. So
I
we
can't remember a
interactive
thing
yet,
anymore.
Madeleine? Somebody will let us know.
Yeah.
Who was the Little Chestnut that Gareth Neal used to ride? 55.80 the time, so some time penalties incurred there. 1 for time, unfortunately, for Dartoli and Gareth Neal. Well, we talked about Lara, Gareth's wife, and here she is in picture now. Ultimo WC, Lara Neal, Ulano van Lebos.
So this is a homebred. I think Lara bred this
Yes.
horse out
Very,
of that lovely mare she used to have, the grey mare. You need to come with these names that I don't know about.
Give me a second. There you go, on screen now.
But what was the mare's name?
Uh,
She rode in. She also rode in a couple of World Cup qualifiers.
one's gone down.
Really good little mare.
Madeleine's grabbing it for us now.
This horse looks a lot like she did. Looks like his mother.
He does this very odd thing where he keeps cross-cantering behind. He changes his leg, and for some riders that would be...
I think his mother used to do that. I seem
Did
to
she?
remember she had a very similar way of cantering.
I would find that quite off-putting, but Lara just sits and canters to the fence as he does his temporary changes behind, and
Yeah, it is disconcerting.
we're looking for the dam. Whisper.
Yes, Whisper.
Cool.
There we go. Whisper Cool.
I don't remember Whisper Cool. I think I was in the wilderness at that stage.
I was going to say, don't pretend you were too young.
No, I was I was finding myself in those years. Gail.
Right, okay. Who bred Whisper Cool? I think that was Pat Pole.
Was your Poland?
I think so. Maybe I must keep quiet because I'm not really sure of what I'm saying, but
Total
got a feeling it
5
was.
penalties. 54-46. Gail's going to take us through the replay.
I mean, if anything, she got fractionally deep, but I just think it's one of those things. Also jumping into the sun and maybe
Yeah.
just didn't lift high enough. It certainly wasn't a real mistake.
Leaders time of 48.76.
We spoke about this wonder mare a little bit earlier, Sean Lee. This is the reigning South African show jumping combination. The title last year, not too long ago at the showground, but in a different arena. The Bob Charter took the South African Outdoor Grand Prix as well. This is just a wonderful, wonderful mare by Cassell.
Didn't Renee?
Out of a Calando dam.
Renee started her, or started with her. They imported her, Renee and Conrad.
Owned now by Henning Pretorius, who obviously owns the Capital Stud, and now also Summerhill Equestrian Enterprises in Natal, the most picturesque, glorious, glorious farm. I was fortunate enough to be there last weekend, having a look around and some of the young stallions. Nicole putting her hand up. She says the mare's done enough.
I think Joe doesn't need to do any more jumps.
Yeah.
She obviously just wanted to get her in hand, let her have a little catch around.
Knows
Yeah,
the job.
they both know their job so well.
I think she's 15 now, that mare.
Which is still a spring chicken.
Yeah, and also winner of the series with Chris in 2019, and just absolutely dominated that series, didn't he? He was just so consistent, had a few wins.
Nicole seems to be dominating on her now.
Yeah,
She's won everything.
Yeah, she's just wonderful, wonderful man. Legato now is number 18, Kylie Stain. Nice to see Kylie up here, jumping in the big classes.
It's a lovely horse too.
At East Festival. This is an absolute stunning horse by Staccato Gold. Kylie trains Northern Stables, been based there many years. Originally from the Cape.
Is Kylie not part of the Back on Track franchise?
She most definitely is, and one of the big sponsors in South African equestrian sport, Back on Track, Linda Ellery, and wonderful products that they do have. Those magical crystals. Human products. We're giving them a free punch here.
I think so.
But always big supporters of equestrian sport and live streaming, so a big thank you to them. Well, that was a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Number 12 just seemed to catch it with the back toes. Gail's going to take us through the replay. Off the turn, out the shadows.
Yeah, I just think it again, just another one of those. He just touched it off behind. No real reason. One of those show jumping things.
One-time penalty to add to the 4, so 5 the total for Kylie Stain and Legato. I think she'll be pretty happy with that.
It was a lovely round.
This now Sean Neal, Companero's son, formerly the rider of Barry Taylor. Sean's had it in his string a little while now, I think for the past 2 years or so. This is a son of Companero.
Funny that.
Out of a mentor mare. Melina is the dam's name.
Also an import.
Yes, formerly owned by the Jansens. Now going under the Delmont Mining and Civils Pty Limited banner. Sean's got a great record in World Cups as well. I think he's twice, perhaps even 3 times been a winner of the overall series.
Sean's another one with a record in everything show jumping.
We saw a long one there.
He's been such a brilliant rider and had some stunning horses.
He's just the ultimate competitor. He's always going to go, always going to try fast and beat the guy before him.
And normally he does.
He's had some wonderful, wonderful horses over the years. One will remember Gold Rush, and wonderful
Clyde.
stallion, and Clyde, who replaced Gold Rush. It was almost like, oh my word, Gold Rush has been sold to, I think, a Spaniard or a Mexican.
Mexican, I think.
Yeah. And how will he ever get another Gold Rush? And along came Clyde, who just had What a
Yeah.
record. He had multiple winner of the South African Championships. I think he was a 6-time winner of World Cup qualifiers.
It's amazing. It's an amazing record. And then went on with Catherine to
Yeah.
win SA Champs and
SA
all sorts
Champs.
of other things as well.
Yeah. I think he was also runner-up in the Derby twice on that horse. Retired at the end of last year, and we miss him. Into fifth he goes, clear round, clear all the way for Companero's son. So I believe that Domino van der Bosvinnik has been scratched. This is White Waters on time, and the rider is Hannelies Kamfer. This is number 21 on our program. By Clinton, out of Cheyenne de Bougie.
Is this an import?
That I don't know. I don't know if they had the dam. The dam is Maggie.
Okay.
They used if they managed to get hold
Maggie
of
sounds a bit local.
Maggie. Hannelies. Daughter of Cry Comfort. She was a mile off that. The horse picked up, got over it. She certainly is forward.
I must say I've never seen Hannelie's ride before. Has she been in the big classes for long?
Not that long. I think towards the end of last year. In fact, I think it was SA Champions. Was it October, November last year? Stepped up into the 1 meter 50s. Has had a few outings in the 150s. President's Cup. Based in White River, I think.
Unusual jacket.
I'm glad that that's what you've taken away from this round. Yeah.
This horse did a lovely run. I mean, he's how brave, huh?
Casper is number 22. Page Gage. I think I might have fluffed that breeding of the last one. We're going to go and have a look at Whitewaters on time. I think I might have been looking at the wrong page there. Apologies for that. In fact, was by Beach Haven on track.
Okay, so it is locally
Yes,
bred.
yes.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
My apologies to Maggie for saying she was local. This horse has been around and done some really nice things for quite a few riders, huh?
He is just the most solid campaigner. He's a soldier. Brian Mayer imported him.
And
when
went
he was a
very
young
well with
horse.
him.
Yeah, and went very well for quite a few years with Brian. Brian then sold him on to the Gage family.
Lorette rode him
Lorette,
sometime in
yeah,
between
yeah,
too, and also
exactly.
did really well on him.
Brian was studying at the time. I think Lorette cantered him around a Derby and some
And when
Grand Prix
Chayton rode him
tracks.
for a while,
Chayton rode him for the first year after Chaunet bought him. Was second in the Outdoor Grand Prix behind Chantilly. I think that was 2 years ago. So in fact Chantilly this year defended her title. The Outdoor Grand Prix, and now Page has got him. And developing nicely. Out of a Carolus, this is by Carolus, out of a Grundyman mare. Born 2006. 1st of January he's actually born.
nice to see Paige in these classes. Has she ridden in the big classes before?
I don't. She may have ridden in one or two. I need to get hold of that information. I can't remember if she's ridden in the big stuff or in kind of the 140, 145.
Research.
Yeah.
Research.
That's why you invited me. I thought you knew all this information.
You thought wrong.
Let's take a look at this replay, Gail.
He looks like he's a little strong.
Yeah, and he just looked like he ducked left as he came out of that shadow.
Yeah, just again, maybe he was just a little too forward at that. Just didn't take enough care.
This is Alchemy Cincinnati now, born 2008. South African bred by Clarinius.
Also haven't seen George in the bigger classes for a while. It's nice to see him back.
Yeah, I think the last time George was in the big stuff was that with Redermus.
Yes, probably.
I would feel that this might just be kind of hitting her ceiling. Uh, 140s, I think, 145s. 140s might be a limit, but listen, he's having a crack. I think he's decided that's enough. Alchemy Cincinnati. Right, one of my favourite horses jumping in South Africa at the moment is next to go. It's the wonderful Eldo. Ashley Healy rides now. Hausberger Financial Services.
I agree with
the owners.
This is one of the most beautiful horses to watch. Is Ashley riding him?
Ashley is back. I think she won the arm wrestle. Eldorado van der Zeshoek Zambuco, the breeding, but just watch. This is class.
No, isn't it? And they're such a beautiful combination to watch. I think Diane Burtis imported this horse, didn't she? As a youngster?
Yes. I think she...
A great choice.
She produced him... Not sure who was riding him in PE, but produced up to the 130s.
It was Kieran, wasn't it? Carolyn.
Was Carolyn riding him? Okay.
I think so. In the beginning.
And then Ashley bought him, I think, as a new 130 horse and has never looked back at and smiling. What a buy.
Yeah.
Beautiful horse. Ashley's just had a baby, her and husband Ronnie. Just welcomed their first child. Little Tommy Hunter. That's why Ronnie had the ride for a while and super well on the horse.
She's also got the most spectacular young horse that's in the 6-year-old young horse performance series.
Oh, yes.
Remind me of his name. I've lost my marbles.
Crumble.
Crumble, yeah. That is outstanding.
He had a good look at that hollow fence. And I think it's the
water track he was looking at. You don't think he was looking through?
The sun might have touched up on, or maybe we'll have a look at the replay once she's finished her round. He would have loved to have kept the
Sorry
ride.
for you, Roddy.
Yeah, he spoke to me. He said that he was trying to negotiate with her that he could have the ride in the World Cup Series and she could ride the Grand Prix on the horse. He lost.
I'm sure. I don't think it would even have been a consideration.
I said to him, well, the only thing you can do is try and get her pregnant again, and so she'll have to take some time off and you can get the ride back. Slowly now, they've just had their first. She's actually made a very quick comeback after having a child.
Yeah. She obviously didn't want to leave him with Ronnie for too long.
No. She was on that treadmill the next day.
Yeah.
Ronnie's actually next to go, standing by on Catweasel.
Just looks now, watching him on this run, just looks like he's a little stronger than she was used to, than before.
Do you think that's a thing?
Yes.
Males get on a horse can make them a little bit...
Absolutely, I think a man likes a horse and a woman's a horse to plight.
There is the replay.
He was looking at something there.
He was definitely having a look. She had to pull the stick on the neck. I think if you're standing down that side of the arena looking at that jump now, I think that sun is right in your face. I think people who are coming at this time of day, time just gone 20 past 8 this time of year. Well, look, Ronnie has learnt from his wife's mistake. He's giving Catweasel a good look at those two fences.
Yeah, I think they do. They know the water tray is there. And if you've got a horse that just... and is a little deliberate about it, I think they do look. And that front part of that hollowed fence is very square. Quite a few people have knocked.
When that hollowed fence was first introduced... into the arena, I think it was 2 shows back. It caused actually a lot of problems. A lot of
Yeah.
horses were really looking at it.
Quite imposing.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And yeah, Ronnie looked a bit strong in his approach there.
Yeah. I think
He-
it's
he
also
was-
the water tray.
Yeah.
It's always a balancing act when you've got a horse that looks at a water tray, because you need to ride them strongly enough to give them the confidence, but then you've got a front pole in your face, the care. It's
Do you
quite a
think that
balancing
maybe
act.
saw what happened to Ashley and
Yes.
that the horse was backing off and he decided to be a little bit stronger with his leg and maybe
I think so.
a little bit overcooked? We'll have a look at the replay. The horse does look like he's tugging now. Getting a little bit strong to the bit. This is a horse that has really surprised me
Yes,
in
I
the
never
way that
thought
he's
anything of it in the beginning.
Yeah.
He's really come on.
he all of a sudden he looked a little bit weak when he started, that he
Yeah.
wouldn't have that sort of constitution to be able to deal with the big classes, but he's and just come on the right way. I know everyone loves him, thinks a lot of him. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with his performance this
Yeah.
morning, having 2 down. Yeah, he looks like he was just a little bit overdone. Came swiftly through that turn.
Yeah. Also sort of overshot his turn a little. I
Yeah.
think the horse was quite strong. Yeah.
That was Cat Weasel. This is Like Mike van Pellegrassa. Kayla Gertenbach. This horse born 2006
Where did this horse
by
come from?
Lordanos out of a Pinocchio mare. This is a fascinating story. So the Van Pellegrassa stud, which is actually a Frisian stud, imported him.
As?
I think as a youngster. I don't know what he had done before he got here.
I see he's also wearing a hood.
Yes, very quirky, very sensitive, very looking like, just
Yeah. Aware.
very aware. Carl Bonsai originally had the ride and actually sent him back to the stud, said he didn't feel he really had the mind to do it.
Yeah.
Kayla, the stud, I think she almost retired from show jumping, and she bought him and spent a lot of time just nursing him around and showing him funnies and spending the time with him.
She's a really good rider.
And playing around in the smaller grades, the 120s, the 130s, that kind of thing, brought him down. Then Kayla sustained that terrible injury where she was kicked.
Yeah.
And was out for a long time. I think it was
shame.
touch and go. She was in intensive care for a long time actually as well.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Came back, and the two of them almost like nursed each other back to health. They played around, and it just got better and better. Went from the 130s to 135s, 140s, just got stronger and stronger, and she's been jumping in the 150s, I think, since SA Champs last year. So a wonderful story.
It just looked like when he came on the corner there, it looked like he thought he was going to the hollow jump and then suddenly changed his
That
focus.
he
And then-
locked onto the wrong one.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Certainly got a huge amount of scope and presence. Good looking horse, big strong horse. So hugely rewarding for her that she's up here with him. I think the two of them have both given each other a huge amount of confidence.
You know, show jumping's difficult enough with the poles that fall so easily, etc., without having a horse that looks at everything. Because then you're always tempted to ride it a little harder. And the consequence is generally a pole or two.
Almost riding slightly defensive the whole
Yeah.
time, aren't you? And you have to be good at improvising. Go from plan A, where you're on a certain stride, they look at something, they're short, and go to plan B.
Yep.
You know. Yeah. As you said, Gail, he really did look like he came around that corner and thinking Hollard was the one, and it was actually Reonet. That's unfortunate. What was the final score there for her? She's well down the rankings, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Time penalties to add.
Yeah, because it took a long time after that to settle him down again.
27 is next to go. Jenna Barrow, Figo, Chi, 10-year-old, Dutch bred, Cantorano, Berghoff. Lovely horse, lovely canter.
Where did the horse come from? Did they import themselves?
Yes, definitely. She's had for a while. Jenna based in KwaZulu-Natal, Summerveld as well. Also another rider that does lots of travelling. Very experienced for her young age. I think she's only 21 or 22 years old now. Been trained for a long time by Gonda Beatrix. Stylish, good, effective rider. A lot of strong riders and good horse coming for KwaZulu-Natal these days, especially in the junior ranks. I tell you, the junior and children's rankings, they really dominate this scene when they come up here. So, Christian Sport looking healthy for KZN. Really is a lovely horse, does everything the right way, doesn't he? Well, that's a pity. Come home in just over the time allowed as well. So was heading for time penalty 54.28. Took the pole at the penultimate fence as well, number 12. She just looked like she came out of the shadow here. Took a check and balanced. Didn't get the distance. Next to go is number 28. Clooney 3, Rainer Korber, Linda Ellerine, a past winner of this event a couple of years ago when it was held in the Bob Charter. He's a big, powerful horse, also a little bit quirky, can have a look at things from time to time. Certainly a huge amount of scope and power. 16 years young now, Holstein bred, Callisto, out of a Kai mare. Got a wonderful record. Very good in Grand Prix when he's given a little bit of space. He really enjoys the Bob Charter arena when he's got a little bit of space to run at the fences, but huge amount of scope. Past winner of the South African Derby. In fact, I think he was the last horse to win the Derby. He really does enjoy the Bob when the event was in the Bob. He came out the winner. And Ray does get a lovely tune out of the horse here, but he's a top rider.
Has anyone come back to us with Gail's chestnut? What was the chestnut mare that he first rode in the big club?
Gail, I was in the wilderness. What was the name of the chestnut mare that Ray rode?
I think it was a mare. Could be wrong. Not that I've ever been wrong before.
I interviewed him last year. He rode as a kid in ponies, and then was very sporty at high school and was a very good tennis player, played rugby, turned away from horses, never rode at all. It was only when he left high school that he actually got back into it. So he never had any sort of a junior career and only started riding again once he was into adults.
A really, really good rider.
Top.
No. Nice thing about show jumping, you can always come back to it.
Lovely round. Clooney 3, clear all the way. With Reiner Korber Casper on now, number 29. Just 2 left. Let's have that once again. Bankston and Grant Langley leading in 48.76. Kitchen Bellington's in second with Chris Van Mabber. Third place to Callao Lexington. In fourth is Elzu Lombard. And in fifth place, Companero Sun. Shigori 6. And in seventh is Yella. Casper now, Carl Bonzaya.
Carl's done such a good job with this horse because he's also a quirky horse.
Very.
And in the last sort of year or so, he's just blossomed, huh?
By the sire Casper, out of a Katoki mare. He is on form. He's last year's Burlington Cup winner, and then I think he started off the year pretty well at Stockies Dry. Had a good win there in the big class.
Didn't he nearly win the Derby?
Went into the jump off. Was it a three-way jump off? I think it was into the Derby.
Yeah, he was second, wasn't he?
I think he was second or third.
Research.
After looking like it was never going to happen, because in the build-up week in that Derby, he was giving Carl a huge amount of trouble. He would stop dead. He'd stand up. I think the breeding season around, my mind goes to the mares a little bit. Yeah. He can do that from time to time. As you say, he's a quirky horse. Carl's got to understand him, and I think he's just...
and he's so much more relaxed now. If you see him, he used to just take the bit and tank, and now he's so much more obedient, which is great to see.
Fortunately, one-time penalty in that first phase. One-time penalty in the second phase. Two the total for Casperon and Carl Bonzaya. Total of 2. Sandy Manassi goes next, number 30. On the wonderful Carinius.
So now this is Sandy's also almost first time in the big classes. I think her first show was Outdoor Grand Prix.
I think SA Champs last year, she in the qualifiers, I don't think she jumped, she may have jumped a big class, but certainly she was in the qualifiers. But yeah, not too long at all.
It's so nice to see her here doing this.
Horse formerly owned, ridden, produced by Anne-Marie Esslinger, who's our course builder for show Peter Mini Arena. And a lovely horse, uncomplicated, big, powerful. Once again, a beautiful expression, likes the job, takes it to the fence. Has given her a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah. Look at the way the pole is just resting on the left side.
Yeah.
Someone needs to fix it before someone else jumps.
I'm not sure if Volker's got it a lot. I don't see. Not sure I see got it in the arena. So far on the 4 penalties, haven't found the one rail. Sandy lives just down the road at the Ascot Stables.
And Osmond is it?
Yep.
Lovely round, really nice round.
Just the 4?
Yep.
4 penalties, the final tally there for Carinius and Sandy Manassi. So the arena party is coming out. We don't seem to have Govett and Volker. That is scratched. So in fact, that, I believe, is the class. Gail, thank you so much for your time.
and my amazing
Will you join
research
us? I'll
efforts.
give you a ring later. Perhaps tomorrow you can join us for a class. It'd be great to have you back again. Gail Foxcroft, lovely to have her expert eye over this class. Big thank you for joining us. Right, so that's the class. We're going to take a look at the results, but in fact I'm going to get ready to run down. First of all, we're going to go to a little bit of a promo break and take a look at some of our sponsors. Big thanks to them.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show, or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively, you can message me privately, or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store, or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds, and they will gladly assist you.
Wonderful, wonderful product there, www.equine74.co.za. Do go check them out. It's a gastric anti-ulcer supplement imported from Germany. It certainly does work. And if you've got a horse that's a little bit flighty, stressy, this is the product that you need to investigate. Go check them out, www.equine74.co.za. So there you have all the winners for this class, the 1m45 FEI class. Foresight Bankston prevails with Grant Langley, Chris van der Merwe in second, Jean Korber, Anya Moller and Sean Neal. Coming up next is the Reonet FEI 1m45 competition in 2 phases. That's the prize giving. That's, well, when it says coming up next, that's my cue to pop out of studio. I'm going to shoot down with a microphone and go and do an interview with Grant, and we'll see who we can get back into studio. Don't go away. Lots coming up. Up next is the 1m30. We got 2 championship classes, 2 pools. That's up next. Stay tuned. Question Live SA.
prize winners for this class. Before we send you off on a lap of our own, I'm going to hand you over to Aiden Lithgow. Aiden Lithgow, the word from our winners.
Right, well, very good morning to Grant. Tell us how it went. Were you expecting it? You're in form.
Well, I can't say I was expecting it. I'm really happy with the way he jumped. I thought it was a great track, and yeah, I'm very pleased with how he jumped this morning.
You love this little horse. Tell us a bit about him. You bred him?
I bred him. Yeah, I've had him since, you know, obviously the whole time, and that one of the other riders started him. He was a very young horse. He was very naughty to start with, and some horses you have a formula that you know that works. With him, I never know. I take each show, each class as it comes, and we go from there. So today was a good day. Tomorrow can be completely different.
He's pretty new to the big time, Grant. The production's coming along the right way. Looking forward to tomorrow.
I think tomorrow's going to be a big step up for him. Is he ready for it? I'm not sure, but, you know, try and see how it goes.
Wonderful result. Congratulations. Looking forward to tomorrow. Right, in second place we have Chris. No stranger to World Cup classes. Was a winner here a few years ago. The pedigree is good. How's your horse feeling today?
Yeah, he's feeling super. He's felt really good this show, and really excited about him. I think he'll do the World Cup. Not really sure if he's ready yet, but I think he'll be a good horse in the future.
Congratulations, great round, looking good. You've brought him back the right way as well. There was a little ifs and buts not too long ago.
Yeah, for sure. He's won a few 140 classes, and when I've gone up to the 150 here and there, he's been a bit iffy. But he was pulling me around yesterday and today. So I think I'm there and thereabouts. We'll only see tomorrow if I'm there.
Congratulations, Chris. And in third place, let's go over here to Jean. Lexington coming along the right way. What a horse he's been for you. Big step up to the big classes last year and taken to it like a duck to water.
Yeah, I know. He's been absolutely fantastic. I'm really lucky to have a horse like him, and feeling ready for tomorrow. It will be our first World Cup together.
The prep's done. How are the nerves? Do you get nervous?
Very, very nervous. But once I'm in the ring and I'm all right. And yeah, you've got to just hope for the best and try your best. And if it's your day, it's your day.
Thanks very much, John. Well, unfortunately, we're having a few little technical glitches, but we'll work those out. Your winners here, ladies and gentlemen, and looking forward to them. And Grant, you're going to pop up, if you have a little bit of time, to the studio. Come have a chat.
Sure, I'll do.
That was Scott leaking through on the PA. But when you took this away, we lost the sound. So you mustn't... This
So once our riders are safely remounted, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a rousing round of applause, please. Your winning combination, Grant Langley and Forsyth Bengtson. you and very well done to all our prize winners in that class. A big thank you goes out to our many, many sponsors. Of course, Reonet, your headline sponsor. Don't forget to check out their website at www.reonet.co.za to find out more information on how Reonet creates sustainable futures for communities, companies and countries through the smarter management of water and energy resources. Big thank you as well to the Callahoo Warm Blood Stud and Agri-Van supporting our grooms with those wonderful hampers and pockets of potatoes. Other thank yous going out to Gemma Bloom Fine Flowers and Bronwyn Watson for their help with the beautiful restaurant table decor, as well as Get Set Event Furniture and Liz Ladera and her team for kitting out the restaurant with some of their lovely pieces of furniture. We now ready ourselves for the next class of the day. The first of two pools of 1 meter 30 championship classes. Unfortunately, 3.1 the Reonet Adult 1 meter 30 pool 1 championship. Starting in about 20 minutes time. for inspection for our next class of the day, the Reonet sponsored 1 meter circuit championship Pool 1.
Welcome back to our pictures here from the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park as we build up towards tomorrow's big class, the World Cup Qualifier, and the 1 meter 45 FEI class that you've just seen, won by Grant Langley from KwaZulu-Natal, the Foresight stud. We're going to have a more in-depth chat to Grant. Unfortunately, we were experiencing a few technical problems. So take two, Grant. Well done. Great
Thank
round.
you. Thanks. I'm very happy with him. Yeah.
Where was your head at going into this class? Were you looking for the win? Because he is quite new to this level.
He is quite new to this level, and he can be a little tricky in the warm-up arena to start with. He can be a little bit behind your leg, and then he's got a switch where he can get very excited, as you saw at the end there now, where he can sort of leap around on that. So it's trying to keep the balance. And when I went in, I thought, oh, I don't know if I've quite got it. I need to sort of stay going a little bit more forward, which seemed to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a naturally forward kind of horse,
Yeah.
and you're normally kind of saying, well, come back to me.
Yeah, no, he is. He's definitely always on the. He's a real live wire.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
trying.
And is it a special horse to you because I believe you bred him as well?
Yes, we bred him. He was actually out of the mare that I originally imported. He was the first embryo. We did an embryo flash, and then we got two embryos from the same flash.
Tell me the name of the mare.
Kwamel
Okay.
Duvrafat. He, out of the two of them straight away, the one looked like it was going to go dressage and he was going to go jumping. The other one is doing medium dressage in the Cape. So
Wonderful story,
yeah.
and so satisfying for you, having bred him, produced him all the way. Did it give you the feeling that he'd go to the top when you first started?
You know, I don't know. I don't think you ever know really that they're going to go to the top until you sort of start to get there. I liked his keenness. He always had a sort of a good attitude and was a fighter, which
Yeah.
I really liked. And with each of our horses, I mean, it's a journey, and I love spending the time with them. For me, that's the most important. You know, the shows is one part, but it's the daily interaction with them that I really enjoy.
Yeah. You travel a lot up and down the highway from Johannesburg to Durban. Tell us about the setup that you have there, the Foresight banner that you're under as well.
Okay, so basically, I mean, we've got a very lucky where we stay. I love the property. Everybody says, like, why don't you move to Joburg? But I love living where I live. It's a nice environment for the horses. They can go out hacking through the cane. We've got forests and things like that. So it's a nice area for them to be in. Yeah, I've got a great team that helps me. That's what makes the traveling easy. There's 3 of us that ride. We each take turns coming to different shows. So the show Ryan stayed behind, Jethro's come up, and Jocelyn helps in it. And also we've got, with having the veterinary practice there, we've got a great team as well that also is always, on standby.
Ryan can't be too happy about staying behind because he's in a great vein of form as well, and he's got Jupiter, and he was at President's Cup. How do you decide who comes? He drew the short stick.
He did, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, I think we all understand is how it goes, and he said no, he'd prefer to sit this one out and he'd go to Stocky. So let's see. Yeah.
Back to the horse. He hasn't been in the big stuff for that long, so pretty inexperienced. Has he jumped a true 150 up to a World Cup level, this having just been a 145 class?
He did President's Cup the first round of the last day, which is most probably the closest he's been to. So I think tomorrow will be a big question for him. And I'll take it as it goes. I mean, if it doesn't feel like it's going according to plan, I can always come out. But at this stage, I think you've got to be in it to win it, to try.
So the show's already been very satisfactory for you. Already a win. A little bit about the show, the grounds, Reonet.
Look, I mean, I think Reonet has been a fantastic sponsor for show jumping, and that they truly have been through the whole of COVID times, and that they've been a loyal support of it. And I mean, I think every single ride is very appreciative of that. I mean, Gavit and his team have done amazing work. I mean, the setup that they've done here with the tents and everything it's amazing. And KPC staff, I take my hat off to them. I mean, I've been coming here for years, and when you drive into the grounds, it's beautifully prepared. The gardens look neat, and that I think the whole sort of jumping sort of sport in our country is gone up a gear, and it's through the backers like Reonet and the other corporate guys that help us get there.
Before you head into the World Cup tomorrow, your World Cup pedigree, because you've jumped at top level for many years, Patrick and the great mare that you were riding, your record in World Cups? And what do you think of the whole World Cup series? Because very exciting. This is our first one. We didn't have one last year, so we're happy to be back.
You know what? I mean, I think it's... in comparison to sort of globally in that, I think we've got our own little niche, and I think it's like the stigma that's with it, and you have to sort of up your game, and you have to keep your head in the game, and still stay. You've got to keep training ethically, and that I think that's the important part. I have been lucky. I've had a couple of horses over the years that all my horses I've produced from youngsters to up. So Sissy was my best. She won a World Cup and has been well placed in others. Berlioz was also placed in 1 or 2. So yeah, I mean, when I lost him, there was a big void, Bengston's had to step up to the plate, and let's see how it goes.
Some nice horses coming up through the ranks?
Yes, I've got some very nice young horses. We've bred some really nice horses. I've travelled with 1 or 2 in the 120s this time, and I'm excited about it. I enjoy the journey.
Great to have you here with us. Congratulations on your win. The Siren has just gone. The 1m30s championship, 2 pools, big classes there up next, and I think the course walk's just about coming to an end. So we're going to conclude this interview. Great having you with us, and all the very, very best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and well done to you and your team. It's amazing.
note to our riders, we will be taking one on track, one on standby. Please be aware that we will be ringing your bell rather promptly once the rider on track has finished, so please keep an ear out for your bell. We do have quite a number of rounds to get through today, so while we are going to try and put undue pressure on you, we are going to try and move through this quickly. We do please request your cooperation as well. One on track, one on standby at any given time, and please be on the listen for your bell. All your memories and moments for the show captured on hand by Denford Studios. Don't forget to visit www.denfordstudios.co.za where you can view and order all your photos and videos of all rounds. All photos and videos proudly sponsored by Reonet. So let's get a big thank you to Gilbert and the Reonet team for coming to the party. Don't forget, when you do share those photos, please keep the watermarks on for the sponsors and give a word of thanks to Reonet.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live SA. Our pictures from the Peter Mini Arena. Let's take a look at the result of the previous class. That was the 1 meter 45 FEI class. Competition in two phases. The winner there, Grant Langley, Forsyth Bankston. Congratulations. Chris van der Merwe, Kitchen Belignese. He finished second. Third place, Jean Corba, Callagher Lexington. Anya Moller, the old man, Elzu Lombard. They were fourth. In fifth place, Sean Neil Companera's son. In sixth place, Michelle Fleming and Shigori. Coming up next is the first of the two pools in the 1 meter 30 championship class. So that will be a one round and a jump off in the championship. We're waiting our first horse to come into the arena. And there we see Bridget Billings. She's currently, Bridget Carroll's, I beg your pardon. She's currently cantering around. Let's take a look at this course that Anne-Marie Esslinger has pitched for us. This is at galloping speed of 350 meters per minute. Length of track 470 meters. Time allowed is 81 seconds. Should they go clear, they'll go through to jump off over fences 1, 2, 3, 4B, 4C, 10, 8, and 9. So the first to go should be arch rival and Kayla Gertenbach. But I believe she's moved down the order. In fact, she has gone down the order to 11A. So there are two arenas running here at Kyle Army Christian Park. And I think she's got commitments in other arenas. So first to go will be Principals Bentley, Bridget Carrolls, will be followed by Callagher Carice, Colorado Z, and Nordic Z. So currently on track is Bridget Carrolls and Principals Bentley. This is a gelding by Corbett out of an Ubergaber mare. Ubergaber, one of the early warm blood stallions coming into South Africa, jumped with Govert Triggle, also around for a long time, lost him not too long ago. Bridget, I think, trained by Jason Phillips. Looks like she is riding a little bit defensively here, looking like the horse needs some encouragement. Second time of asking, she gets over that roadie engineering fencing, finds the pole there. So second pole on track, so currently sitting on a score of 8 penalties. Left-hand turn after that wonderful Nelson Mandela bridge at 7. There she goes to number 8. Sweeping turn back to number 8, that Western Shop vertical. 4 strides to number 9. Right-hand turn now. Hollard equipage fence. 5 strides to the vertical with the water tray. To finish her round, Bridget Corals and Bentley finishes on a score of 12, 4 of those being for time. Daniel Evertser goes next. Qualifier by Kidam's Ruben out of a Calando mare. Cannon jump to start. Reonet at number 2, super jump over there, looking really flashy behind. Left hand turn now, vertical set right up against the fence. Treble combination at number 4 off of the left hand turn. Two strides to one stride through that treble combination. A little bit far off that roadie engineering double. A element there finds the back rail. 4 penalties the current score for Qualifier and Daniel Evertser. And a little look down into that water tray to finish off. Qualifier, good round there, just the A element of that road engineering double. 4 penalties in 78.19. Time allowed in this first round, 81 seconds. Colorado Z now. Mandy Johnson. Now a 10-year-old warm blood mare. Owned by Rachel Diamond. Wonderful, wonderful mare from the Vitpoort setup, which I'm a part, so I know the mare pretty well. Had one down yesterday or 2 days ago in the qualifier. Of course, the didn't jump yesterday, the 130s, the arenas were awash, so elected not to go, and then just before the entire show was called off. Zangus hide bred. Beautiful sea line pedigree. Carthago, by Son of Carthago on the sire side, and the dam side going back to Heartbreaker. Blood mare. And super gallop as well she does have. Lovely shot there of Colorado coming past the commentary position. Mandy Johnson obviously full of experience. Top rider in South Africa for many, many years. Sure, gave that one a lot of air. She comes to the last. Get up. Beautiful jump over that water tray. And there we have the first of the clear rounds, 73.37. So well within that time allowed of 81 seconds. And she'll go through to the jump off, the first of the clears. Colorado Z will go first in the jump off here with Mandy Johnson. Great ride there from a quality mare. James Lowe goes next. This is number 5. And if you've just joined us, a very, very good morning to you and welcome to Equestrian Live SA. James riding this 9-year-old, son of Nabab Darev. A goodwill mare. James, a long-time pupil of Dominic Alexander. Chiropractor by trade.
Consultation with course design. The time has been adjusted for stars. First round time allowed now 79 seconds.
Coming to the last, James Lowe, Nordic Z number 5. 82.27 the time, so a time penalty there as he exceeds the 81-second time allowed, and along the way 2 down, total of 9 penalties. So to start off with, fence at number 1, that wonderful Canon vertical. Canon, by the way, sponsoring the cameras here for the live streaming. Big thank you to them. So Nordic Z had 2 down, so 8 plus the 1 for time, 9 the total. Move on now to iFarmer Davenport Radiant, and this is Stuart Barker. 11-year-old mare by Rex Granus, out of a little Mayfair Wunderbar mare, Davenport Wunderhertz. Lovely little mare. Stuart, one of the big supporters of equestrian sport through his sponsorship with iFarmer. Finds a rail at the B element of that treble combination. 4 penalties, the current tally, as he goes to the just before the halfway mark. Stuart, big businessman, so amateur, but really involved in the sport. Loves the riding at most of the shows. Super jump over number 9. So I've just been informed that the time has been adjusted to 79 seconds. 79 seconds adjustment in time. So the judge is feeling that 81 seconds probably a little bit too generous to the riders, having to move them on a little bit. Which means that Stuart Barker has incurred a time penalty as well. 2 down along the way, 1 for time and 80.62. Let's take a replay of that mistake coming around the corner. It just looked like he, I'm not sure if that was the camera angle that we're shooting on or if he did overrun the line of that fence, but seemed to drift wide to the left hand side, bring him back in, and then just landed up on a slightly deep stride there. Finds the front rail and didn't travel through to the back rail either, so 4 penalties at that Hollard fence. Right, so in picture now we have Voshkush Sahara and Lorette Knowles-Taylor, who's misbehaving a little bit. 9-year-old mare, Namibian by Consuelo, out of a Glückscup mare, Sultana. Not sure if Lorette is going to, we'll have to see what the judges say about that. As she came around the corner, had she presented the horse to the fence, had she gone through the start, I'm not too sure, so we'll just have a look and see if they give her any faults before number 1. Well, it's all academic now really, as she finds 2 rails going through that treble combination at 4A and 4B coming down. So sitting on a score of 8, and we'll see if they add that bad behavior at the start to her tally. .7A going down, Lorette preparing for the left-hand turn. And looked like the mare just went to the left and found the rail, collected the rail as well. Comes through the finish in 77.83, Voshkush Zahara. Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Right, so they didn't look like she had gone through the start or presented the horse, so it's a little bit difficult to see on the camera angles, but obviously the judges have got a better view. So just the penalties for the rails, 3 coming down for Voshkush. Zahara finishes on a score of 12. Next to go is Levita, Joanne van Achterberg. 10-year-old mare, Belgian warm blood bred by De Senat. Shown a professional horsewoman. Very involved with the children and juniors just down the road at her setup, at the Kincardine setup, which as the crow flies from Kailami Christian Park is probably a kilometre or two away. So local lass, ridden at top level. Just had a baby not too long ago, a couple of months ago, so getting back into the swing of things. Obviously had to take some time out for the baby, her and Craig. Trying to remember who was riding Joanne's horses while she was out. It just looked like he pecked on landing there. Lovely jump out over number 9, found some air. Right hand turn now to the Hollard Equipage Oxa. 5 strides up the hill to the water train vertical at the last. Big pat from Joanne van Achterberg. Clear for jumping, 1 for time, I'm afraid, in 82.63, so just a victim of the clock. 79 seconds adjusted time allowed, so 1 for time, I'm afraid, there for Lavita and Joanne van Achterberg. Number 9 is next to go, Tasman Meyer. This is Blazing Sunfire, thoroughbred by Windrush, out of a Northern Guest mare, Burning Issue. And this is a wonderful little horse. And to be honest, I can't tell you what happened there. Looks like a retirement from Blazing Sunfire and Tasman. She found the rail at number 1, so she decided, well, can't win it from that position. And that's a pity, because in a jump off, Blazing Sunfire is super fast. So a few issues, number 1, this cannon fence is causing, and one has to wonder, is it the fence itself or is it the position of the fence? The Reonet Marquee restaurant is positioned right next to it. No, I would say that that is the fence that that horse is not liking. Shay Wright, Highlander Farriers, Callahoo, Egalite, not loving that cannon vertical. So, 2 in a row going out at jump number 1. Blazing Sunfire having the form at that cannon vertical, and Egalite an elimination. Number 11 next to go, GCS Max. GCS Max, the sponsor. Joint supplement, GCS. Fantastique is the horse. Nariska Prinsloo Hill, recently married. Hanoverian mare by Valentino. Lovely sort. Nariska, huge amount of experience on her side. She's ridden at a World Equestrian Games in Normandy. And that wonderful, wonderful horse, Bill Clinton, sadly no longer with us. And Nariska, based in Middelburg, putting together a very powerful string of horses. One of the most competitive riders on the South African circuit. Always going to give it a go. Always going to be up there in the leading times in a jump off. And this looking like a real solid round. Nice rhythm she's riding at, really forward pace, giving the horse every opportunity to jump the fences. And there you go. No problem with the time, with that pace she was riding at. Good ground speed, 76.06. Time allowed 79 seconds. And into the jump off she goes. Jump off 1, 2, 3, 4, B and C, 10, 8, 9. We'll have a good look at that jump off a little bit later. Another thoroughbred now. Now a 10-year-old gelding by AP Arrow. Of a national emblem mare, Competitive Edge, and this is the very useful, very lovely arch rival, Kayla Gertenbach, who we saw riding in the previous 1m45 FEI class. On Like Mike, yeah, she goes on this very, very nice thoroughbred arch rival. Unfortunately, finding the back rail of that Reonet Oxa. So 4 penalties, the current score. I would guess being by AP Arrow, Summerhill bred. Summerhill, one of the formerly one of the big thoroughbred studs, and now in the ownership of Henning Pretorius, breeding both thoroughbreds as well as wonderful warm blood sport horses. I was lucky enough to be doing some filming down there about a week or so ago, looking at their new stallions. Exciting, exciting times. One of the most beautiful farms you'll ever wish to find, located just outside of Moy River. 1,000 acres of pristine breeding ground for horses. Wow, that was really unlucky. At 4 penalties. Well, they're saying clear for jumping, but to me there was definitely a rail at that Reonet fence. 1-time penalty to add. We're going to take a look at the replay, so let's just take a look around the corner. And yes, definitely the rail comes down. So the judges, did they miss that? 4 for jumping, 1 for time. Definitely a total of 5 penalties for arch rival and Kayla Gertenbach. So at this stage, Colorado Z is clear. And the second of the clears was Nariska GCS Max Fantastique. Jonathan Clark now, number 12, Oxa van der Boeteren. 7-year-old stallion, Belgian warm blood by Joop. Out of a Washington, D.C. dam line. Owned by Tamsin Vegrostek in Silhouette Park. Must say I don't know a huge amount about Oxa, other than he certainly can jump an Oxa. And ridden by the master himself, Jonathan Clark. Jonathan giving us a demonstration on just how to do it. Through to the jump off he goes, makes that 3 in this first championship class. 1m30, remember that there are 2 championship pools here. They are substantial classes. We've got 52 in this class. And pool 2, 51 or so go through there. 13 is next to go. This is Terry Lee Bryson. Don't know a huge amount about Terry Lee. This is Staccato's Boy by Staccato Dream. One of a leader in there. Don't know a huge amount about this combination, but for those of you who are watching, please bear in mind we are interactive. If you're watching us on our Question Live YouTube platform, just hit that subscribe button. Feel free to post any comments or information. And then, of course, a big shout out and very good morning to those of you who are watching on Clip My Horse. Great to be associated with Clip My Horse. Looks like a really lovely horse, Staccato's boy. Solid, honest, genuine. Oh, had a little bit of a look at that water tray. Terry Lee gives a bit of encouragement, some vocal commands there, asks him to come on. Gets up over that, gives us a lovely clear round. Well done, Staccato's boy, Terry Lee Bryson. So that makes now 4 clears. Carrie Rose goes next, number 14, Isabella Harvey. 13-year-old mare by Carico out of a Durango mare. Brought into the country by the Leparts, I believe. Caitlin had the ride, and I thought got a very nice tune out of this horse. Lots to like about Carrie Rose. Plenty of jump. You just see the way she gets up into the air. Lovely form, technique, up through the wither, up through the shoulder. Lots of alacrity through the back. Terry is coached by Ronnie Healy, says Luca Watson. Thanks for watching, Luca. Young Luca Watson, trained by Joanne van Achterberg, one of our up-and-coming child stars in question. Luca's watching. Lovely, lovely round. Solid. Carrie Rose, Isabella Harvey. Another one from the Van Achterberg setup. So the clear round's coming thick and fast now. That's 4 in a row. Safely navigating this Anne-Marie Esslinger built track. Number 15 is Equine Librium Calaho Caprice and Savannah Gierke, owned by Savannah's partner Ivan von der Seyde. 8-year-old mare by the wonderful Calaho Concuriano. Out of a Rocky Marriage dam line. Rocky Marriage, a thoroughbred dam line. Well, Rocky Marriage was a thoroughbred stallion. What I'm saying is the dam line is thoroughbred blood. And Savannah in the May Foxcroft Arena just a few days ago, 2 days ago, had a bit of a miss to one of the fences, and the two of them came down in a heap, in a tumble. Obviously looked worse than what it was, because they've recovered nicely to be here today for this championship class. In fact, I saw Savannah yesterday and I said, how did it go? And she said, no, she recovered well and was placed in the very next class. Just brushed that mishap off. Oh, and it was a little bit like what she did there. In fact, that caused the fall. So unfortunately, just the two of them not together. Miscommunication. Savannah on one stride, the mare on the other. And we're going to take a replay. Let's take a look. So right-hand turn, around the corner she comes. Yeah, Savannah realized she was a long way off, and it looked like a little bit of indecision. I think had she kept the leg and just said, right, we're going, and been with the horse, she might have got away with that. I think she doubted herself at the last minute there, and the mare was committed. The mare was good to jump, and just finding the back rail. Commit, commit, commit. So 4 penalties for Callao Caprice and Savannah Gierke. Tamsin Vegristek goes next. This is number 16, Luana van der Bischkop. 10-year-old mare, Belgian warm blood, by the mighty Darko out of a Calvados mare. So lovely pedigree. Got that Darko stamp about her. Lots of power. Memory serves was ridden on a few occasions by Jonathan Clark as well, who rides for the Silhouette Park setup of Tamsin. Lovely setup that it is, based in Chartwell. Now Tam might just have to keep her eye on the clock. She rolls around the corner now, turns back to the Hollard Oxer, 5 strides after that to the last, that water tray. Time sitting at 75, 76, 77, 8, 9 into time penalties, 80,62, 1 for time, I'm afraid, there for Luana van der Bischkop and Tamsin Vegristek. Gives the mare lots of praise. She'll be happy with that, I think. I mean, she'll be disappointed that the mare's not going through to the jump off, but a lovely round from Tamsin. Inferno Diema goes next. Number 17, Olivia Garten. Formerly the ride and owned by Jean Engler. Has been with Livy Garten for a while. This really is fantastic, fantastic little gelding, Belgian warm blood, by Wanda van der Mispelare, out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare, Tara Lee. And so much to like about this horse, so much scope. There you saw slightly off of that, presses with the leg, pops up into the air, finds the back rail, no problem. Oh, got a little bit deep there. So she's going to just have to balance and collect. There's a better ride into that treble. Olivia Garten on her top juniors while she was in junior ranks, her and sister Hannah. Formerly based in KwaZulu-Natal, now just down the road here from Kalami Equestrian Park, the Gartens. I believe the sisters were in, was it the Netherlands, studying, but now back. Holland. Presses her around the corner, so obviously thinking about the time. Was on a good rhythm to be able to... Come on! Oh! Oh! Oh, that was unfortunate.
Unfortunately, parting ways at the last. Inferno Diema not to play.
We are going to cue a replay. I hope that she is okay, Olivia. If we could try and cue the replay back from before the Hollard fence, that would help, because I think that mistake came from the ride around the corner. She was very forward coming around the turn, took a flyer over the Hollard fence, was a bit of a mile off that. I think landed short, and then I don't know what she tried to do in that distance. Let's count. That's a 5-stride distance. Lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So she was on the 5 strides, but because she landed slightly short, just didn't make it up the hill on the distance, and the horse put its head down. I think was shortening through to that water tray as well, put her head down, and Livy just unfortunately popped over the head, somersaulted at the last. That was unfortunate. Elimination for Inferno Diema. Caitlin Duval goes now. This is number 18, Impangele Callao Macy Gray. Hanoverian bred mare, now an 11-year-old, by Manor Lodge, out of Guatemala. Now it says Hanoverian breed. The dam line is Hanoverian, but Manor Lodge was thoroughbred. Macy Gray, a few years ago, if I'm not mistaken, was ridden by Oliver Bishop. Duval family, big supporters of equestrian sports, so their wonderful company, Impangele Logistics. Herman and Melanie Duval, big supporters of the game. Both daughters ride. Trained by Charlie Crockart, family from Middleburg. Charlie takes a day out every week to go and coach them, and they also spend lots of times in holidays. I think the daughters are... I think Caitlin has certainly finished school and is studying at Tux. So, score of 8. We're going to take a look at the replay. So, jump number 1. Coming down. That cannon jump has caused a few issues. I think it's that big cannon board. A question for them coming away from the gate at jump number 1. Also just having a little look at that, and Caitlin had to go to the stick down the neck. Also just didn't get the necessary height required. So 8 penalties for Macy Gray. Western Farriers Quinine goes now. Stacey Lee Weston. 9-year-old mare by Courts Eclipse. Out of a Wunderbar mare, Font Winter's Eve. Stacey, very, very experienced rider. Super committed to the game, although she is, I think, a rep for Discovery, I think is what she does. Husband Paddy, also an accomplished rider, but nowadays running Western Farriers, as he's a blacksmith or farrier himself. So a really good partnership, Stacey and Paddy. All about the horses, and of course the 2 boys in the family. Stacey got a nice string of horses as well. Maxine, Billabong. I think we'll be seeing her a little bit later on some other horses as well. Trained by Gonda Beatrix. Very nice. Gives us another clear round. So there's a bit of a clear round drought over the last couple of horses. Amazing how it goes. We had 4 in a row. And then a bit of a drought. Now another clear. So that, let's take a look at the stats. 19 have gone. From a starting list of 52, 31 still to come. 6 have gone clear, 31%. Heather Mostert goes next. From KwaZulu-Natal. Having a good show, has won a class already at the show on her other wonderful horse, Summerbridge Cruise, who we'll be seeing a little bit later, I'm sure. Heather Sook, super committed, does a lot of travelling with husband Anton from KwaZulu-Natal to come and compete in Johannesburg. Lovely, lovely people. Finding some good form now is Contes or Contessa. A little bit of a stuttery couple of classes at President's Cup, and if memory serves at Easter Festival as well, but going very, very well here today. And Ronnie Lawrence, if you are watching, very good morning to you, Ron. Ronnie Lawrence, long-time coach of Heather. Come on. Had to encourage Contes up the hill there. Last fence, that water tray. 4 penalties, the score there at number 6. Let's take a look, see if we can see what happened. So through the double. Yeah, just a forward ride there to 6A, just one of those show jumping mistakes. A little bit forward, just didn't get the arc, the parabola through the jump. A little bit flat at the apex, touches it in front, goes down. Reflection now. Michelle Hobbs for Alta van Vuren. 14-year-old finds a fence at jump number 1. Cannon fence doing a lot of damage here by Rex Granos out of a Lindenberg mare. Michelle, a very, very good rider. She's ridden at top levels for many years. Had some good horses in her time. One of the best at producing horses. Her and partner Giselle do a lot of groundwork, long time associated with the Elzu stud. Alta van Vuren, the owner of this horse, but associated with Shani Swanepoel. Family behind Atlantic Oil. And that's a pity at jump number 1, because this combination in a jump off, super competitive. Michelle had lots of success on the great Optimum Thunder Wellington. He leaving a real mark, a real legacy in the breeding paddocks through his daughters and his sons, in fact. Optimus, one of them. So let's take a look at the replay. Comes off the right-hand turn to jump number 1. Just looked like touched it behind. Horse can, very economical, can get very close to the poles, doesn't do too much more than what it's asked. And just comes a little bit too close to that one, finding the rail for penalties. Capital Vegas now, James Lowe. 8-year-old stallion by the sire Vesuvius. Out of an Armitage mare, Capital L Italia. Lovely pedigree. Armitage. What a horse he was. This is James's second ride in this class. Of course, he went earlier on Nordic. James having to use a bit of vocal encouragement down that treble combination. Powerful sort is Capital Vegas. James riding a nice forward rhythm. Open up beautifully over number 9. 2 left to come, right hand turn now. Hollard fence and then the water tray to finish on the 5-stride distance. Yes, well done James, 78.32, lovely round there. Through to the jump off goes number 22, Capital Vegas. Good ride, very nice. '23 is next to go. iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear. Stuart Barker for iFarmer Pty Limited, the sponsor. This is Stuart's second ride. Had the mare a little bit earlier on, Davenport Radiant. And this mare, now a 10-year-old, or a gelding, sorry, rather 10-year-old, by Secundus, out of a Wunderbar mare, LJ Storm Bear. Captain Bear helping Stuart out a little bit there. He saw the long one. Captain Bear said, "Don't worry, buddy, I got it." Chipped one in, just helped Stuart a little bit. Nice horse. 2 left to come. 4, 5. He had to press him up the hill, landed short. And there we go, 77.85. LJ's Captain Bear and Stewart into the jump off. They go. That's the 8th clear thus far. Move on now to number 24. 27 horses still to come in this first round of this Reonet sponsored 1m30 championship class. This is Pool 1. If you've just joined us, very good morning to you from a somewhat chilly Kyalami Equestrian Park, but at least there is no rain. Yesterday's classes all rained out. But we're back in business today, and we do hope that you're enjoying this live stream broadcast brought to you by Reonet. Big thank you to them. Farnham, Go for Gold is next. This is a mare by Udokis out of Ursina VDL by Dermis, and the rider is Lorette Knowles-Taylor. This is number 24. Lorette, a very, very seasoned rider. Wife of Barry Taylor, who will be joining us in commentary for pool number 2 of this 1m30 championship. Had a few pupils, had to help a few people warming up for the first of the classes. There you see this horse going around in one of those masks that we spoke to Gail Foxcroft about. One of those pressure masks, just supposed to help slightly anxious horses, give them a feeling of security. Through to the jump off. Farnham, Go for Gold, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, number 24. 9 clears. The jump off is hotting up. The weather is not. The weather is chilly. A little sneaky little wind here. Perfect conditions for horses. They'll enjoy these conditions jumping around. Joanne van Achtenberg, she's up next again. Napolitano Z, owned by King Cardine Equestrian Centre, out of where Joanne operates. This by Nabab Darev, out of a Castella Z mare, Clearway. This is Joanne's second ride. She had 1 time penalty on her first horse, La Vita. So she's going to be very, very aware of the time here in her second ride. She doesn't want to make that same mistake. She wants to get herself into the jump off. Give herself a fighting chance. Taking home the bacon here in this 1m30 championship class, pool number 1. 5,000 on offer to the winner. As we build up to tomorrow's main day, that's the Sunday classes, 1m35 championship classes tomorrow, as well as the big one, the World Cup qualifier, the first in a 7-leg series for 2021. How we missed you, World Cup last year. Well done, Joanne van Achtenberg. She does not make the same mistake. She gives us a lovely clear round on Napolitano Z. 25. Rivervale's Peregrine goes next, number 26, Tasman Mayer. We saw her retire after just 1 jump. She had the first one down on her little thoroughbred Blazon Sunfire. Peregrine, let's not make the same mistake at jump number 1, that cannon fence. Don't want to put the mockers on her. Commentator's curse. Safely over jump number 1. Round in the corner, up to jump number 2. Reonet, come on. Needs to just maybe move on a little bit here. By Rivervale, Priceless. Out of the dam, Goshawk by Gypsy King Dakoti. Goshawk, that's where Peregrine comes from. Nicely named. 4 penalties at jump number 3. So the Peregrine Falcon, apparently the fastest animal on Earth. Obviously it's the bird. Do they get up to terminal velocity in their dive? Something like that. But one feels that this Peregrine may be just lacking a little bit of rhythm coming up to jump number 3. Could be the reason for the mistake. We'll take a look at the replay after her round. Jasmine, just one of the nicest people you'll ever wish to find. Always smiling, happy, lovely human being. .81.11, so caught by the time, so exceeding that time allowed of 79 seconds. Did just look a little bit on the slow side. Let's take a look at the replay as she canters up to jump number 3. No, that didn't look like it had anything to do with the rhythm. Actually looked like on a good rhythm coming up the hill. Just got a little bit tight to that and didn't find the necessary height to clear it. 4 penalties, well 5 the total, including the one for time. Shay Wright goes again. She went earlier on Egalite, unfortunately an elimination at jump number 1 there. Here she goes again at 27, Highlander Farriers Capital Opal. Born 2007 Opal by Optimum van der Wellington, who we spoke about a little bit earlier on. Optimum ridden by Michelle Hobbs, one of those Elzus. And out of the mare Elzu Sanga. Sanga by Shiraz. Shiraz by Staccato. And unfortunately not Shay's day today. Having a few problems here on Opal as well. Number 27. No, just lacking rhythm, I'm afraid, as she was cantering up that hill. Stride was shortening, and you're never going to get to the second element of the double on the necessary distance coming in like that, I'm afraid. So we'll have to go back to the drawing board. A little bit of work to do at home. Nariska Prinsloo Hill goes again, number 28, Oregon von the Bishkop. Breeding stallion owned by Nariska by Nabab Darev, by Hunters Sendro, I beg your pardon, out of a Nabab Darev mare, Belgian warm blood. Just turned 7 years old, so another lovely up and coming sort. Plenty of scope. I think imported by Nariska. Sure. Shows what he's all about over jump number 3. This one on his way to the big time, make no mistake. Nariska, oh, look at that. Huge over that B element. Scope to burn. Lots to like about Oregon. In fact, Nariska's having to fasten her seatbelt here just to stay in the saddle. He's throwing some very, very big jumps. Going to have to move on a little bit here if she's going to avoid time penalties. Unavoidable, I think. Yeah, into time she goes. 80,78. Here's a youngster. He's just gone 7. Big future ahead of him. He's not going to join the jump off today. Just gets caught by the clock. And one would think that possibly even wasted a little bit of time just going too high over those fences. Morgan van het Heike is next to go. Jonathan Clark, number 29, Belgian warm blood. Out of a Raphael Dam. Rafaela by Epleza van der Heike. And got the master in the saddle, Jonathan Clark, who is already clear on Oxa van der Boteren. So looking for another double. A quick double. Double his chances of success in the jump off. He's had the ride on Morgan for quite some time. Morgan owned by Silhouette Park. Tamsin Vegristek, who we saw on Luana a little bit earlier on. She accumulated 1 time penalty, otherwise a very, very nice round by Tam. Also a big supporter of equestrian sport. Jonathan's won a good couple of classes on Morgan. Deceptively quick, in fact, for a big, quite a thick-set Belgian horse. But covers a lot of ground through the canter. Deceptively fast. There's a big step. And I would think if Jono can go clear here, this is going to be a big runner in the jump-off. 2 left to come. Rounding the corner in 65 seconds. So no problem with the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up the hill. And music sounds out. 73-73. Clear all the way for Morgan van Tahaitka. 29. Jonathan Clark said he was looking for a quick double clear. He gets it. 2 horses through to the jump off for Jonathan. Cole Bunzai goes next, number 30, Kalaho Lukdayen. This horse owned by Chart Kruger. Hanoverian bred by Lisabon. Very, very nice pedigree. Balobe de Roue in the dam line. Saw Carl riding earlier on in the previous class on the big grey stallion. Professional horseman. Very, very correct rider, stylist. I think good dressage pedigree in his training as well. In fact, I think Carl also competes a bit of dressage even these days. Obviously his primary focus on show jumping. One of the riders for the Kalaho Warm Blood Stud. And obviously a professional horseman, does a lot of riding and also a lot of teaching. Lots of clients he has, Carl. Just looking like a very, very nice solid round, riding at a good clip, good pace. 5 strides to the last, nicely set up, nicely balanced, comes home in 76.55. Another clear. Kalaho Lukdayen, number 30. 31 is next to go, Eagles Constantia and Tamsin Muller. So let's take a look at the class stats in this 1m30 championship class. 52 carded to go, 30 have gone, there's still 20 left to come, 12 of those have gone clear, gives us a clear round percentage of 40%. Eagles Constantia, owned by Astrid Muller and ridden by Tamsin Muller, bred by the Eagle Stud in the Eastern Cape. And no prizes for guessing the stallion. Those of you who are watching South African based to know everything about breeding will obviously have guessed that Constantia must be a concerto. Resident stallion at the Eagle Stud out of Eagles Weinberg. So after that disobedience, Tamsin already into time penalties. Disobedience at jump number 5. Come on. Finishes well in 97.83. So a total of 5 for time to add to the 4 for the disobedience. Leaves all the rails up. Total of 9 penalties Number 31, Eagles Constantia. 32 is Capital Al Jazeera for Renel Dreyer. This is Simon Hendry. 11-year-old South African Warmblood by Capital A Star of a Randall Z mare. Nice type of horse. Ridden by the very talented Simon Hendry. Another professional horseman, also just based down the road, not far from here. H Equestrian, lovely setup that he and wife Tanya have. Does a lot of riding, a lot of production work, and also a lot of coaching, does Simon. Ridden at top level, also a past winner of World Cup qualifiers. Really good rider, Simon. Always on the correct rhythm. Never see him missing, always on a good distance. Very accurate. And there you go, 78.47 the time. So sneaks into the jump off. Time allowed 79 seconds by the skin of his teeth, and we call that incredibly well judged. Capital Al Jazeera gives us another clear round, number 32. Another one from the Assegai stud now, Contador. Alexandra Klaassen goes next, number 33, Assegai Contador. 9-year-old gelding by Cantor out of a Dramiro mare. Don't know a huge amount about Alexandra Klaassen, so once again do hit that subscribe button, let us know. So far, a very solid round, 2 left to come. Yes, lovely. 74.95 inside that 79 seconds time allowed. Through to the jump off goes Assegai Contador and a very happy Alexandra Klaassen. Well done. Next to go, number 34, Landcrest Accord, Amelia Cockrell. Amelia trained by Carl Bunzaya, I do believe, rides out of Carl Bunzaya Equestrian. 10-year-old, South African bred warmblood, Capital Denarco, out of a Peter Davis mare. And certainly a speedy, lively sort in a jump-off. Quite a lively sort. That's the thoroughbred coming out in this one. Got that thoroughbred look about it as well. Super. So 3 clears in a row. Landcrest Accord. This is shaping up into a good jump off because that one certainly can go. As mentioned earlier, Jonathan Clark Morgan is a super fast type in a jump off. Riska's always going to have a crack on her horses. Fantastique is there. Colorado Z is super fast with Mandy Johnson. Will be first out the gates. So looking like a good jump off taking shape here. 35 is next to go. This is Ryan Andrews. Assegai Lemoncello. South African bred mare. 16 years old now. By Lassiter. Out of the Wunderbar mare Wallaby. Wallaby. Down at the Billabong. Me didgeridoo. Oh! And that was not what Ryan was banking on. Now this mare has jumped up in the big stuff in the 140s. I think possibly even a 145 in her day as a younger horse. We're going to take a replay, have a look at what happened there. Unfortunately, Ryan has been eliminated. This horse was actually retired for a while. Ryan runs, as we take a look at the replay, let's just have a look. Went very high over that B element. Yeah, very high over the B element, and then almost landed and slightly picked and was looking down. Compromised the distance. Ryan just needed, I think, a little bit more support in his hand through to that C element, but I think the fact that she jumped so big over the B element just slightly unseated him and came a little bit unstuck there. Lemoncello, I mean, she's here for fun. She was actually retired and I think was a little bit grumpy being in the paddock. Ryan runs a very good breeding program out of the Keller Park stud. She very much part of his breeding program, but in fact they've already got granddaughters from Lemoncello, and deciding to bring her back to the sport because she enjoys it and just having fun here in the 130s, but not to be today. Capital Hudson is on track now, number 36, Alexia Gerber. Capital Hudson, a 10-year-old by Homerus, out of an Optimum van der Wellington mare Omaha, Elzu Omaha. Optimum van der Wellington leaving a real mark through his daughters. Now she's going to have to move on a little bit because she's taking the wide line to everything, and for me the pace, the rhythm is not quite there. If she's going to avoid time penalties, she really needs to get a giddy up. That's a little bit better, a little bit more forward to that one. And 82.94, I'm afraid. One for time for Capital Hudson and Alexia Gerber. 37 goes next. Ashley Taylor for the Farnham Stables. Equestrian Affairs Farnham Elite Rhythm. One that's very, very close to the heart of her breeder, and that is Lorette Knowles Taylor, daughter of Barry and Lorette riding here. But this out of Lorette's wonderful, wonderful mare that she rode many moons ago and that she really made her name on, Rhythm of the Wind. By Eudokes, the stallion Eudokes, who Lorette also rode. So I'm not going to call her a sentimental bred horse, although it will be sentimental, but she certainly does have a good pedigree as well. Rhythm of the Wind, fantastic little mare. And here Ashley Taylor riding for Farnham Elite Rhythm. And that's the first of the two 1m30 championship classes. Ashley's dad Barry, legend of the sport, will be with us for the next class. Needed in the warm-up for both pupils as well as wife Lorette and daughter Ashley for this class. So couldn't be with us, but will be with us for the next class. As she canters on to the final fence on the track. And there we go, 76.96, and a lovely clear, leaves them all up, comes home within the time allowed. 37 Goes through to the jump off. 43% now clear round statistics. 16 from 37 have gone clear. 13 left to come in this first round of this championship class, sponsored by Reonet. Big thank you to Reonet, sponsoring both the show as well as the live stream broadcast. 3 days of live streaming they sponsored. Unfortunately, yesterday's classes all rained out, but we get to enjoy this wonderful show through the live streaming, courtesy of Reonet, for both this Saturday, where we've got these championship classes for 130 and 140 coming up a little bit later, and then of course tomorrow the big day, where we've got the 1m35 championship class as we build up to a 2 o'clock start for the first of the World Cup qualifiers for 2021. George Philippides is on track now on his game old campaigner, Alchemy Hercules. He's already a 14-year-old, South African bred warm blood by Quadrillo out of a Nassau mare. Alchemy is unique. Fortunately, a little bit out of his character, having a stop there at that Reonet fence at jump number 2. Perhaps he was a little bit quiet, George, to jump number 2. We might take a look. And once again, so not his day today, unfortunately, Hercules. Means an elimination there for George. That's a little bit out of character for that horse. We're going to take a look at what happened. We're going to take a look at the second of the 2 disobediences. And right, so around the corner he comes. Yeah, just not his day today, unfortunately, Hercules. He lives just down the road here, literally probably a kilometre away from the showground, if that. Not his day. That's the way it goes sometimes. This is the second Colorado that we're seeing. Of course, Mandy Johnson on Colorado Z gave us our first clear. At number 39, we've got Glenn Fox, Colorado, and Lara Neal for Delmont Mining and Civils. Born 2010. Rising 11-year-old by the mighty Consuelo out of Glenn Fox Lalique. And the dam sire Argonaut. And the very accomplished, stylish, rhythmical, accurate, one can't praise her riding too highly, Lara Neal in the irons aboard Colorado. Sweeping turn back now to number 8. Riding a nice rhythm, quiet but forward. Just looks unfazed, relaxed. Looks like she's going for a nice little Sunday hack and just throwing in some 1 meter 30 fences along the way. Look, really a copybook round. Unfortunately, possibly a little bit on the slow side. Well, it is a bit on the slow side. 81.09 means 1 time penalty for Glenn Fox, Colorado. What a pity. Seven-year-old South African warm blood by Hitoshi. Out of the Triumph mare Avondroos. That's who's on track now, one of the foundation mares of the Capital Stud setup. This is Capital Harriet and Anka Ruda riding. Right, so second attempt now. So not going to Anka's expectations here. Just having to ride the mare a little bit hard. Capital Harriet. Disobedience in that third element of that treble combination, that C element, and has found a few rails as well. A little bit tight to that. Another rail coming down. Already into time penalties. Big pats from Anke, and that is lovely to see. Happy to get to the end. 21 the score, 5 of those being for time. Let's take a look at that disobedience in that treble combination. So coming through. Looked a bit of a forward ride coming down the hill there. I'm not sure if the mare just lost a little bit of confidence at that C element and decided to dig her heels in. Capital Hampton is next to go. It's a very, very special horse. Another one by Hitoshi, as was the previous one. Out of that Optimum Thunder Wellington dam line that we spoke about. The dam here, Capital Atavia by Optimum. Charlie Crockart riding. The ultra competitive Charlie Crockart, who's already racked up definitely one win at this show so far. It's normally multiple wins that she goes away with. This was the winner, I think, of the 6 or 7 year old classes at the Young Horse Performance Series. Got the Show Jumper of the Year award, or potential Show Jumper of the Year award. Johnny having to hold him up to the fence. Was just looking like he was shying off the fence a little bit there. Plenty of scope. Lovely forward rhythm she's going around at. Lovely clear, Capital Hampton. Charlie Crockart, and that is going to be a big runner in the jump off as well. Charlie, as we said, one of the most competitive riders on the circuit. So we've got Charlie, we've got Jonathan, we've got Nariska, we've got Stacey Weston, she's competitive. In fact, a whole host of real competitive speedy riders here. Amelia Cockrell's there, and Accord. So jump off looks better and better as we get further and further into this first round. Impangele Capital Cavalier goes next. Born August 2009 by Katoki, out of a Shiraz mare, Elzu Sanador. Will not be advancing through to the jump off. Finds a rail at jump number 3, so that's come down. Lauren Duval rides. We saw sister Caitlin going on Macy Gray a little bit earlier on, finding 2 rails there. And in fact, the Duval sisters training with Charlie Crockart, who we've just seen give us a lovely clear round a moment or two ago on the very useful Capital Hampton. Lovely jump over the last, 81.11, so exceeds the time allowed. We'll come home with a score of 5 penalties, 4 for jumping, that rail at number 3, and then 1 for time. Let's take a look at the pole that came down at jump number 3. Jump number 3 set up just alongside the fence. Yeah, and just on that turn, slightly fell in, compromised the line in the distance, and just finds that rail. What you couldn't see from that replay is number 3 is literally right next to the bunting, and there are some flags situated alongside number 3. So whether the horse is just having a look at those flags right next to the jump and just shying off the fence and compromising the line there, who knows? We speculate. We're all very good at backseat riding. It's Mr. to You now is number 44, James Curtin. James, a lovely human being as well. It's Mr. to You, born 2010. Thoroughbred by Fan Club's Mr. I don't know anything about that horse, that sire. Leopard Strike is the dam sire. Leopard Strike, a top class racehorse back in his day in South Africa, but that's a pretty old line now. Leopard Strike doing his bit in the early 90s, in fact. In fact, was the first winner of the Top Sport Bloodline Million, if memory serves, and that was possibly even late 80s. Mike Domain, you're in the van, you might remember that. James rides out of the Burlington setup, trained by David Wilkin. And certainly has come a long, long way in his riding. I don't think rode as a youngster. So he's been progressing and progressing. And yeah, he's pretty solid campaigner now. Is James Curtin on It's Mr. to You. Bit of a clear round machine of late. Settled well into the 1m13s. And is a competitive combination. It's Mr. to You. Well done. Take a bow, James. Look forward to that one in the jump off. 45 seems to be a scratching. Courtney Webber comes in at 46. Rathmore Coup de Coeur, owned by Courtney, based out of Grant Langley, set up at Summerveld, Foresight. And this one by Grant Stallion Casper, out of a thoroughbred dam line, All Fired Up. So some thoroughbred warm blood crosses in this class, this being another one of them. Coup de Coeur. Courtney, a wonderful rider. Oh, commentator's curse, she missed there, I'm afraid. As Madeleine wants to smack me for saying that, because I'll take that one. Sorry, Courtney. Forward stride up the hill and just seemed to change her mind at the last minute. Let's take a look at the replay as Courtney mounts up. She's right, so she rolls up the hill. Good forward rhythm. Yeah, I think she changed it. There was a double. Had that been a single fence, I think she would have taken that stride, but I think at the last minute she decided, oh, on that forward one, I'm going to run out of space in the distance, and decided to change her mind, and the horse said, well, too late. She cried, digs its heels in and puts down, and unfortunately Courtney coming down. Elimination, I'm afraid, there for the visiting Natalia, number 46. 47 now is Michelle Mallon. Consuela NH, number 47. No prizes for guessing the stallion, Consuelo. And this horse, 2002 model. 19 years young. Michelle, a very, very correct rider. She looks like she might need a little bit of more ground speed here if she's going to come inside of the time allowed. 79 seconds time allowed. The horse is jumping the fences, jumping them clean, but I'm afraid I think she's going to run into time penalties if she doesn't pick up a little bit of pace. Seven strides up the hill. Michelle, sponsored by Hollard, and great to have them in the game as well through Equipage. Jumping clean, jumping nicely. Is she going to come in inside of the time allowed? Already sitting on 72 seconds. Oh, and squeaks in 78.02. Time allowed 79 seconds. 4 penalties. Oh, and I missed the first pole that went down. Once again, that cannon jump at jump number 1. Was looking to some of my crib notes. Missed the poles. Unfortunately, 4 penalties there for Consuela and Michelle Mellon. But a good round. Carl Bunzo returns now. 48 Callagho Corinth for the Callagho Warm Blood Stud. This is Carl's second ride. This is a Holstein bred stallion. 13 years young by Cormant out of a Grundyman mare, Fatima. Lots to like about Corinth. Quality animal. Not too many more left to come, just 5 left to go in this first round of this first of the 2 1m30 championship pools. And after 45 starters, 18 of those have gone clear, brings our percentage to 40% clear rounds. As Carl rolls on now on the left hand turn back off the fence down the hill to number 8, steadies up for number 9. Sweeping right hand turn all the way back now to the penultimate fence, that Hollard Oxer. 2 left to come. Safely over that one. 1 left to come. The water tray. 76.18 clear all the way for Callagho Corinth and Carl Bunzire. Number 49 now is Plasticella's Master Batch Way to Go. Michelle Fleming. Spoke about her in the previous class, 1m45s, where she's riding Shigori. We spoke about her string and the kind of horses that she likes to ride. Mentioned a horse in the 130s. This was the horse I was talking about. This is Way to Go. 9-year-old gelding by Kevin Z. Out of a Lagos mare, Original Way, and this is a massive horse. Literally over these 1m30s, looks like he's just stepping over them. And Michelle, obviously somebody, what do they say when cantering to a big fence, sitting on a big horse? It's nicer to look down on the fence than to look up at the fence on a little horse. Michelle obviously likes to look down at the fences because the horses that she does ride are on the larger side. Michelle also a lovely, lovely person, trained by Barry Taylor many years now. Certainly scope to burn. Sure. Very, very nice. Impressive. 2 left to come. And despite the size, looks an elastic kind of a horse. Shortens up. The rideability is there. Able to shorten up in the distances when needed to. Michelle Fleming, Master Batch, Way to Go. Oh, caught by the clock. 80.71, 1 for time for Michelle Fleming and Plasticella's Master Batch, Way to Go. 3 left to come. Eltica Vensel goes next, number 50. This is Saint Roche. Finds fence number 1. That cannon fence once again doing some damage. This is a thoroughbred by a Shawez. Shawez, a top class racehorse in South Africa. Was, not mistaken, sent to Dubai and then back again. Or I could be completely off point. I think I'm thinking of a son of Shawez. out of a Royal Anthem mare, Montpellier. Thoroughbred blood all the way here. So unfortunately, jump number 1 already down, so LT Wenzel make that a second fence that goes down at jump number 8, so currently sitting on a score of 8. Third fence goes down. 12 penalties the total in a time of 76.11, comes home inside of the time allowed. 12 penalties for Saint Roche and Eltika Wenzel. 51, Tanya Siciliano, Borrelia Cool. Penultimate competitor is on track now. Around this Belgian Warm Blood by Lord Zed. This is a mare, 10 years old now, by the dam sire Apache Adriers. Well, it's by Lord Zed, the dam by Apache. Tanya riding out of the Burlington setup of David Wilkin and Anne-Marie Esslinger. Top lawyer by profession. Smart lady. Loves her riding. Very busy work schedule she has. Does well to get her riding in. Got her distance a little bit long coming to that discovery jump. Horse got very close to it, went up, landed short, had to make up distance on the 7 strides up to that Rody Engineering double. Recovers well, still on the clear. Round the hill, round the turn, 2 left to come. Very nice, 78.37, squeaks inside of that 79 seconds time allowed. Clear, another clear, Borrelia Cool, number 51, in a very good position. Tanya Siciliano as the penultimate competitor. Puts herself in a good position, meaning that she'll have the opportunity to watch the others go and work out exactly what works, what doesn't work, what the best routes are, as she's number 51. 1 left to come, Amelia Campbell-Horn. Number 52, Ricochet de Rouet for Mom Penelope Campbell-Horn, the owner. 11-year-old now. Had to ride a little bit hard to that cannon fence. A quirky individual is Ricochet de Rouet, Belgian Warm Blood by Balou de Rouet, out of a Royal Bravure mare Diva Blanca. Beautiful technique, lovely horse, powerful. Come on. Oh! Lucky to get out of that treble combination. Unfortunately, had a bit of a miss going in. We'll take a look at the replay a little bit later. He can do that. You're committed on a stride, and he can look up and just decide, oh, he's pretty spooky, is Balou de Rouet. And Amelia sometimes has to ride a little bit hard, so we'll wait until the rest of the course has been negotiated, navigated by Amelia. She's just regathering, and then we'll take a look at the replay of that treble combination. Again in the double, looking a little bit stuttery through to that second element. And that, I'm afraid, will be an elimination. Amelia's hand goes up, she circles, so that does constitute an elimination, but she was going to retire anyway. Let's take a look at that replay. Right, so treble combination on a good rhythm. Gets in tight, goes up in the air over the first one, lands short, doesn't make the distance through that first distance, battles to get the distance, finds the back rail of that second element, was lucky to get out of that, and I think rattled the two of them. Confidence gets a little bit shaken there, and through that second roadie engineering double as well, you could see the horse was just having a good look at that second element, and Ricochet de Rouet can be a little bit like that, can have a good look at things. Peter Mini is an arena that he's been in many times, but today there's a marquee, there's flags, there's things that he hasn't seen before, and possibly just having a good look. Right, so we're going to have a look at the Callagho infomercial. Callagho, one of our sponsors, and the Callagho sale is just around the corner, and then we'll move on to the jump off for the first pool of the 1m30s in this Reonet sponsored championship class. Welcome back to Question Live. This is jump off time for the 1 meter 30 championship. Pool number 1, Colorado Z and Mandy Johnson first to go over fences. 1, right hand turn to 2. Unfortunately, Colorado having a good look at that one, just didn't lock on in time. So super jump at second time of asking. Then it's a left hand turn up the hill to jump number 3. And unfortunately, the mare just losing, seems to be just a little bit rattled. She can do that sometimes. So elimination, I'm afraid, for the first competitor in the jump off, Colorado Z and Mandy Johnson. So jump off track 1, 2, 3, 4 BC. So the A element has been removed. Then it's number 10, which is the Hollard fence. Then a left-hand turn back up the hill to number 8, and to finish off number 9, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She's currently on track. GCS Max Vantastic. This is going to give us a good time if she leaves them all up, which we hope she does. She's going to be super fast. She's on a hell of a rhythm now. She is galloping right. So that's one of the choices they're going to have to make. Inside or outside of that turning point. Lariska comes inside. 1 left to go. Down the hill. Number 9 to finish. Cuts the beam in 38.92 and a clear round. Into the lead she goes. Says, right, catch me if you can. 38.92. So taking a look at this course. Not a lot of choices that the riders have to make here. Not a lot of turning opportunities. It's more down to the gallops. The only real choice that they make is after that Hollard fence, they turn back to number 8, whether they go around that wing that was the A element, the right-hand wing that Anne-Marie Esslinger has left in as a turning point. Either they go around that or inside of that. That's really the only choice that they have to make. On track now, the third, Oxa van den Boteren, Jonathan Clark. Time to beat, 38.92. Also looks like he is moving. For my money at this stage, Nariska might be a little bit up, but Jonathan Clark, you never can tell. He's a master at using every yard effectively. I think they're all going to come inside of that right-hand wing that has been left there. Easily doable. 4 strides down the hill to finish off in 41.64. So that gives you an indication of just how fast Nariska was moving. 3 seconds up on Jonathan Clark, who moves now into second on Oxa van den Boteren. GCS Max Vantastic was flying, and that I think is going to be a little bit difficult to beat. Jonathan Clark does have another ride on Morgan. I think he was possibly just getting his eye in on Oxa. That horse not as much as experience as Morgan van der Heike, which comes a little bit later. More on that later as we move our attention now to Terry Lee Bryson, Staccato's boy. A bit of a false start, I'm afraid, there from Staccato's boy, Terry Lee Bryson. So already out of the running after that disobedience at number 1. Finds the back rail at number 2. I think just a little bit rattled after that disobedience, which was a little bit naughty, seeing as he has seen it in the first round. It's not anything new to him. He did jump it in the first round and having a good old look and a stop at it in the second round. Time allowed in this jump off, 50 seconds. Terry Lee exceeds that after that disobedience, so time penalties to add. Total score of 16, 8 of those being for time. Remember, in a jump off, 1 time penalty for every second over the time allowed. In the first round, always 1 time penalty for every 4 seconds. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, so the horse just not on a forward stride. The stride was shortening around the turn, ended up getting a little bit deep to jump number 2. Didn't have that inertia, that travel that it needed on its side, and just finding that back rail just didn't travel all the way to the back bar, but of course it already had the one stop at jump number 1 before that rail came down. Carrie Rose now, Isabella Harvey. Now this mare certainly can go. Just got to press the button and she will respond. Got lots of scope, unfortunately touching that front rail at jump number 2. Up the hill to jump number 3. Safely over that, but already on the 4 penalties. And Isabella will be pretty new to the adult rankings. I think just come out of juniors, or possibly even riding under license. I'm not sure. She was at the junior championships at the end of last year on Carrie Rose, competing with the big dogs here at this Reonet World Cup qualifier. Did a bit of a Tokyo drift turn around that corner, slid out with the hindquarter, had to get her back in line. As a result, finds that jump number 8, that top rail there. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah, just got a little bit tight to jump number 2. Finds that front rail. So that was number 14. As we move on now to number 19, Western Farriers, Quinine and Stacey Western. The time to beat is 38.92. Nariska Prinsloo Hill leads on the Fantastique. Now Stacey's also one who's super competitive. Finds a rail at jump number 3. We'll take a look at that replay for me coming up that hill. Just looked like she was committed on a forward stride, then took her leg off and decided to add the one extra. We'll take a look and see. That's the second rail going down there. So Stacey just battling to get the horse in front of her leg. Maybe she didn't take her leg off. Maybe it just looked like the horse shortened on its own. Yeah, so she's a little bit annoyed with that. Total of 9 penalties. Let's take a look at the replay. So we're going to take the replay up to the first mistake. So she's, yeah, just slid out around the turn as well. Horse looked like it was drifting right, and that's possibly why she had to add there. Looked like she was on a good one and then just drifted out slightly to the right, had to add, found the rail. Capital Vegas goes next. James Lowe. Jumped beautifully in the first round, giving the fences lots of air. James really had to push hard down to number 4. Saw the elbows become untucked and gives a little bit of a flap saying, come on, get there. Looks a picture of health. This horse got a really nice sheen to his coat. Clear all the way, 46.12. And that goes into 3rd position. So Nariska Prinsloo Hill leading in 38.92. Currently in 2nd, Jonathan Clark in 41.64 on Oxa. And now in 3rd place, Capital Vegas and James Lowe. iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear, Stuart Barker, looking to hunt down 38.92. Let's see how he goes. Safely over that cannon fence at jump number 1. Right-hand turn. Round the corner to the Reonet fence. Jump number 2. Safely negotiated there. Stuart presses the button. Says extend the stride up the hill. Gets a response. But is it good enough to catch Nariska? At this stage, I think not. was a good jump over 4B, but went a little bit high. Would have lost a bit of time there. Come on. Goes around that turning point. Decides to give himself a little bit more room. That'll cost him some time. Comes home in a good time of 40,83. So that is good enough for second place. Stuart Barker goes into second. J in second place on iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear. Well done, Stuart. Super effort. He did go around that turning point back to number 8. Had he gone inside, was it enough? I don't think even if he had gone inside, he would have caught Nariska at 38.92. So some 2 seconds behind Nariska. I think he might have bought himself a second there, but still would have been in second place for my money. On track now, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Farnham go for gold. Now she's moving. Can she find the necessary speed to get Nariska Prinsloo and Fantastique? No, she can't. That's not going to help her cause, I'm afraid. Came in pretty tight to that one, took the gamble. Didn't pay off, I'm afraid, there for Lorette. (54.21). Let's take a look at the replay. Did she try a different line? Joanne van Achterberg is rehearsing that line, so Lorette comes inside of that discovery fence to the Hollard fence. Jonathan Clark is now also rehearsing that. Next to go, Joanne van Achterberg, Napolitano Z. Gives a little buck, that'll waste some time. Oh, yeah, on a forward stride, I had to take a check there. It was just a little bit far off of that one. Last minute change of decision. Gets in too tight after the check. Finds the rail. So she's now going to go round that discovery fence. We saw her rehearsing the inside turn. No point in trying that after you've already had the one down. Decides even to go round this turning point, that right hand wing of the A element, which is now removed. On now to jump number 8. Chances are blown, just playing it safe. 45.83. So let's take a look at the mistakes. So she's coming up the hill. She's on an open rhythm, an open stride. We're going to take a look. Here you go. And then she just took a last minute, whoa, steady up. And unfortunately just gotten a little bit tight. Finds the rail. Right, Jonathan Clark. He was rehearsing that inside turn to that Hollard fence. More experienced ride than he was on previously on Oxer. Here he goes on Morgan. Let's see what he can do. Time to beat 38.92. So safely negotiates jump number 1. Over jump number 2 he goes. Up the hill. Good shot to jump number 3. Quick turn back to 4B. And then it's the big question. He's been rehearsing coming inside of Discovery to Hollard. Gets it, but decides then to go for a wide sweeping turn back to jump number 8. .40.08. That is good enough for third place. For second place, I beg your pardon. Into second he goes. So Nariska still leading, 38.92. Came over that Hollard fence, turned back to jump number 8. For some reason, he went rather wide, went around that turning point. Was he trying to use the horse's stride to good effect and keep on rolling? Or would he have been better off coming inside, making it slightly quicker turn back to 8. Hindsight and exact science, who knows. 2 down already for Carl Bunzai. His chances are blown on Kalaho Look Duayen. 3 down, sitting on 12 penalties. So while Carl finishes his round, let's take a look at the top 3. GCS Max Fantastic leading by some 2 seconds, 38.92 over Morgan Fontahike, Jonathan Clark, 40.08. In third place at this stage, Ifama LJ's Captain Bear in 40.83. And in fourth place, Jonathan Clark in 41.64. Not the round that Carl was looking for there. 5 down. Total of 20 penalties. Capital Al Jazeera now, Simon Hendry. Simon is going to have to look for some tight turns and really use this horse's stride to good effect. Don't think Al Jazeera really built for speed. Big, deliberate kind of a horse, but could have a deceptively long stride. So going to have to really make use of that and use the scope that the horse has off of the inside turns. Let's see what he can do. Already quite wide to jump number 2. He's giving him space at the fence, is Simon. Not sure Simon feels that he's quick enough off the ground and sharp enough in front of the fence to be able to get him close to the front rail, so creating a little bit of space. Goes round that one, back to the Hollard fence. So already now Nariska was home. Yeah, so Simon just realizing he can't beat the time. Let's give the horse a nice solid double clear. Riding for the minor money in 48.76, goes into 6th position. Fantastic still leading in 38.92. Morgan and Jonathan in second, 40.08. Is there anybody who can beat that time set up by Nariska Prinsloo Hill? Landcrest Accord, thoroughbred blood in the veins. Thoroughbreds are bred to run, to gallop. This one's going to have a little bit of speed, but having brought the speed, in fact, it's not, it's Contador first. Amelia Claassen, beg your pardon, Amelia. Alexandra Claassen, I beg your pardon. Things happening a little bit fast for my brain now. So, inside of that Discovery fence to the Hollard fence, and didn't quite pull it off, didn't quite get the correct line, finds the rail. There's Lexi Claassen. Comes home in a time of 40.81. Good effort, 1 down. That will go into 7th. Let's take a look at that replay. So this is off that inside line. The Discovery fence will be on the right-hand side. She comes inside, there you see. And yeah, just too much on the angle and try to straighten her up way too late. Right little fetlocker who finds the rail. Right, now the one that we were speaking about, Amelia Cockrell, Landcrest Accord. Brings that thoroughbred blood. Now, if pushes the button, is she going to get the necessary height? She's going to have to give it a go. Fantastic was galloping. Safely over the first 3. Good shot there. Amelia quickly turned back. She's gone a little bit wide here to jump number 8. Giving herself plenty of opportunity to get forward to the fence, clear it. Good effort, 42.05. So some 4 seconds behind Nariska Prinsloo, who was absolutely flying. In fact, she's the only person to break the 30s. Everybody else 40.08, the next best. And she came inside those 32nd, and that by some 1.5 seconds, 38.92, the 30s I'm talking about. Question Affairs Farnham Elite Rhythm, Ashley Taylor next to go. And then standing by Charlie Crockart and Capital Hampton, who certainly will give it a go. Finds the back rail at the second fence there. That Reonet Oxford as Ashley Taylor on Elite Rhythm. So her chances unfortunately are blown. Finishes off nicely, 43.91. 4 penalties, back rail of that Reonet Oxa. I'm afraid it's not a clear round, as you heard from, might have heard over the PA. It's 4 penalties at jump number 2. So I think they're battling to sight that behind that fern. That's the second time they haven't spotted that back rail, but it definitely was 4 penalties. Right, James Curtin goes next. No, in fact, it's Charlie Crockart who's already on track. Capital Hampton flying up the hill. With Charlie Crockart looking to hunt down that 38 seconds of Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She's got to come in inside of that. She looks like she's going well. Inside turn, outside leg supports, gets him straight. Great ride, Charlie Crockart. Swiftly back to jump number 8. Yeah, she's got it. Come. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4 down the hill. 37.57 takes the lead. Charlie Crockart on Capital Hampton. This woman is unstoppable. I got to be honest, I didn't think that Fantastic would be beaten. Charlie Crockart, well, when she enters the ring, we got to know anything is beatable when that lady has got it in her sights. The target was on 38.92. She smashes that time, 37.57, on a relatively green horse in a championship class. Into the lead she goes. Charlie Crockart, take a bow. Right, next to go, it's Mr. to you, James Curtin, number 44. James going well here. He's not going to beat Charlie's time, but I think he's looking for a nice solid double clear. Decides to go round that Discovery turning point, that Discovery wing. Takes a nice wide sweeping turn to jump number 8. He's looking for a nice round, and he will find it. Well done, James. Into 8th he goes, and I think he'll be relatively pleased with his efforts here in this Reonet-sponsored championship class. Just the 2 left to come. Callagho Corinth is next. Carl Bunzaya, Callagho warm blood stud. He's had a look around this jump, of course. He came home not on a score that he would have liked, 20 penalties on his first round, but I'm sure that's not going to be the case here with Callagho Corinth. But he has going to have to really move on if he's going to catch Charlie Crockart. I'm not sure it's possible. 37.57. No, not at that pace, I'm afraid. Super jump over number 2, but just doesn't have the ground speed that he needs to be any sort of a challenge to Hampton, and it's not going to happen having found a rail at jump number 3. So 1 left to come, 1 left that could unseat Charlie in her lead. Tanya Siciliano will be last to go with Borrelia Cool. In fact, I don't see Tanya in the arena. Is she going to come in for the jump off? 4 penalties for Kello Corinth and Cole Bunzaya. Bell has gone for Tanya Siciliano, who I don't see.
Looking for Tanya Siciliano, Aurelia Cool, please.
Got a feeling that, no, here she comes, here she comes. Trotting in is Tanya Siciliano and Borrelia Cool. Looking to beat 37.57. Last to go in this 1 meter 30 championship Pool 1 class. Sponsored by Reonet, where the leader is Capital Hampton, Charlie Crockart in 37.57. Mariska Prinsloo Hill in long-time leader. She was early to come. Gave us a time of 38.92. She sits in second, currently in third, Jonathan Clark. Tanya's on her way. Safely over jump number 1, Borrelia Cool. No, she's not going to beat it, I'm afraid. Tanya just looking for a nice double clear. Going the long way round, round number 7 on to jump number 4B. Safely over 4C. So the winner of this class will be Capital Hampton, Charlie Crockart in 37.57. What a rich vein of form she's been on for, well, according to the song playing over the PA, for the longest time. Well done, Tanya Siciliano, clear in 47.72. Into 9th place she goes. Money all the way down to 12th. That concludes this 1 meter 30 championship class, where Charlie Ann Crockart prevails over Mariska Prinsloo Hill in second and Jonathan Clark and Morgan Fonteheika in third. Great class it was. We'll be going down for a few interviews. We'll hope to get Charlie on the interview couch here as well. She does have a lot of commitments. If she can give us the time, that would be great. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back with you in a moment or two. Don't go far. Coming up next, Pool 2 of the 1 meter 30 Reonet Championship class.
For this class, 13 places on offer, but the win and the 5,000 rand prize money goes the way of number 42, Charlie Ann Crockart from Capital Hampton. They absolutely blazed through this jungle here in 37.57. Mariska Prinsloo Hill and Matthias on Fancy NPS, who finished in 2nd place. Third goes to Jonathan Clark and Morgan Fonteheika. Fourth to Stuart Barker, High Farmer LJ's Captain Bear. Fifth going to Jonathan Clark and Oxford van der Boertoren. Sixth going to Amelia Cottle and Landcrest Core. If we could please have top 6 in for the awards, or rather recognition ceremony. Top 3, please bring your brooms in as well. 7th went to James Lowe and Capital Vegas. 8th went to James Curtin and it's Mr. to You. 9th went to Tanya Siciliano, Aurelia Cool. And in 10th, Simon Henry and Capital Al Jazeera. 11th place went to the quickest of the 4 falters, Carl Bunzaya, Callahoo Corin. 12th to Alexander Clarkson, Assegai Contador. And 13th to Ashley Taylor and Equestrian Affairs Farnham Elite Ribbon. Top 6 in fees for the recognition ceremony, top 3 with your groups. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Of the Reonet 1 meter 30 championships was exciting as they come. Mariska Princely held 5 hot out of the gates to come home in 38.92, a time that looked to be unbeaten. Of course, Charlie never says never. She came flying out the gates on Capital Hampton to claim victory. 37.57 takes home 5,000 rand as the winner. Second place picking up 3,500 rand. And third place, Jonathan Clark and Morgan van Hiker picking up 2,500 for their efforts. Grooms for the first 3 place competitors picking up a wonderful prize hamper courtesy of Calaho Warm Blood Stud and a pocket of potatoes courtesy of Agrivan. Photos have been taken. Riders will be asked just now to make their way forward to the podiums. Right, a big congratulations to the winner of this class.
Charlie Crockart. She is in a rich vein of form. Not for the first time at the show. She's taken the honours in this class. So I'm going to go forward and have a quick chat to Charlie. Nariska was leading for a long time. I wasn't convinced on Hampton because he is still quite green that you'd be able to catch Nariska. Did you think so? Of course you did.
Yeah, I can't help myself, Aiden. The thing about him is he's so sharp and so quick. He actually finds the inside turns quite easy. And I even came out, I said to Dominique, Dom, do you think I should do it? He says, of course you should. It's the championships. Go for it. So, yeah, he's naturally quick across the ground. He's super careful. He's just such a star. I really love this horse.
Not too long ago, he was in the Young Horse Performance Series. Was it the 6-year-old class? And he won Potential Show Jumper of the Year. And he's come on leaps and bounds since then and looks a superstar for the future.
Yeah, Aiden, to be honest, he hasn't been so easy. Flat work, and more flat work. And he suddenly just started to come right and trust me and work with me. And that's just made the difference with this horse. The height and the scope is all there. It's all been about the training.
How many wins so far at this show?
I think 2 so far, and a third in the 135, and I won the 120 as well on the first day.
She wins so much, she battles to remember. Charlie Crockart, big round of applause for her. Nariska, did you think you'd get caught?
Well, with Charlie behind you, you're never sure, but yeah, my mare jumped super. Her name's not Fantastic for nothing. She's really a superstar.
You gave it a good go. I had my doubts that anybody would catch you. You're always competitive, and looks like you've also got a super string of horses. Pity about the one-time penalty on the stallion.
Yeah, that's magic. That's a magical horse and a horse for the future. So I'm really excited about him. What's the time penalty when he's going to jump clear in the big classes one day?
Now you got Chianti as well. Tell us about him. Are we going to see him a little bit later today?
He's jumping tomorrow, the Silver Prince. He's a beautiful, talented stallion with all the ability to jump in the 160 classes, I think. I'm absolutely sure about that. Co-owned with Ryan Lee Harvey. We've got an exciting friendship and partnership together with that horse, and we only see good things for the future.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the recently betrothed. Congratulations, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Jonathan Clark, you had your work cut out for you today behind the two ladies. You pulled off a wonderful turn to the Hollard fence, and then you seemed to just go a little bit wide. Did you have a little bit of a sleepy moment there? Might have cost you a second or two, or was that the plan?
Aidan, that was the plan. These are two of the fastest ladies on show jumping. I'm very happy with my third and fifth.
Congratulations. Now, how's the big boy feeling? All set for tomorrow?
Good. A little bit disappointed with today, but he normally rises to the occasion. So, yeah, all set for tomorrow.
And back to Charlie. A quick word to our sponsor, this Reonet show, this arena looking resplendent.
Yeah, look, Aidan, I can't thank sponsors enough. Without sponsors, riders, grooms, officials, everything to do with the show is not possible. So every sponsor that's ever given, especially Reonet at this show, thank you so much, Govert, and the whole team. It's one of my favorite shows. I always win at the show. I love it, and I can't wait for the next class. Thank you.
Charlie, you always win at every show. Let's, big round of applause. Charlie Crocott, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, and Jonathan Clark.
Okay. Do you want to ask Charlie to do what's the name on the couch? And Marie says.
So riders will now mount up, and then once they have safely mounted up and those on foot are safely out the way, then ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask you for one rousing round of applause for your 1 meter 30 Pool 1 champions, Charlie Ann Cockart and Capital Hampton. To open the course for inspection for the second pool of our Reonet 1 meter 30 championship.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show, or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively, you can message me privately, or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store, or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds, and they will gladly assist you.
team from Discovery Vitality Oceania in the vendor village. To make sure that when you do have a few moments there, you go and get your Discovery Vitality health checked out. Then good news for anybody that's a client of House Financial Services, as House Financial Services will be covering that cost for you. While you're hanging around, also make sure to go and chat to the team from the Discovery Bank. If you haven't joined the Discovery Bank yet, the only question is why not? If you sign up with them today, they'll be entering you into a wonderful draw, some fantastic prizes and prize money up for grabs if you join and sign up with the Discovery Bank. Bell to close the course for inspection. First couple of competitors will be looking for in Pool 2 of the Reonet 1m30 Championship. Cape and Pike in at number 1 on Rivervale Boy Wonder, followed by 2 Jason Phillips, First Orinoco, 3 Blue Turtle Atmore, Ron Keating, 4 Ausberger's Capsule Madly, Ashley Healy, and at 5 Gabriella Lovner and Capsule Stello. Only one scratching we have, number 34 Capsule Charisse taking no part.
And in the hot seat we have Charlie Crockett, the winner of the previous class, the first of the 2 1m30 championship classes. What a fantastic round and what a fantastic horse you have.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aiden. He's really surprised. Well, I always believed in him, but I think he's going to be better than I ever imagined, which is really exciting. And he's mine, so, you know, I don't feel that I need to sell him. I hope I'm going to keep him for the big classes one day. And yeah, I work really hard to be able to keep him, and let's hope that he makes it all the way.
Tell us about his pedigree and his age and how he's come on, because he's still relatively young and still actually relatively green to the 1m30s. It wasn't too long ago since you first debuted him in the 130s.
Yeah, Aiden, I bought him off the Capital auction. He was always a little bit tricky, difficult in his mouth. He's by Hitoshi, out of an Optimum mare, so both I think super talented but tricky horses, and that's what he is. He's a super talented but a little bit tricky, and I've spent a lot of time developing his body, getting his body relaxed, getting him to open his canter, open his back, open his body, so that he can use his body in the best way possible over the fences.
And he hasn't been in the 130s for too long, has he?
No, I think this is his third or fourth 130 show. He's had 2 big ones. He won the Easter Show Championship, so now he's won this one as well.
Yeah, so he's on a great vein of form. We don't have too much time to chat to you, but for the viewers out there watching, just a little bit about Charlie Crockett, where you're based, and you know, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm based in Sun Valley, CC Equestrian. We've got a beautiful yard there. The Hay family helped me build. I do a lot of coaching with young riders and juniors, and run a livery yard. So really super yard, close to everything.
Now, the 1m30s and 1m35s, 1m40s, do you have any more Ryans that we'll see on throughout the course of the day or the course of the show?
Yeah, so I'm really excited. I've got Serenello's Capital Lord Derby, owned by Andy Lowe and Zim. He's seems to be back on form. He was third in the 135s. He's got a lot of scope, so the 140 shouldn't be a problem for him. And he's coming back into the 140 championship today. And then also my first 140 championship on Calaho Lorenzo, owned by the Moets. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how those two do today.
Looking forward to you in the main class. All the very, very best, and once again, congratulations for your win here, Charlie
Thanks so much. Thank you to the sponsors again. We really love this show. Thank you very much.
The time, but there's 4 faults at fence number 7. We move on to number 2 next, Jason Flips on Roland Fondakira's Voigtskirch Orinoco. Blue Turtle Atmore standing by.
Welcome back, and as you can see from the pictures, the second pool of the 1m30s has started. The second of the championship classes, sponsored by Reonet. Caitlin Pike has just gone, and Caitlin finished on a score of 4 penalties. We are very privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to have a legend of show jumping sitting on my left-hand side. Joining me as co-commentator for this class, Barry Taylor. Barry, how are you? It's afternoon somewhere in the world.
The show since 7 this morning, but great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to this.
Great to have you, Barry. And first of all, before we get into this class, this World Cup show, the first of the World Cups for 2021. Absence last year, we didn't have them. Great that they're back online.
It's the lifeblood of our sport. It's our marker for our level in South Africa. I think tomorrow we're going to have a great competition. I think there's 30 horses, of which I think 20 can win it. It's really good for our sport.
Now, we've seen Lorette riding, we've seen Ashley riding. Are you riding?
No, I was hoping to ride in the World Cup. I got a lovely horse. Came on Wednesday and he had a bit of a temperature. These viruses going around. So I'll miss this one, but I'll be back for Brits, which is a pity.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to it. Lorette's got a good chance. And I've got a couple of good students in it, first timers, some that can maybe win it. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Who was the horse that you meant to ride? Costa
G, yeah. Yeah, he's a good horse, and Aisling Triggle gave him, which obviously he was my horse. I sold it to her, and then now she's pregnant. And I was lucky, she said to me, would I like to ride him while she's pregnant? So, and I absolutely adore him. He's a good, safe, good old soldier, and I think there's a World Cup win in him. So anyway, it's not the end of the world. I'll be back.
Yeah, and of course you're coming off of you were waylaid with injury a little bit at the beginning of the year. What happened there?
Yeah, just off a young horse, just stupid. I was at a show, 1m10s, and he sort of half tripped in front of the jump, fell, and I broke my shoulder. But I'm back. It's still a bit stiff, but I feel good. I was good at the Easter show 3-4 weeks ago. Christa had a good third in the 150 qualifier, and he had one down in the Grand Prix. So we're there, getting back slowly.
Right, well, currently on track is a horse that has campaigned in World Cups at top level. It's Blue Turtle Atmore, and this is Ronnie Healy. Where has this horse been? He's been off for a while, but making a comeback.
He was the last World Cup here, which was obviously 2019. I think he was second. I was third. Chris won it, Chris van der Merwe, and he then sort of tapered off. I don't know if he's had injury and Ronnie's bringing him back. Listen, he's a good horse on his day. I think Ronnie's just today getting some miles underneath, just getting him back to some sort of, he's a 150 horse, so
yeah,
I think he's just brought him out here and he's trying to get him up and running because he was off for the whole of last year.
He made that look easy. Beautiful pedigree by Doctor out of a Consuelo mares. We move on now to Ronnie's wife, Ashley, who rides this Hausberger's Capital madly for Hausberger Financial Services. Did she have the first rail down? I think she might have just touched the first rail. We'll go to a replay. This is a horse that's coming on very, very well. He is still intact. He is a stallion. He's a numero uno out of a Darko mare. Also lovely, lovely pedigree, and developing into a seriously nice horse, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that's a bit of a whoops, but Ashley, obviously, she just had her baby a month, 6 weeks ago. Also a good top rider in South Africa, and this is a young horse. I think they bought off the Capital auction a couple of years ago and they produced. So yeah, I mean, that can happen. You've got to understand, in this class we have some real young horses coming in through the grades with good riders, and then you have sort of more novice riders with proven horses. It's an interesting grade. It's a mix-up. So, when you see something like that, to me, that's more of a novice horse mistake, and you learn from it.
I think, in fact, President's Cup, if I'm not mistaken, Ronnie was obviously riding all of the horses while Ashley was having the baby and doing maternal things. I think President's Cup was this horse's first outing into the 1m30, so this would definitely be Ashley's first time jumping the horse in the 130s.
He's novice, but he's a nice horse.
And her first championship class in the 130s.
Yeah, I would call him a good, solid, nice horse. And he'll train on to be something.
Ashley's no stranger to World Cups. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she was she a series winner on Quincy? She definitely won this leg on Quincy.
Definitely won a few World Cups, South African Championships. She's pretty well won a lot.
So we take a look at the replay going through the.
It just pitched short over the Oxo.
Just seemed to pitch short.
Didn't do a big step there, and that's a novice horse mistake. Total novice.
One of those things as we move on.
She's got a good horse for tomorrow. She could win. Aldo, I would say, is in the top 3 best horses in South Africa that she's riding.
How do you think Ronnie's feeling not to have the ride on?
Well, I was teasing him. I said, at least last it's got a good rider on it. Now it should win. So, anyway, he likes to be teased. He can take it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been unlucky in the last couple of championships.
Ashley, I think, I love the horse. He's one of my favourites. So I hope she's in the shake-up tomorrow.
Gabriel Costello is next to go. This is Gabriela Lubner, 12-year-old by Capriccio out of a Toulon mare, number one. Number one, Barry's caused some trouble today.
Yeah, it's a big red box. I'm allowed to say the sponsor, Canon sponsored jump. So it's quite a big red box. And in the last class, my daughter was in there, and I said to her, just watch it. They sort of peek at the box at the bottom, and don't look at the top pole. A lot had it in the last class too.
That's already 2 down for Gabby Lubner, whose horses are based with Rogan, Askin and Greg Scott at Northlands, but I think Gabby, in fact, from
Plettenberg Bay,
is a Plet, and she does a lot of travelling, so not an ideal situation when you're not throwing your leg over the horses every day.
I think she's up here, up in Johannesburg with Rogan and Greg, learning her trade. Nice rider, and just looking to get, like I said, this grade's funny. You'll see each combination is different, so she's coming to get a lot of experience. Not saying she can't do really well in the class, but this is good experience for her.
Unfortunately, her chances are pretty dashed on this one. 2 down already, sitting on the 8 penalties.
Yeah, nice finish.
Now let's chat a bit about this wonderful sponsorship, because Govard, obviously a very good friend of yours, and Reonet, a big supporter of equestrian sport in South Africa. Let's quickly, we're going to take, my producer Scott tells me we're going to take a look at you can talk us through the replay.
Number 1. There, I was talking about the red box. They're all sort of, as a number 1, you see what I'm saying? He didn't really even, he jumped half a foot low. He wasn't even really looking at the top pole. For some reason, they're looking at the big box at the bottom.
Going away from the gate as well at jump number one.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah.
You just got to get it out of the way and then build into your course. That's what I told my guys. I said, sort of just, if you can get over it and then sort of build into the course.
Unfortunately, Admiral Camden goes well over the first, but the second produces a little bit of a
its problem. That lime green, they're also a little bit funny about that colour. Oops.
Oopsie.
Okay.
Not loving that one. Pitches it off. Elimination, I'm afraid, there for Kyler Brains in Admiral Camden. He is a... and that's a bit funny because I think he has an eventing background, this horse, so he shouldn't be looking.
I'm surprised. He's won a lot, that horse. He's done well with Kyler, and Kyler's a good kid. I'm surprised he did that, because when I've seen him, he's at all the local shows, he's always competitive.
So not her day today.
Yep.
She'll have to regather. Next to go is Kelleher Lansing, Zandi Alcock. This is an 11-year-old gelding formerly produced by Rainer Korber. Zandi's now taken him over by Lisbon out of a Pilot mare, Piquet. Lovely pedigree and lovely horse, forward going, blooded, and she's building a nice partnership with him.
Yeah, this is a top horse in this division. He can win this class. Zandi's just bought him from Ray. Ray, obviously one of the top riders in South Africa, but Zandi, one of his pupils. Nice rider, needs experience. She lacks experience, and she's bought a nice experienced horse. He's a little bit quirky, but at this level, a champion. Super careful and fast.
Very fast, lovely canter. Blooded horse, as we said, is quirky. I know that Ray even had his hands full of when he won a lot of classes, but you never saw this horse actually come in for a prize giving or a parade or anything like that, because if he got off of him, he could never get back on him. He's he's a little bit of a tricky customer. But Zandi,
if she's clear, she's definitely one of my ones for the jump off.
I love that. She goes over the A element. You could actually see the moment she put her leg on, because the horse just shot forward as she asked him.
She's got a beautiful jump, bascule, and technically very good.
We were going to talk about the sponsor, Reonet. You can see in the top hand corner, big sponsor of the show, of the live streaming as well. Govertriggle, a friend of yours, a great asset to equestrian sport.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have the family to train, and besides that, very good family friends of ours. Govert just is absolutely, totally and utterly passionate about the sport, and he's just, I don't think you know you can thank him enough for what he puts into it, and we need it. I think every sport in South Africa is looking for sponsors, and it's just nice. He's passionate about horses, and passionate about the sport as a South African sport, and he would love to see us on the big stage and all this. So it's great, and he's a good rider, winner of World Cups. Tom, his son, is a top rider, jumped in World Cups, and his daughter Kaylee, and they're all involved. It's brilliant. Can't thank him enough.
And a wonderful thing that they've done with the show. Lovely to see the marquee. Really got an international flair about it, doesn't it?
Totally. You can see Govert's been in Europe riding, and he understands what you need for a show of this caliber.
Now, when you say the international stage, Barry, I mean, you've been there, you've done that, you've seen other South Africans go ahead. Obviously, the World Cup Series, the winner does get to go over. South Africa does have a special dispensation organised by Lisa when she took Campbell over. But it's not an easy journey to get there. How realistic is it for a South African who wins the series to be able to go over? Or what do we have to do to change things? Let's say that the quarantine doesn't change. We've still got that arduous 5 months journey. Should we be looking to try and get rides over there? Is it possible to take horses from over here? What's your feeling?
I don't think it's realistic with the quarantine situation as it is at the moment. You must remember Lisa did it, yes, but she went for the World Championships, and it was like a 4-year ordeal. So it's not totally and utterly impossible. But what's good with the World Cups, it's a world standard. So tomorrow has to be built to a specific standard that would be worldwide. So if the World Cup qualifier in Norway or in America, wherever, is built on this, not the same course, but the same specifications. So it keeps our standard up to hopefully one day, when the quarantine situation does get, if it ever happens in my lifetime, they've been promising for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Then the young, the young people have got a chance. Lorette, Chris van der Merwe's, or Ronnie Healy's, all these guys, hopefully they all can ride as well as anybody in the world. But they've got to have the opportunity to go there, go and prepare properly for the final. That's the other problem.
Yeah.
You can't just pitch up there and think a week before we're going to go and ride.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an arduous journey, isn't it?
But I just like that. At least this keeps us. We have six of these a year, 5 or 6 of these, and it keeps us up to. It'll be tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I wish I was riding, but I think it's going to be a big step up to what any of these riders have jumped in the last 15 months.
13 penalties for Cruiser Giglos. We just had the replay there of Nononi Castle going through that treble. So she leaves on 13 at this stage. 3 clears: Orinoco, Atmore and Kellaho Lansing, the 3 that have gone clear. Sonia Kroon being caught out by jump number 1 there once again, that cannon fence. She rides here on HSB Caleb. She's ridden some big classes in her time, Sonia.
Yeah. Sonia is a good rider. Been placed in the Derby. This is a very young horse. I don't know if she bred it herself. I'm open to correction, or she bought it. But this is a very novice horse.
And I think also a little bit of a tricky customer.
Yeah, I don't know it that well,
horse.
But I've seen her riding it, and yeah, like you say, I think he's for her to be keep going. He must have some sort of talent.
Yeah.
And to be up at this level anyway, but he's tricky. He doesn't look an easy horse.
No, I think what
besides being novice,
what viewers couldn't see, they're coming up to jump number 3. It's set right alongside the arena, and those Reonet flags are gusting, and he just had a look at those flags and decided, I'm out of here. Nice pedigree. Consuelo Rex Granos obviously has.
Then he's locally bred. She's obviously bred him herself, so it's a homebred, which she's going to persevere come what may.
Now, getting back to aspirations of going overseas, we do have guys set up over that side. Oliver Lazarus is there doing very, very well. How do we make use of these guys? Who needs to get behind us? Is it all about money? Is it about federations? What do we do?
Yeah, it's a difficult one that, my whole career, of which was 20 years in Europe, riding in England and in Europe, was... I basically had to paddle my own canoe, and that's what the status quo is. Oliver went over there and he's battled along and he's done well. Now he's on his feet and he's doing well. Lexi, he's in the top level rider anywhere in the world, Oliver. And then you get Lexi Stace as well, is top. But she's working for a dealer.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult. I wish we could get some sort of a base that we could work away from.
Corporate funding,
something. That's the hard part.
It's an expensive exercise, isn't it? Horse flesh, and anyway, some things to consider. So if any corporates are sitting out there looking for ways to spend their money, look no further.
Yep. Go to the Olympics, World Championships.
Sonia Kroon finishes on 14 penalties. 11 is scratched, enjoys 68. So this is number 10, Bolandro, and Brittany Dutoy. And
she's from Natal.
She is associated with Lawrence Mowat, I think, and Lawrence sitting now in Ireland, Matthew Morrison. So there are guys getting over there, starting to do things.
Yeah, I spoke to Peter Morrison. He's sort of the chef to keep stroke, head of international affairs for the federation. And I think they're trying to put some teams together for some of the Nations Cups this year, which will be a start. Please God he does, because there's Matt, there's Lawrence, there's Lexi, there's Oliver. I think Cara Fru's even got a horse over there. So there's 5 or 6, and unless they get that exposure, I was lucky enough when I was younger that I could get to those.
Yeah. Take a look at the replay here of Bolandro. Barry, you can talk us through it. Just looks like a bit of a stop-start round that you didn't get any consistency, rhythm going forward.
Yeah, but I thought maybe just turned in the air a little bit there. I didn't really think it was pilot error. Maybe the horse could have tried a bit harder, you know.
That was number 10. 11 is scratching. So Jacob Peach enters now, riding for the Capital Stud. This is Capital Chicoletto, number 12. Jacob probably riding under license, a young rider. He was riding in the Junior Champs last year, has a hell of a horsey pedigree. You know the Peaches, Nolene Peach, his grandmother.
Yes, the trainer.
Trains
Nolene.
up in Zimbabwe, got a racing background as well. Chicoletto just...
he's always sort of done this. His whole... He's such a talented horse. And Jacob's a top junior rider. I think he's a rider for the future, you know.
Yeah.
But disappointed, you know, because he could come here tomorrow and win a class like this.
Yeah.
This horse, you know.
I know sometimes he can balk at a water tray.
He's
or
a bit of he's got a funny
just
way.
Didn't.
Yeah. Wasn't any of Jacob's fault there. He was committed.
Yeah.
A bit disappointing. I thought he could have been quite competitive in this class.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit upset with that, I think. Right, Chris van der Merwe riding for Bronwyn de Santos. This is number 13, Latoka. You know Chris very, very well.
Yes.
Instrumental in his career, in his training. When he came up from the Eastern Cape, stationed with you for how long?
Chris lived with us for 3 or 4 years. Lorette, with his mom, with Chris's mom, got him through matric somehow. No, he's a great kid. I would rate him. I'd give him any horse to ride. He'd be one of my first choices. He's a brilliant rider. Committed, competitive, good technique.
Works hard.
Yeah, and he'll make it in the sport. Well, he has made it, but I mean, he'll be here many years to come still, and hopefully he's a kid that should be in Europe.
Yeah,
he should be competing in Europe and jumping there, and he can ride a horse. He's very good.
Would he have aspirations of going overseas?
I think desperately he would love to.
Yeah.
Again, finances, horsepower, all that. But he's a guy you'd want to take to the Olympics with you. If I went on a team, I wouldn't mind him as on my team.
Absolutely, and doesn't have it easy where he's located. Has to travel a hell of a long way to get to shows, mostly coming up for the national shows.
He's got a good business there, him and his wife Leona. His wife's also a very good rider. Also lived with us, Leona. And they got a friend up in Polokwane. Again, this horse, I think Chris is training and producing this horse for Bronwyn. Looks a nice horse for the future, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't think Chris would be coming here thinking, hell, I'm going to win this class. If he gets a prize, he would have been happy. But it's more of a producing the horse for another big day.
And he does do a lot of that, doesn't he?
That's his job. That's how he earns a living.
Horses, yeah.
People send him. Chris would ride 14, 15 horses a day. You know?
Sure. Well, we are going to take a little look at the replay. So around the corner he comes. That hollowed fence has also caused a few issues today, but again,
funny horses with lilac, that sort of purple lilac, and that green. So both those oxes together there, you'll find you'll have problems. I was in Europe once, and they had a combination of that green and that lilac. I mean, I saw great top horses. They do the funniest things for some reason at that colour, that funny lilac and that sort of lime green.
Maybe that was Chicoletto's problem at the Reonet. I also didn't like that. Another young lady with a super pedigree for the sport is the lady currently on track. This is Jodie Peters. Now, you would know both their parents very, very well.
Sue, her mother, was my au pair, so you know why I'm so mad. No, so that's how long I know. Jodie, also a good rider, won SA Champs. This is a novice horse she's producing, but also lived with us, trained with us for nearly 2 years. Lovely girl, and this is a young horse she's produced from novices. It's a nice horse. I wouldn't be surprised if this might be its second 130 show in its whole life. So again, good rider, producing a horse. As I said earlier, 130 we'll get to the ones that are going out to win the class.
Yeah.
And where these, she'd love to get a prize because it'll pay her costs maybe for the weekend, but more of a producing. This would be a big course for that horse at this stage of his life.
And she comes home with a lovely clear, so through to the jump off she goes. Dad Willie's probably watching as well in KZN. Top rider in his day, was a joint winner of the Derby, and a top racehorse trainer in his day. One will remember Senor Santa, Unaware. Yeah.
And Sue, a brilliant horsewoman, her
Yeah.
mother, one of the best horsewomen around.
15 is Chabelle's Amity. This is Gabrielle Lachey, riding for owner Tanner Carlisle. South African Warm Blood by United out of a Eudermis mare. Tanner working just the owner in the shop next door now. Lovely to have a question fair opened up here as well. So Kalami Park growing and growing. Great to see the show jumper. These grounds looking so good. What do we know about Gabby Lachey? I think Cape Town based. I could be.
No, I think originally from the Congo.
Is she? Okay.
Okay, I think she's originally from the Congo. This was, funnily enough, I had as a young horse.
Okay.
And I sold to a client of mine who sold it to Tanner. She was always had it. She can't be too young now. Nice horse. This would be the top of its level of jumping, I would say.
Yeah.
We had it as sort of a 3, 4, 5-year-old. Nice horse, and I've never seen her ride this horse before, so that's actually a very good round.
Nice and forward and fluid, just comes home with one down. Just the one. Let's see what happens in that number 3
I think Jodie
again.
had 4 as well. We said clear, but I think she was. I thought she had one down.
Oh, did she also have one down? I heard the.
Looks like.
Judges have still got it clear.
Oh, is it clear?
Yeah, judges have still got it
then I got it wrong. Sorry.
So
it's my eyesight.
4 penalties for
I need my
Amity.
glasses when I ride now.
Another young man, although I suppose we can still call him young. How old would Sean be now?
Mid-30s, huh?
Would he be that old?
Yeah, 34. I mean, I've trained Sean since he was at school.
Yeah.
Travelled the world with him, ridden on teams in Europe with him. Also trained the family, him, his brother, his father, the wives, Garrett's wife, Laura, and his wife, Catherine, worked for me, so I know them well. Also a new horse for Sean. I think a horse for the future. Novice horse. He bought it, found it in Natal. I think a good horse. And his type. Sean likes a particular type of horse. Obviously with Clyde Z retired now, he's trying to find new horses for the future. And I think this horse, I like it. I think, I don't know real World Cup thing, but I think he's a good horse. I think could be something.
And Short can ride a bit. I mean, he's got a stellar record as well. World Cups, World Cup Series.
South African champion, show jump of the year.
Many times.
He's ridden in Europe a lot, jumped all over. I travelled with Sean, Spain, France. We did a lot. Great guy and competitive. Fighter, what I like.
Absolutely.
He's a fighter.
Yeah, he'll give it a go. Unfortunately, he comes home with just the one-time penalty on Kelleher, Consiro and Sean Neal. The one title has eluded him. I think he's had a seconds a few times on Clyde was the Derby.
See, number 1 again. What did we say? Now, to me, he was turning in the air. He came.
Yes.
He was sort of aiming to go the opposite to where he really wanted to go.
Yeah.
So, and with an experienced horse, that's easy and a little bit novice. But it also forces you, if you see where the other jumps are, you can't get a good line to the first jump. It's a bit of a test from the course designer.
Sue's been around for a long time as well. Davenport Ra. South African Warm Blood by Rex Granos out of a Mayfair Wunderbar. This doesn't look like Sue. In fact, this looks like is a Shelley Moore.
Yeah, sorry, Sue Scratch.
Yeah, okay, so let's put a line through. Sorry about that, Scott, our producer Scott. This is actually number 18. Shelley Ann Moore, Assegai Qantas, Shelley from KwaZulu-Natal.
Also a new horse. I haven't seen this horse. I think the horse that Sean's just ridden, he bought from Shelley.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
Shelley, you're right. Yeah, I haven't seen this horse before, so I can't tell you much about it. Shelley's a competitive rider at this level. I don't.
We'll take a look at.
I don't want to get into too much of the technical aspect, but.
Well, let's take a look at the replay.
Just got there too quickly and then went straight up and down, landed in a heap, and then he couldn't get the stride in. And sort of, you see there, where there's one, he was trying to do 1.5. Shame. She'll come back fighting another day. Yeah, I think the horse Sean just jumped. He bought from Shelley, funnily enough.
She's has a big part to play in administration of the sport as well. In Natal, she's very, very involved. Sits on committees.
She's with Grant Langley, and a big player in the sport.
Yeah. Number 19 is a very, very nice horse, Elzu Vulcan, Kimberly Hathaway. Louis Retief owns this horse, and once again another one being caught out at jump number 1. Sure, it's certainly that bogey at Cannon Jump. Kim's been riding, took over the ride from Louis, who's an amateur, and decided no, he would rather go and ride motorbikes than ride horses anymore, and has left the horse with Kim. Mandy Johnson trains her. Lovely horse. He's a gelding. He's a 2007 model by Verdi out of a Bambix mare. Honest. This very much within his scope, although he's already had 2 down, and a new ride for Kim, and certainly at this level. I think this is only her second 130 show on this horse.
Yeah. Just you can see a little bit. She doesn't know the control. The sort of doesn't know the horse that well.
Kim did a lot of production riding for Capital Stud. She had Kronos for a long time before Nicole took him over.
She's a good producer.
Yeah.
You know, this I haven't seen her ride a lot of 130s, but she rides well. And it's probably her not knowing the horse that well, and her, I wouldn't say she's an experienced rider at this level. So, but again, you've got to realize this is the championship class. So from even, it might only be 130 high, but technically there is quite a lot of test for horse and rider here.
Solid campaigner, Vulcan.
Yep.
Nice horse. I think Kim will be pretty happy with that. She did come home with a few time penalties as well after that disobedience. Let's take a look once again at jump number 1, Barry.
Good line.
Approach.
Approach is good. Okay, he had it behind now, funnily enough. So I couldn't... just, as I've said, I think they more look at that sort of... It's quite bright red with the sun... the cannon, and they look more at the box.
16-year-old mare by L. Bundy out of a Landor mare. Is the horse on track with Bryce McCall. This is Callagho Encore, who's been having a good week, was well placed. I think he might have even won a class here.
The other day,
and Bryce still evergreen, still loves the sport, has been around for a long, long time.
Yeah, he's one of the elder statesmen.
Yeah.
I'm joining his group. Good right. Listen, Bryce in his day was one of the best, you know. Great competitor. Rode a lot in America, I think, and Canada. He's just, I think Bryce enjoys his riding. This is a horse, I think he's jumped up to about 140 or 150. And he's happy now in the 130s and being competitive. Like you say, won a good class on Thursday. Having fun.
Still has the stable yard out Fourways area, Blue Rock Stables, and very much into his beekeeping these days.
Yes.
Making lovely Blue Rock honey is Bryce. So if you are in the market for some honey or some bee removal, Bryce is your man. He really is quite passionate about it. And there we go.
Good round.
Easy as you like. So that'll be a big runner in the jump off.
He'll be one of my favourites. I'll definitely be thinking of him in the jump off. A little bit of his old self come out.
Yeah. So at this stage, 27% clears. In the previous pool, we were sitting around about 43% clear round, hovering around there. This class seems to be a little bit lower up until the stage, but of course 30 still left to come out of 51. 18 have gone, so we'll see how it goes. Jason Phillips is one that's already had a clear round on Orinoco. Here he goes on Brannick Figaro. This is by Always One out of a Randall Z mare. Always Ones can be a little bit tricky.
Yes.
A little bit funny in the mouth generally.
Yeah, Jason, a good rider.
Yeah.
I known him when I was riding in England. Jason was there for quite a while. I think he was studying in London, but he was riding with Duncan Ingles, horse dealer down in the south of London. For quite a few years, Jason was involved there. So he's experienced, he's a good rider, and he produces a lot of horses. So you don't necessarily, he's good enough to jump in the bigger stuff, but he's always producing, and then he sells it, and then he makes another one, or he rides for owners.
Yeah.
So he's a good rider.
Does a lot of coaching as well.
Yes, coaching out in the East Rand airport area. He's got a big following there.
It's amazing how time flies. Duncan Ingles I rode for a very short period of time, and his daughter Amy was running around in nappies, and now I see she's in the Nations Cups.
Riding in all the Nations Cups.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember Jason working for Duncan, or riding for Duncan.
Total 5, 4 for jumping, 1 for time. Let's take a look at the mistake.
Yeah, a little bit deep, I think. I think he'd admit that.
Ronnie Healy goes next for owner Taylor Shipper. This is number 22, Calaho Contano, Concuriano, out of a Calando mare. Nice type of horse.
Yeah.
Was Ronnie Lawrence riding this horse for a little while?
Yeah,
I'm
Ronnie,
not sure.
and we had it for a while.
Okay.
It's a nice horse. It's careful.
Yeah.
Careful horse. And I think it'll suit Ronnie's way of riding. A competitive horse.
Now let's get, while we've got you here, let's talk about Amor Warunda, who's recently up into the big stuff with Lorette, going to be campaigning the big classes tomorrow. How's it going?
Yeah, Aidan, I think, listen, I love him. We nearly got divorced over me buying him. I'm the only guy who bought a horse on the first week of COVID, and my wife said to me I'm an idiot, and I said, well, I'm buying it, it's my horse, I want it. Anyway, halfway through COVID, I actually had my gallbladder out, so I said, would you ride him a little bit for me? Well, I've never got the ride back. So the one thing I do like about him, he can step over any course. He's got maximum scope. He's super brave, and he's novice at that level. If he goes round with 4-8 tomorrow, I'll be happy. It'll be his first World Cup. I think he's a horse for the future, and I definitely think there's a World Cup win in him, you know.
Because he only stepped up to the 140s, was it President's Cup? He had a few qualifying classes.
Yeah, I bought him. Yeah, novice mistake. Total novice mistake with a horse. Nothing, you know.
Yeah.
Here's Ashley again with her other horse.
Ashley going again on Houseburger's MacArthur Park. This is a thoroughbred by Camden Park, a Krusenstern mare.
Number 2, but this would have been one of my favourites for this class.
Yeah.
At this level, he's the fastest horse in the country.
Yeah, he can go some.
Yeah.
So, your opinion on the thoroughbreds in today's sport, today's game?
Yeah, I'll come to that. I just wanted Warunda. I bought him last year, and Jonathan was involved with Jonathan. Tamsin owned him originally, and he'd only done 130s and maybe 135, and that's his. Nothing beats a good thoroughbred. Going back to your next question, if you got I think anywhere in the world you go, I don't think anybody will tell you a top thoroughbred who has enough scope for today's sport. I don't think you can beat them, you know.
You love the thoroughbreds, you love the breed, and you follow the racing quite closely. Some lines that you would be looking at. I mean, if you were looking to buy something, what would you be looking at?
Listen, Al Mufti was always good, so anything on the dam line with Al Mufti would be something you would definitely look at. The modern stallions, I'm not that, the old. I'm sort of from the old drum beats, and the problem today is with thoroughbreds is, I'm a thoroughbred fan, but I also, we buy and sell a lot, but nobody wants to buy a thoroughbred.
Yeah. Let's just take a look at Camden.
It just jumped short.
Yeah.
We'll watch and see, maybe a little bit off, and he just jumped him. He could have tried a bit harder.
Maybe he just had a look down at that as well, because he had the front and the back rails. Like, he just didn't get the height or the travel. He might have just been looking down. So,
but he would have been one of my favourites. For the class.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just
why do you think that is? Is that fashion? Is that just because warm bloods are now become?
In my day, you could get a thoroughbred off the track, work it for 2 weeks, and sell it, make a little bit of profit, because it was the today people want to see a horse jumping around a metre or a metre 10 before they might pay more money. So people now buy the warm bloods, produce them. It's a totally different idea now. Now in the days gone by, that's what you could do. You go and buy a thoroughbred, and I don't know, for some reason you don't get the really nice big thoroughbreds like we used to. I don't know if they go to Mauritius or if they get, they get obviously more money going there, but it's hard. The last one I got was a lovely horse I got from Mike de Kock, called Noble Tune, and I sold it quite quickly, but not for big. He was just a lovely type, big horse, but to find them is the difficult part.
Yeah.
To find a nice big thoroughbred. So I can't tell you whether they all get sold to Mauritius or
do you think the breed might have changed a little bit with the infusion of a lot of that American Northern Dancer blood? They got a little bit smaller. I don't know. I think Charles Baker is probably sitting at home watching, just cursing us.
Yeah.
Because he will tell us that we're completely wrong. That they
go
just
go and look.
Yeah.
Tell me to go down and go. But I'm sure they're there.
Yes.
But it's just so everything's geared. The problem is on resale. People in those.
So that was Gabriella Lubna on her second ride, Eagles Liqueur. Let's take a look at this replay once again. She found this rail. There's a fence that hasn't come down too many times today.
I thought she was unlucky there. Didn't ride it badly.
Air Holidays Piccadilly D goes next. Kyla Brains. She was on
the other horse.
On the other one that put her down, Admiral Camden.
Kyla's a good rider, competitive. This horse has been around quite a while.
Yeah, I was just about to say he has some old school warm blood breeding. Davenport,
Chayton Hendricks jumped him. Jumped him for quite a while. Good old soldier.
Yeah. And one that also Kyla in a jump off is a competitive.
That's what I'm saying.
rider.
I was surprised. The one that was a very far. I've seen her win some good classes. Maybe not at this level show, at more of the weekend shows. Yeah, she can. He's also quite a fast horse.
Yeah.
It's good and smooth all the way. Smooth through the sweeps. Hope she's clear because she deserves it. Good girl. Well done.
All smiles.
She in the time?
Yeah, she is. 79.43. No, she's just out.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, one for time, I'm afraid.
I wondered. I was waiting for the music. Yeah. That's a pity because that was brilliantly ridden round.
One for time. How unfortunate. Yeah, so our percentages in this class is
way down on the other one.
Compared to the other pool. Exactly the same track.
My daughter should have been in this pool. Could have gone home with some money.
Zandi returns now, her second ride. Of course, she was clear at number 7 on Kelleher Lansink. Here she goes again on number 26, Favour the Bold. And this, another thoroughbred bearing.
Yep.
Stage Call, Kitwood, some international blood.
Good one too. always in the money with her, and I think she got a lot of experience before they bought Lansing from Ray. Her experience comes from this lovely thoroughbred.
Yes.
You
So
know,
she'd have a lot of confidence going around here on him.
I've seen Zandi ride quite a lot because she's similar age to my daughter Ashley. So they all at at the junior shows together, and this is a nice horse, and she's got a lot of experience out of this horse. This is what kids need.
Yeah.
Young juniors, nice, easy. This is where nobody can beat a thoroughbred.
And why do you say that? What's the?
Well, it's just I know with Lorette. Yeah. Lorette always says to me, with our kids that come through that we train, she always tries to buy a thoroughbred as their first horse off ponies. I mean, look at this horse. He's super careful.
Yeah.
Brave as a lion. Yeah. He'll be in the top 5 in the jump off.
Yeah.
You look at that and give her. Zani must be 16, 17 years old, and just from that, just a beautiful picture.
Yeah, and good result for her in this class so far. Of course, she's still got the jump off to come, but 2 rides and 2 clears. Yeah. Unoni Castle goes next. This is her second ride. Didn't go according to script on Gigolo. She came home with 13 penalties there. This is Olympia.
Yeah, she's from Zim.
Yeah.
Good rider, nice rider. Maybe a little bit novice. Her sister's also a good rider. Okay, she didn't ride that great, but I've watched her quite a bit as well in the kids, and she rides nicely. She rides, I think, with Charlie, and her sister Ariana also competitive riders. But again, this is a big level, and again made a little bit of a mistake, added a stride. Maybe she's a little bit worried from her last ride and something. But I've always seen her in the juniors being very, very competitive, doing well.
Got a better shot through there. Just got a little bit deep and in the distance, compromised, lost confidence going through there.
So
did you walk that? Is that a bit long from A to B?
No, it's easy. It's easy. This doesn't look like a big stepping horse.
Yeah.
Looks a bit shorter step. But this for the kids is, I can only... I can talk because of my own daughters, all these kids the same age, to have the opportunity to ride at a show this, and then riding with the likes of Chris and Ronnie, Bryce McCall. Bryce McCall's, Bryce and I are old enough to be their grandparents. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for the kids in the warm-up even, it's quite nerve-wracking. Yeah, they are, the littlies running around there, please can I have a jump, and these old guys trying to get, It's such experience. You can't. It's brilliant experience for them.
But you're not grumpy, are you? I mean, they don't need to.
Not really.
No, they
not
don't
me.
need to fear you. They can
Never.
ask for a jump, can't they? It's going to take a look at the replay. So this is okay. So this, yeah,
her own fault.
Yeah,
that's totally her. He was good to her to even jump. She just had a big one in, and she kept on, and he was he got further and further away, and he chipped in. And he actually got out of it in the front with his front legs, and the back rolled with behind.
28 is next to go. A horse that I don't know much about. In fact, I think this is the first time I've seen this horse. HSB Highlanders Bahrain. Sonia Kruan. Hanoverian, Balabay de Roue.
Okay, this could be an import. I think this would be an import. And also novice. Sonia regrouping. She had a good old horse that I previously said she was placed in the Derby and a couple of World Cups with. And he he's been retired a year now, maybe 18 months. So these are all new young horses she's produced from babies. He looks quite spooky to me. I don't know this horse that well. He must have just come up to 130s.
Sure.
I've never seen him at a show of this, this sort of level show.
I don't know the horse at all, but like you say, he's giving them plenty of air, but that I think... See the way he kind of jumps up, his weather comes out, but he tucks his chin in.
Doesn't look the easiest to me, you see. He's just he's just novice. I think with a bit of mind, you come back next year and you watch him, you'll see a totally different horse.
And of course, at a championship show like this, lots to look at. We've got marquees, we've
So
got a
I'd
little
say.
village on the other side.
First time I've
flags.
seen him at this level of show.
Yeah. I was talking to Gail a little bit earlier on about those hoods that I see Lorette's using. Tell me the theory behind those.
You know my wife. Any gimmick or anything, but I must say, I know I tease her. I'm a little bit the old school. Get on and ride the horse. I said she should be paying for riding lessons with me, not buying hoods. But I must say, on our funny, quirky horses, a lot of the riders overseas use them, so it's not a rubbish. They compression hoods, and Lorette rode a mare in the first pool of this 130 champs, which really has been difficult. It's taken us 5 years. We bred her ourselves, and she's been one of my hardest projects of a horse in my whole time. And she put it on, and I mean, she jumped clear, and then, okay, totally Lorette's fault. She had she actually had to stop in the jump off, trying to be too competitive. But I mean, she's never jumped anywhere near this level. But she was just super today. It's really good. I think if you've got a hot, strong one, it can help. But like all these things, some horses it'll work and some it won't. It's like you take a racehorse, you put a set of blinkers on one, and it improves it by 5 lengths, and you put it on the other, and it makes no difference at all.
Yeah.
So I must say, and I'm not a one. I'm totally one that says there's a load of rubbish. I must say, on the 2 or 3 horses Lorette's put it on, maybe put on 4 horses, on 3 of them I've seen a difference. So it's definitely, it's the same as those compression suits they use when they fly the racehorses.
Yes, I remember Black Caviar
when she went to England to race or something.
Yeah.
They started, it's same company, and I see some top riders in Europe, I watch on the videos riding with them. And training, a lot of it in the training in the warm, you know.
Yeah. So we've just been watching Brittany du Toit on a 0, her second horse, and came home with that. The only mistake at jump number 10, the 4 penalties.
Yeah, she's usually competitive with that horse. She was unlucky, I think.
Next to go is Capital Hotshot. The rider here is Michaela Janse van Rensburg de Arijo. And this young lady, not too long ago, was the winner of the Philip Smith Equitation Championship at Easter Show. So, a stylist.
Yes, rider for the future. Good, also a good junior rider would be, I don't know, 17, 18 years old, Michaela. Rides nicely, puts a lot of hard work into it. Again, I don't know this horse that well. But having won the Philip Smith, she must. It's a tough competition to win. So you've got to.
And she was up against some good riders there as well. It was a tough class. This, unfortunately.
It's amazing how many horses. Not that many knocked number 1 in the first 50 horses, and now you see the second group. I mean, I'd love to see the percentages on how many have actually knocked number 1.
Or certainly it must be the bogey. That's
definitely
come down more than any other horse. This is actually a useful horse. Got a really nice technique. Gets up nicely in the air. Does everything the right way.
She rides nicely. Good basics.
Who does she ride with? Do you know?
They're also out near the airport, out that side, East Rand.
Yeah.
David Miller.
Okay.
Also, he's out there. I think he trains her quite a lot. And I think she does quite a lot of dressage as well. So I'm open to, I think. Oh, he just jumped a foot low there.
Yeah. So once again, let's take a look at this jump number 1, this Cannon Bogey. Good for a sponsor to have a jump. They get a lot of airtime. Keep going to the replay of the jumps.
Do you see they all jump with there's a jump sort of in the way. You can't get really straight to it. So you're always sort of aiming in the opposite direction to where you really want to go.
Now the doyen of this sport, Tossie Rayner, originally from Zimbabwe, relocated down south many years ago now, and this is a storyteller, not the youngest kid on the block He's now 16 years old. The pedigree Supreme Gratuity. Tossing in her day, top rider, top technician.
Still, I think she's had trouble with her neck the last couple of years, so her riding's taken her back. You know, she's struggled. Brilliant rider.
That
when she had Godfather, she was winning World Cups and
World Cups, SA champs.
One of the best. Zim's had some great riders, and she'd be in the top level of that group. You know, with the Ronnie Lawrences, those.
I think Tasman Mayer, was it Tasman who rode this horse for quite a while?
For Tossie with her neck.
Yeah.
I don't really know, but I know she said to me, I battle with my neck always.
Yeah.
And you can see she sort of holds it sort of, I think when they get strong, she battles.
And top coach of riders as well, very technical, gets people thinking about what they're doing, very imaginative with her exercises that she has you do, knows how to school a horse as well. Goes over the time allowed as well, 81.20. Let's take a look at the replay.
She battled, I think, near the end there, you could see. He got a bit strong for her. 20% we're on clears.
Yeah, that's a big drop, isn't it?
Big drop.
HSB Rohan goes now. This is
this not Sonia's sister? Sonia Kruen's sister?
Yes.
Must be Sonia's sister. The Sonia rode this horse for a while. And now I see her sister's riding
Bianca Ziardi. Just
First time I've seen her at this level. She might have done a bit of it.
By Davenport Rex Granos out of a Carthago mare. I'm trying to rack my brain. Maybe somebody on. Can you remember the name? You said Sonia's top horse that she had jumped around the Derby. Romulus.
Very good horse.
Romulus.
Very, very good horse. Great Derby horse. Sonia did some good things with him. It's going nicely, this horse.
Now, getting back to World Cups, Barry, you've won plenty in your time. What is it that makes World Cup the event special? And when you come to talk about, like, in the purest sense of the sport where show jumping's gone today, is that what it's all about? World Cups would be the pinnacle?
Well, I think you test yourself by it. You know, we always test. Listen, the Derby's a one-off every year, and it's South Africa loves it's a day out, but the purists and it's what you World Cups is what you test yourself on.
Yeah.
When you start winning World Cups consistently, it's the sport has become so technical.
Yeah.
You know, in the old days, I mean, I rode in those days, and I won a lot of my class. They would dot 10 jumps around an arena and off you went. Big poles, deep cups. I'm talking 20 years ago.
Very full fences.
I mean, today the jumps, the technical aspects of it. You know, even here in this course, you can see it in some parts where it's slightly open distance, slightly waiting distances, different color jumps, the light poles. I mean, you just. Tomorrow I think she'll be using even lighter material. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's what you would judge yourself on.
It all comes into play. The rideability, the distances. You don't get a long run up. Everything happens very quickly.
Firstly, your skills, your horse's skills, your training. This is where it comes in. You can't come here with one that's. You know, I had a great horse called Counter Attack. He retired a year or two ago, and he only ever won one World Cup. And I thought I'd win 4 or 5 with him, but he was always wild. And I sort of managed to keep the lid on him, and then he'd always fall apart the last 3 or 4 jumps, and it cost him 3 or 4 World Cups.
Yeah.
So this all comes, the finer detail.
You've got to be the full package on both sides.
Yeah. it's you can't just come in on the day. You don't fluke a World Cup.
Yeah.
Nobody flukes a World Cup.
And then on the flip side, when you're talking about the old days and the derbies, that also takes a different kind of a horse to jump a derby. It's a different kind of a horse.
Yeah, big, scopy, bold, another time falter. But that's what I'm saying. So.
So one for time, I'm afraid, there for Conrado and Samantha Hardcastle.
But in the modern sport, the World Cups is what you judge yourself by.
Yeah. And then it's always wonderful when you get the international guys coming out as well, the Bernardos and you know.
Then you're getting up to a you know, when Bernardo comes and you're jumping up to 3-4 star level, European level, and you think, sure, I'm getting somewhere, you know.
Here's another thoroughbred for us to...
good one, this one.
Yeah, by Daring Bid out of National Emblem, man. There's been a few National Emblems that have been jumping today.
Good. Now, she trains with us. Whitney, been trained with us for many years. Also, good rider. First ever 130 with this horse. She hasn't done, Whitney wouldn't have done 130 for years. And so great excitement the other day. I think she got placed in the 130 on Thursday. Adding one there. Good.
Calling out sorry to the horse as she came through, so she knew she had added.
Yep.
Making life a little bit more difficult for him.
Nice horse. Very nice horse. She's made herself, produced it herself. Just so nice and careful, neat. I think the problem with the modern thoroughbred is, do they have enough scope to do the technical aspect of 150s?
You mean
if you see this horse is a lovely horse, but he's not going to jump 150. Well, I hope he does, but just my if you said to me and I was going to go and buy it, I'd say, sure, lovely horse, but he's not going to do the big stuff. So,
well, when you go out and give her a debrief, you can tell her she added there, and that's what caused her a time penalty. Just came out with the one for time.
She'll be hiding away from me.
Number 37 is next to go. Robin Shaw riding for owner and regular rider Nicole Bates, but Robin deputising here on My Hercules, who's 15 years young now. Another one by Always One out of a Revel Dorme Bella Donna. We often see the full sister jumping as well. Robin rides with Arnold Botha. Had a good grounding as well in a dressage background, has ridden for the Lipizzanas as well. They've obviously just relocated, so she's lost that gig, but Robin a real promising rider as well.
Good rider.
Yeah, very good.
Never really had a chance. I've never seen her on a top horse. I think with a good horse she'd be right up there with her age group. This is a nice horse though. I've seen him with the owner do quite well. I just see Robin has been jumping him lately.
Yeah,
I think originally Graham won.
I'm not sure. I've only ever known him with Nicole Bates.
Yeah, Nicole's done some good things with this horse.
Yeah.
Good. I've seen her competitive with it, but like he's what did you say? 16 now, so he's been around for a while.
Yeah. And she's got.
And I don't think he's the easiest. You see him, he suddenly takes charge.
Yeah. I think you got to just keep that support up in front. When that goes, he can false you pretty quickly.
Yep.
Through to the jump off she goes. She was deputising for Arnold on and had some nice rides on
the stallion.
On the
when
stallion.
Arnold was injured.
Correct.
He had the same. Him and I were injured together, walking around in our slings. So.
Tegan Brains goes next. We saw Sister Kyla go twice already. Tegan going now on number 38, Seravi. I don't know this horse at all.
Don't know the horse at all. Never seen it.
I think this might be a new ride for her. I've only ever seen her on the grey that she normally rides. So a new acquisition, I would imagine. Seems a lively sort.
Yeah. Never seen this horse.
So this is a mare, not that young, 14 now, by Verdi. And yeah, definitely owned by Katja Riccardi, it says on my notes here. So don't know if she bought it from Katja or Katja
bought it for her.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't know the horse.
Seems a useful type.
Yeah.
That could be quite lively in a jump off if she.
Tegan is a good rider. Both her and her sister Kyla are. I remember them in Pony Riders. They were both very competitive kids. Super round.
Yeah,
Super
really,
round.
really good round. I make that a big runner in the jump off, Barry. I might have to say that's
and
so far.
Tegan's fast.
Yeah,
she can ride.
Yeah.
First time I've seen that horse, so quite impressed.
What are our percentages? Still hovering around 23% now. 34 have gone, 13 left to come. Out of 51 starters, gives us 23% clears in the second 1 meter 30 championship. This is pool 2. As we've said, the percentages in the first class, strangely, were around about double of what they are now.
Yeah.
On track now is Tracy Davids. She's been around a while. It's very, very accomplished. She rides Credo Larissa. This was born 2009 by Lisbon out of a Bambex mare. Not the biggest horse in the world, but then Tracy's not the tallest either, so it's a good match.
She's very fast in a jump off. And competitor.
Always.
Very,
always.
very. Never discount her. Never discount her.
In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Tracy on a big horse. They're always around about the 15-3, 16-hand mark.
This is a nice horse. This, I've always seen it as being sort of quite a competitive horse. But every horse I see on, she's trying to win.
Yeah.
And she wins a lot.
Yeah. I think she's a holder of national colours. I think she was that for juniors. I think,
adults. I think she went to the Africa Games in Algeria a couple of years back.
Correct.
So that was bad luck. A little bit deep there, maybe. I mean, that's been highly critical, but a good.
But her reaction time is so good. You saw she made a mistake, landed short, and immediately got after the horse to move it up the distance.
Yeah, unlucky. I thought unlucky.
Yeah, you're going to take a look at the replay.
Yeah, sort of forward at the front rail.
40 is next to go. Johan Lotter rides for Georgina Ratcliffe. Now, why would Johan be deputising for Georgina? I've seen
Johan
Georgina
rides,
around the
Johan
showgrounds.
rides for Georgina's mother.
Yeah. This is normally a Georgina ride.
Yes, I don't know. I'm open to correction, but I said to Georgina the other day, how did she go? And I can't say it's this horse, but I would imagine it is if Johan's riding it. She said, no, I didn't have a great round. So that's sort of what looks like he's not going that well. The horse says put on Johan, who's a little bit stronger, and
just to feel her out,
just to get it going.
Yeah.
Georgina's a good rider, and I don't know if something happened on the first day at the show.
Beautiful pedigree, Cardento, contender. He comes with a huge amount of experience, also holder of national colours, ridden at World Equestrian Games, been around a long time, Johan.
Johan I know well, he worked for me. Great rider, great character.
Yeah.
He's one of the great characters of the sport. And
not going to succumb to a stress-related illness, Johan.
No,
he's about as laid back as you get, isn't he?
But I had some of the best years of my life with Johan working for me, and fun years. I had horses like Chaka D and that went overseas.
Yes.
Johan was part of their production, and good rider. Don't never underestimate him. He hasn't had a great horse. He runs the Stein City Equestrian Centre, so yeah, it looks like this is no reflection on I think it's a nice horse. Obviously had a whoopsie somewhere, or lost a little bit of confidence, but Johan just giving it a more of a confidence building round. See Pat giving it a big pat and like, boy, this is not so bad, and building him for Georgina in the future, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we forget they're animals.
100%.
And sometimes
things go wrong.
Yeah,
Things go wrong.
Confidence, you know, all that kind of thing comes into
Yeah,
play.
see there, that's with the legs sort of not together, means a little bit unsure of itself.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you always got to think it's one brain thinking for two. When I tell people, so
finishes his round there on a score of 9, so not too bad. Yeah,
just getting him on his, getting the 4 wheels back on again.
Exactly. Joanne Roberts now, number 41. This is Zambezi Z.
Good horse.
Yeah.
Joe, also from Zim. Horse she imported. I don't know, a little bit. Domini rode him for a while. I don't know if he lost his way. I went up to Zim a couple of years ago for a show there, and Joe was winning and doing things. I don't know, lost his way a little bit. I think he could be a top one. He could be a 150 horse. This, you know.
Yeah.
But again, Joe is a good rider, but she's an amateur. She's runs. She's got a big job and all that. But it looks like things are getting together again. He's a lovely horse. A little bit funny in the warm-up, in the training area. When other horses come towards him, he spins around. I know Joe spent years, last year or 2 years, just trying to get him that this is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
The other horses aren't going to run into him. He gets very nervous in the warm-up area.
Almost like he needs his space, a little bit claustrophobic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the red
Nice
tail.
round. There's nothing wrong today.
Yeah.
Nice round, Joe.
No, she should be happy with that.
She's getting
Just
it up
the
back
time
together.
allowed.
Yeah.
So 1 down and 1 for time.
Yeah.
Total of 5 for Zambezi and Joe Roberts.
Yeah, just a bit deep. I think both a little bit unsure early in the course, and then like you could see Joe suddenly settle down after that.
Jason Phillips is back, so he's got a lot of horses. He's earning his riding fees here as Jason.
So what I said about producing, I said earlier on, Jason will come here with a whole lot of horses, producing them for different owners, buying and selling horses. He's a worker.
This is a 10.5
This horse
Bella
is, it's owned by a good friend of mine, Roland van der Kere. He breeds a bit, a Hollander, a guy out near there, and he breeds. And Jason's been his rider for years. As long as I remember, from when Jason was a kid, he rode for Roland.
It's another one you mentioned earlier on. You mentioned Robin just needs a good horse. I mean, that's so much part of the equation, isn't it? It doesn't matter really how you are, how good you are, if you don't have the...
You need horsepower today. It's doesn't matter how well you ride.
Yeah.
You know, if you people who watch this morning's 150 class, or watches even the 140 championship after this, or the World Cup tomorrow, you'll see the days of, well, I'll go and find a horse because I'm a good rider and I'll do a little, you know, just my skill, or do this or do that. Those days are gone. You need sort of real proper.
It's like Lewis Hamilton. If he was sitting in a Sauber, he would still be midfield, even though he's Lewis Hamilton. You know.
Yeah. If you're in Minardi 18th on the grid, you're not going to go and beat Lewis Hamilton in his Mercedes. Doesn't matter if put Lewis in the Minardi at the back.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so we move on now to Ronnie Healy. This is number 43, Elmo. Dutch bred by Asaro out of a Berggraaf man, nice pedigree. And this is one as well.
Good winners.
Exactly.
Competitive novice horse. Belongs to Caroline Kinnear. Caroline's pregnant. This horse I know him quite well because Caroline had him with me as a baby. Isaro, I had the father. I produced the father, which Jonathan Clark then bought, or Jonathan's owners bought from me. And the mother is Rocket, which Ronnie jumped in the 150s. So the Burcraft mare that you're talking about is Rocket.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize he was a superstar.
Yeah, it was an absolute superstar mother. So
yeah.
Beautifully bred horse, and it turned out a lovely horse for Caroline. Caroline's produced it. This would be one of my, if he's clear, definitely be one of my favourites for the jump off.
He's won a good few classes on this horse, I think.
Already. And he's a novice horse. He's only gone up to this level this year. But I think a horse for the future. It's not a nice horse.
So Ronnie will enjoy riding that one. I mean, how much success did he have on Rocket? That really
Rocket was the horse that made him.
Yep. Still hovering around that 23% with 9 clears. 44 is Jackie Cochran. This is Carfuego, Cardento. Out of a Fuego de Prolay mare.
I mean, obviously I know Jackie well. Also a good rider. I don't know. I've seen this horse, but I can't say I know. It must be one she's just bought.
She's had him for a while. He's been around. I remember her and him for the last 2 years or so.
Oh, is it as much? Okay.
Yeah.
Really she's always got the hot one that she wins so much with. But
beauty.
Yeah.
Very, very different type of horse.
Totally
so
different.
You'd have to,
big, scopy. This horse looks like. Okay, not on. I mean, he's had two, but he looks like sort of a 150 jumper.
Yeah. Well, she's
big horse.
Pull up, it seems.
Yeah, she's something.
I think there might have been. I think he might be on the comeback trail, if I'm not mistaken. So I haven't seen him out for a while, so I wonder if he may be injured and just making a comeback.
Yeah, just
I'm not
come
sure.
back, and he's not up to speed yet.
45, Verdant Capital's Del Mar. I must be honest, I don't have any recollection of this horse.
I watched this horse a bit. I think Tanya, she's new to this level, but I've watched her in the winning, classes in the 120s. She trains with Domini. I think she went overseas and bought this horse. I don't know, in England. I think in England, off an auction, and it's turned out an absolute superstar. I've seen it win one. It's new in the 130s. But careful, fast. I've seen him do things that you and I wouldn't even think of doing in jump offs. I mean, look.
I mean, there was on a nothing rhythm, and he just
a lovely, lovely
horse,
horse,
didn't he?
I mean, and I don't think Tanya will take offence to say that she's quite novice at this level.
You get good stories like that, don't you? That they were almost like fluke.
That's why I know I've watched it. I mean, look at him jump through there. She can put him on my truck any day of the week. I'll take him.
Didn't you have a good story with Yasenda like that? Didn't you see her jumping a fence in a field or something, and you bought her off of that?
Yasenda, Yasenda came in. I bought 2 horses from a good friend, Dave McPherson, in England, and we then had to buy a whole pallet, which is still today. So a pallet of 3 to go on the aeroplane.
Yes.
So he found her in a field like the day the day they had to fly. He said, "Listen, I've just put another horse on the. It's a pretty little mare. She's 3 or 4 years old. It's got funny little feet, but you have to fill the pallet, and you've paid for the pallet. So I've put it on. Bad luck."
She turned out wonderful. That was also the story behind El Picha, Brian Rue and Terence Miller.
Yeah, they put it on from the same happened to me.
Was the little runt.
Yeah, I bought a horse called Dorian, which jumped the Derby with Tracy Carney. She worked for me then, and there was I can't remember, a big horse, black horse with a white face. And then David said to me, "Listen, you've paid for it. I found this horse in the field here yesterday. I went to look at some other horses, so I've chucked it on." Anyway, she turned out the best by far of all of them.
Yeah, crazy.
That was a good round for Tanya. I think that's a big step up for her.
5 the total. She just exceeded the time allowed and 1 down. So respectable score. Number 46 next to go as we come towards the back end of this first round of the second one championship class.
Greg's not here.
Now, it doesn't look like Greg is here on Habibi.
Okay. Here's Johan's wife, Joanne. Also, she...
Number 47 is next. This is Chicago.
Yep. I don't know this horse that well.
He's an old boy now,
is
Chicago.
He?
Yeah,
Okay,
so 21 years old.
Jeez.
Yeah, 21 years old. Hanoverian
Joe's a competitive rider.
Yeah. Out of a Kalido mare, so not badly
But she's
bred.
so busy with her business nowadays that you don't see her as much riding. Yeah. It's a great seller of houses and...
Yeah, no,
she still loves her riding.
I think Johan might have ridden it for a while in the beginning as well. And
nice horse. You can see
looking well for a 21-year-old.
Yeah, why he's still around at 21. He's a nice horse.
So I wonder why we're drawing a line through Habibi and Greg Scott, or if he's just a little bit late. There's another arena running. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Habibi, formerly the rider of Rainer Korber, so I'm wondering why Greg's on it.
Yeah.
But
I hope she's in the time, Joe.
Yeah.
Could be time faults here.
Yeah, it does look a little bit... no, she's not going to get home, I'm afraid.
So, lovely round, huh?
80,19.
Over the time.
Yeah, just over.
But nice round.
48, Kellaho Lennox, Angela Spenceley. Now, I don't know...
Don't see her, yeah?
I think in the left-hand side.
She here?
Yeah.
Oh, there, okay.
I don't know too much about Angela Spenceley.
Don't know her at all. Don't know.
I can tell you that the horse is Lisbon Granus, 10-year-old.
She might be from Natal. I haven't seen her. I know most people. Rides nicely anyway. Good ride. I should know her. She rides very well. But often they come up from juniors or from Natal and
good round. Nice horse as well.
A real Lisbon type.
Yeah.
Even the way he goes. Good girl. Super. Well
Very
done.
nice.
Brilliant. She could be, looks fast.
Apparently she rides with Bryce, so we've just been told. Remember, this is an interactive
I
broadcast.
apologise. Well, brilliant round.
Well done.
Give her credit.
3 left to come. Lisa Williams goes next, number 49, Perouge. 8-year-old Hanoverian, Big Boy by Perouge. And this very similarly bred
to Campbell.
Yeah,
different
father,
stallion,
same
I think.
mother. Yeah.
And I actually didn't know until Dominic told me this morning that he put him to one of his mares so he can have a bit of Campbell.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Lisa with a great Campbell.
Yeah. And when did he do that? Is the progeny on the ground?
No. He's just... I don't know. I think he said he might have just had a foal. Might have just had the foal. I'm open to correction. But you got to give Lisa credit. And I've known Lisa for 30 years. And she's worked hard at this game. And anybody who are trained and finding it hard or difficult... I say look at Lisa and look where she's come from to where she got in the sport. I don't mean anybody, but I mean if you look at the work ethic and time and effort, you've got to give her credit. I take my hat off to her. One of the best success stories of our sport.
She's got the mind for it, isn't
Yeah,
she?
and she's a fighter,
lady,
you know, just a quiet fighter.
Yeah.
You know, not aggressive, but that inner, I don't know, you're born with it, I think, where you just...
Grit.
Yeah. That's what I always tell my little daughter. I tell her, watch Lisa, and then you see just quiet fight. You don't see her making a noise, you don't see her, but she's there ready to take you on. Another legend, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Graham, 12 times South African eventing champion. Now big into his show jumping. He's got some lovely, lovely horses. And I see his good stallion, Obi, is back. So
well, this in fact is an Obi.
Is this an Obi?
This is
okay,
an Obi.
that's a nice jump. I don't know the horse that well.
Yeah, this is by Obi out of a Rex Granish mare. Yeah, so Obi's been off for a while, and great to see him back in.
Yeah, nice for Graham. Nice.
Yeah.
He deserves a good one.
And talk about dedication and commitment to a sport. I mean, Graham.
Him and I are the same age. We were in the army together, and we've grown up together.
Yeah. I mean, he's up before the chickens.
I don't know how he does it.
He says he's riding 17, 18 horses a day.
Mad. He's mad.
Lots of young horses as well, and they'll take a.
But you know, the story. I could, you know, when we were in the army, he was running obviously the Wynn family, synonymous with the Comrades Marathon.
Yeah.
I mean, Graham was running like in the Comrades when we were like 17, 18, 19. I don't know. I mean, it's unbelievable how fit and strong in his body and
and his mind, I would say, yeah.
Good feeling. You see, he's got fantastic feeling on a horse. That's what his success is, I think. You know, technically he might say about this or that, but his feeling on a horse is unbelievable.
Well, unfortunately, just
over the time.
Just over the time. 79,
he deserved it clear out.
79.52. So 1 for time. Yeah, a legend of equestrian sport. Obviously, I don't think he does any eventing nowadays. He's
no, not at all. He's so into him and Martin.
Yeah,
2 Springbok eventers, and now they're into their show jumping. He has one of these helmets, Tamar, who rides with me. Also, a new horse she's just bought. Lovely, lovely horse, I think, for the future. It would be his first 130 with her.
In fact, we were talking about Kimberly Hathaway earlier. She produced the horse, and Chris Faree took it over.
Tamar's bought it, and she tried this. She seems to think he's a bit quirky. We found him. We don't know him well because we've only had him for about 6 weeks.
He was actually on the Capital sale. They put him on as a late.
And then Chris is going to Dubai.
Yes.
And Tamar managed to sort of put it together. I love him as a horse.
Yeah.
He's my type of horse. Big, scopy, and I think he could be a 150 horse in the end. Settling's done a good job so far, and she's had her ups and downs with him. He was a bit funny in the beginning and a few oopses, but seems to be getting it. She was clear on Thursday with him, so which is nice. Tamar also has been placed in World Cups, and for the last sort of 5 years been out of the big league, but she's back. She's a fighter. If there's anybody that I know and worker and fighter to make it, you've got to give her credit. Beautiful round. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good round.
He lost a bit of form at one stage while he was still with Chris. He started stopping a little bit, and
I don't know if he had. Chris said something. I'm trying to remember what Chris said. Whether there was something.
Yeah, there was
Chris
some
said,
issue.
I think his feet.
Yes.
Chris said they were fiddling. Something happened with his feet. I mean, I must say, Tamar's got him that he's absolutely super sound and in good health, you know?
Yeah. Well, it looks like a nice fit as well. That's the first time I've seen her out.
I thought he might be a bit big for her, but seems to be coming in.
Yeah. Well, there we are. on the left-hand side there we can give away. That's Barry and myself sitting in this wonderful, wonderful tent that's generously sponsored by Downings. So big thank you to Richard Mons and Downings for graciously sponsoring this tent. We're very comfortable, aren't we?
Very.
Well done, Madeleine, also on my right-hand side. He was very instrumental in organising. Big thank you to Downings, supplying this tent as well as the big marquees. Go check them out. Go check out their website. And that the new judges box on the right-hand side, the new Peter Mini judges box. And then another mention for one of our sponsors, Canon, brings you all the pictures here today. And our sponsors, there you go, www.canon.co.za. And we've got Toomey, and we've got Jimmy, and we've got Elwin, our cameraman, today as part of our crew here on Equestrian Live SA. Big thank you to them. So it's jump off time, going through to the jump off. Let's take a look. Boschkush Orinoco, Blue Turtle Atmore, Kellaho Lansing, Casco Grey, Jody Peters, Kellaho Encore, Bryce McCall, Favour the Bold, Zundi Alcock, My Hercules, Robin Shaw, Seravi Tegan Brains, Elmo, Ronnie Healy, Kellaho Lennox, Angela Spenceley, Perouge, Elisa Williams, and Capital Carlisle, Tamar Glixman. Barry, who would be your selection there?
Sure, let me look at your... Sorry, I didn't write all the clears. Lansing would be definitely. Zandi, I would say in the top 5. Casco Grey, I think novice for to be a winner. Bryce, after his win on Thursday, got to be put him in the top 5.
Yeah, my money would be up there with Bryce, I must say.
I like this Favour the Bold with
Favour
Zandi.
the Bold, we can go over the page as well. Elmo, Ronnie Healy's got to be a...
That would be my favourite. That Ronnie would be my favourite.
Yeah. Competitive class?
Yeah. There's a few there. I like Zandi's Thoroughbred and Ronnie on Elmo.
Right, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with you with a jump off in a moment or two. Don't go far.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show, or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively, you can message me privately, or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store, or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds, and they will gladly assist you.
Wonderful product, Equine 74. Do go check them out, equine74.co.za. You got a few on that, Barry, and it's
definitely,
it's a good
definitely.
product.
I would say it's in the top. It's the modern, most up-to-date gastric, and it's the biggest thing in our biggest thing on our horses. You know, ulcers. Every horse. I mean, not every horse, but you get it. And we would have 20 horses out of our 60 stable yard on on Equine 74. It's excellent product.
Yeah. Stress, anxiety,
Yeah,
all comes
totally,
into play.
totally.
And,
And thoroughbreds, funnily enough, more. I don't know, maybe from the racing or whatever you get them.
I think the percentage they said of thoroughbreds that have ulcers, thoroughbreds in training, I think up to 90% of them would have ulcers.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic
It's a
product.
brilliant product.
Yeah.
And it's simple to use. It's pellets you put in the food.
Yeah. Right, let's take a look at this jump off track, shall we? 1, 2, 3, so that remains the same. 4, then BC. They've left the right-hand wing of 4A. There is a choice whether to go in or outside of that. So 4 BC, then around to 10.
That's the big turn.
Yeah.
That's the, okay, sorry.
10, and then, so 10, you've got to make the decision inside or outside of that purple
the Discovery,
wing.
what do you call them?
Yeah, those
Discovery wings.
And then the decision whether to go inside or outside of this wing from 4A that remains in place as we turn left-handed to 8 and then down the hill to number 9.
Yeah,
so the winning time of the previous class, that was a 37 seconds by Charlie Crockart. She came home the winner on Capital Hampton, so that wasn't beaten, 37. And then Nariska was around about 38 something, and the rest of them were in the 40s. What do you make of this jump off
I don't
track?
think anybody will get within 2 seconds of Charlie's time. What I see is in this class. If they do, they win it hands down. But just with it doesn't mean it's a weaker field or anything like that. Same jump off. Charlie is known as the speed demon of our sport, and so is Nariska. So I would say if you're in the 39, 40s here,
yeah, you got a good
good chance of winning it. I think the big turn is from 4C, which is the combination.
Yeah.
Whether to go round, there's another wing there. We can't really see it from our commentary box. Whether you go inside that, and then you have to go inside the Discovery wings to win it. I think and then you've got to also come inside the white 4A wings to do the turn back. The turn backs are where you're going to make to the Hollard, which is number 10, and to number 8, I think is where you're going to win or lose it today.
So it's going to suit a jumping, a quick striding horse, and one with a little bit of who can turn on a ticky as well. So not too many choices, but you've got to be going at a forward clip the entire way.
Yeah, I think the turnbacks, if you can get that to that Hollard smooth, and the turn back here like 1 stride or 2 strides to 8, I think then that's where you're going to make it. 1, 2, and 3 are easy. I said to my guys in the last round, just get 1 out of the way. Have an easy start to number 1. Once you got 1 out of the way, pick up the pace. Round the Discovery, have a good shot at 2, move on to 3, move on to 4, B, and C, and then these 2 turnbacks, I think, are going to win or lose it for you.
As we said, so Charlie's time we don't think we're going to get close to in this pool. That was 37. We're aiming at around about the 39, 40 second mark, but you never know.
We might be totally wrong.
Yeah,
we
somebody
might
could gallop at 36 seconds. Who knows? Voishkush Orinoco first to go. Jason Phillips for owners Roland van der Kira and Jason.
Yeah, Jason will be fast. It's whether he keeps all the jumps up. Good.
1, 2.
That's a good ride.
So he gave us a 10 stride between 2 and 3, pulled the rail.
Yeah.
So he knows he's had a rail down, whether he's going to go for the minor money and keep on rolling, or whether
he's gone round there as well. So he's now sort of trying to get bottom end money, like a prize in the bottom end, trying to keep as many jumps up and just get a decent enough time to pick up some money somewhere lower down.
Pay for his diesel to get home.
Yep, his lunch and his diesel. Good round.
41.93 for
penalties. If he'd kept that up, he would have been competitive.
41.93 pulls fence number 3. So Arena Party still to put that up. Do you hope the judges have noticed before they ring the bell? Yep, they have.
Yeah, I don't know if Ronnie. I'll be surprised if he has a full go, but being you never know. I can't say, but
I think he might be trying to rebuild.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think he'll be solid.
Yeah.
And try and pick up a top 5 finish.
5,000 Rand up for grabs to the winner, courtesy of the sponsors Reonet. Getting himself settled into a good rhythm before he goes to jump number 1.
Yeah, he's not being stupid.
Yeah.
He's going to pick up a good ticket, let the others make the mistakes. He's clever. Build his horse and then get a bit of money, hopefully.
Yeah, as you say, he's all going around there.
Yeah. I think a little slip in here to a small vertical, pick up a bit of...
You know, also with the percentages down, there aren't as many in the
100%.
class as
the other class, there were 16 or 17 or something. That was a good ride for him, for what his horse and what he's planning in the future. Just to, you'll take home 1,000 Rand, which pays his entries. And
43.24, but more importantly, leaves them all up.
One of my horses I liked, so...
This has got a super stride, covers a huge amount of ground.
I've seen Ray win fast of the fastest. Whether she is there, she's sort of getting a good line. She looks like she's winding up.
Yeah. And of course she's got another one to come.
Yeah. There you go. And he doesn't knock jumps.
No.
Come on, pick it up. Good ride. Oh. It was unlucky.
Yeah.
See a good turn in there as well, you see?
Yeah. Now she's gone around here, I think, having had one down.
See, now this is where Ronnie was clever.
Yeah.
So all these guys who are really going crackers to win it, just jumped a good wristed.
Yeah. He's put enough pressure on them.
See, she's a 40. So we said a 39er. If you're a 39er, I think you win this.
40.37 her time, but the 4 penalties just seemed when he went through that double, landed.
Sort of jumped across it because we're right behind it. He sort of anticipated the turn.
Went to the right.
Yep. This horse, I think, is too novice. I wish Jody would win it, but he's quite a novice. I think he's novice. Jody's going to go do a bit like what Ronnie did. Well, I hope she does, in the sense of have a good solid clear.
Yeah, she's already doesn't look like she's...
Good girl. So what a lot of people at home don't see, a little bit, there's tactics here, and sometimes a good 4th place and 1,500 Rand is better than going for broke, Good ride. Good girl.
It's very similar to Ronnie. She's giving herself space here.
Could have gone a bit, but she's now feels, hell, I got it clear, and let me just keep it. Oh, Jody, stupid. She should have actually gone shorter.
Yes.
And then she would have been easier. She went through the distance.
Just got too through the distance too easily.
Yeah.
44.22. So Barry, you can talk us through the.
Yeah, totally. Went too wide here. Look there. It just ran out of space.
Yeah.
It just couldn't get out of the way.
Yeah, she almost.
If she'd actually turned a little bit tighter here, she would have sort of pitched a little bit shorter, and she could have even ridden up. It would have been.
Correct.
She had such a good shot at it. She over.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes your choice.
Yeah, this is my choice. I think experience is going to pay dividends here.
Come on, for us old timers, Bryce.
Yeah, and watch his turns now. Watch his turn to number 8. He's going to come
like
short to number 8.
Business too.
Yeah,
you can sort of see it in their body language.
No, the ears are pinned back.
Yeah, he's like, I'm having a go today.
Yeah.
Got number 1 out of the he's tight. Come on.
And what he can do on this
Through there,
mare.
look where he's gone
look at that. Oh no, he's forgotten his track.
Taken the wrong course.
Yeah. He he was prepping for number 4. Oh, what a pity.
Okay, that's him. Ronnie's looking good.
What a pity, shame. That's something I would do.
Horse jumped beautifully.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Oh, look at him. Yeah, he can't believe what he did.
Can't believe it.
He's just telling himself, silly, silly, silly. What a pity for Bryce. So there might be a little bit of a break in proceedings here as we wait for number 26, Favour the Bold, unless the judges decide to let My Hercules come before. But I think being a pet championship class, we might have to wait it out. Zandi Alcock's changed off of Lansink to Favour the Bold. So this might be an opportune time just to go to a quick commercial break. Of course, we've got the Callahoo stud sales coming up not too long. And that's just around the corner on the 11th of May. So we're going to take a look at their promo and perhaps one or two of the wonderful horses that they have on offer. Wonderful horses being made available on that Callahoo stud catalogue just around the corner. Make sure you go and check out their website to make sure you've booked your tryout. It's just around the corner on the 11th of this month. 11th to the 15th, that happens, an online sale, the first of 2. Zandi Alcock goes again, Favour the Bold. Barry, she's already had a ride around here on Lansink.
She knows well, so let's see.
Right, so leading the way.
One of my people, one of my sort of tips.
So she's got to beat 43.24, but of course Robin Shaw still to come, Tegan Brain still to come, Elmo, Ronnie Healy, he's going to have a go. So she can't be aiming for that 43. I think she's got to be aiming for the 39, 40 mark.
She's got to be 39 to beat Ronnie Healy, I think, when Ronnie comes with Elmo. This is a good time. Brilliant.
Yes.
Come on.
Comes inside, so far pulled off everything that she's needed to.
Yeah,
a good shot.
This is the one.
Not too strong.
Good girl.
Yes.
Beautiful round.
38.59.
What did I say? 39 round there, you win it. She'll definitely be in the first 3. I think her big, beautiful round.
I think they might battle to beat that, to be honest.
Yeah. That would have been, she would have been second in the last class.
Yeah.
So
really, really good round. And you can see her having spent more time on the back of that horse, a little bit more confident.
Knows it.
Robin Shaw now. This is not Ernie Castle, so ignore that strap. This, in fact, is My Hercules and Robin Shaw.
Yeah, I think Robin's doing what Ronnie did on his first horse, working out averages here.
Yeah.
She's not going to beat Zandi, so let me go and try and keep all the jumps up and get some prize, you know.
Well, this, I mean, she knows the horse, but she hasn't had a lot of time in the saddle on this horse. It's normally
It's
Nicole
from their
Bates.
stable,
Yeah.
but I don't know if Robin's jumped it that much.
No, I know she jumped at the President's Cup, but that was possibly the first time. So
I think Nicole's at university or something. I don't know. So Robin picks up the ride occasionally. Super round, well thought out.
Yeah.
She'll pick up some money for that.
Yeah, well, that she goes into third.
There you go.
One for time in 50,21. So let's take a look at the rankings. Favour the Bold leading by a country mile here in 38.59. Blue Turtle, Atmore, Ronnie Healy. Of course, he's still got another ride to come in 43.24. And now Robin Shaw in third.
This was the one we didn't really know the horse. So
But
let's
went
see.
very
Tegan,
well. And we said this looks like a lively sort. This is one you could bring in quite short to the base of a fence and it's just going to pop up into the
that's
air.
right. It's got a brilliant front end. I think you can have a go. And Tegan's competitive. Yep, she's going. Let's see. Very quick.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, just found the back toes there. What a pity. It's certainly one for the future, as we see. We don't think she's had this horse very long. Going round there, and I think still going to be quick.
Yeah.
Despite the rail, she hasn't slowed up all that much. She might have gone a little bit wider than what she was planning, but look at that. Comes home 40.55, going around this wing. So you could probably have taken off a second as she has stuck to plan A.
Yep. She would have gone inside if she was clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of a nothing mistake as well. Coming up the hills, fighting for control.
You see what I was saying earlier about horses, your rideability. If he had just kept his head still and she would balance him, he wouldn't have had it behind. But he's busy fighting her, not even really looking at the fence. Okay, here's Ronnie. So I think this is Andy's.
This is the competition.
This is the big competition.
Anyone's got to knock her off her pedestal, it's going to be
He's going to have to go. He's going to have to go. This won't be a gimme.
Look at the line he comes in there.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
He's a wily old fox.
Yeah. Came in on the angle, went wide to get
Good. He's there. He's there.
Yeah.
Good. Drift.
I think he's up.
I think he's on. He's quicker than her. Good ride there. Now it's whether he gets this turn back. This is the win or break. Good turn. He's there.
38.69. Leader's time 38.59. Just into second. But what a great effort from Ronnie Healy and Elmer. Well, that was splitting hairs between those two. But what a wonderful effort. It was a thinking ride, Barry. I mean, he had plotted that perfectly from the.
You can, if he's one. You know what I'm saying? That's as good as winning.
Yeah.
Just clever ride. Brought his horse home safely, and you're talking 0.1 of a second or 0.5 of a second.
And that's one that young riders can rewind and watch again and again how he planned that
how
ride.
He started at the VIP at the restaurant, right on the fence, slightly left to right, skimmed. It took nothing out of the horse. That horse will come back tomorrow and jump the same. Good riding, clever riding.
Well, we're quite impressed with this young lady's riding. This is Keller Lennox, Angela
Spenceley. Going for a nice clear. She'll be good.
Paying her school fees a little bit, mileage.
Guys, to beat Zandi on a horse she knows, it's been a junior horse and everything, and then Ronnie on that good horse. And
I mean, that's good money. That's into fourth place, just hacking around.
Brilliant. I hope Tamar does, or Lisa, I'm sure, will do the same.
Yeah.
She's not going to beat those two horses. No. And I hope Tamar does the same and doesn't get stupid and try and just picks up a good ticket and go home. This is their final class of the show.
Yeah.
So rather go home saying, hell, I finished with a good prize in the championship, then hell, I've got to go and regroup my horse.
Yeah, you got to come in and be realistic, saying, is it
Well,
the day
got to know
today?
when
Am
you
I
can
ready?
win and when you can't win. That's
yeah.
part of the whole thing.
So this
The
you're watching.
good riders know when they can, pull all the stops,
Yeah.
or just rather let's just be in the money. This is a big sort of bit slow, scopy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean he's looking for Grand Prix, isn't he?
He's part of the training. You can see he's good in the first round. He was amazing when she went at his speed. She's taken him out of his gear now, and then he's a little bit at sea. But it's all learning. This is where you teach them. You've got to do this. You can't get to 150 in 18 months' time and then say, let's go and have a go in the jump off. He's never learnt it.
Yeah.
So this is all part of the learning process, paying your school fees. Good round.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Take a quick look at the replay before we go to our
Also
final
going
competitor.
left to right. So you're going again. It's the hardest thing for a horse to come on the left rein and then go right to change their shoulders. Yeah, just behind. Rubbed it behind. Yeah, let's see tomorrow now. Good start. I just hope she doesn't go stupid.
Just kind of drifted left
yeah,
on that
you see,
turn.
but they're ready on the start.
Yeah.
Listen, I think this is a 150 horse too. She's in the same boat as Lisa.
Yeah.
So luckily she had it, not luckily, I'd like her to win the class, but she had number 2, which she was a little bit unbalanced, and then now she's producing again.
Yeah.
Slow down, give him a nice finish and regather.
Finish
and,
strong.
And work him towards his future.
He looks like he's going to be a good, solid, hard-knocking horse.
I think he's a 150. He's scope and brave and all that he's got.
He kind of went under the radar on that sale as well. That it might have been a hidden gem that.
I had clients who tried to buy him shortly after the auction, and they wouldn't sell it. And he's a nice horse. I think he'll be something. See, he's disunited behind.
Yeah, balance
like a flat tire, and then he's not balanced. Rest superb, actually. Okay, they're turning in the air. Also, he's got to learn that.
Well, it's a good result here for the young lady Zandi Alcock, Favour the Bold. She'll be delighted with that. I mean, this is probably the first time she's gone up against the adults, and wow, what a result for her! 38.59 on Favour the Bold. Elma and Ronnie Healy just behind there, 38.69, and good result for Ronnie, second and third.
Clever riding on Atmore.
Yeah, Atmore comes in third in 43.24. That's the class, Barry. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's been fun. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Excellent. Barry
Thanks,
Taylor,
Alan.
ladies and gentlemen, legend of the sport. Great to have him with us. So coming up next, the Reonet 1m30 prize giving for pool number 2, and then the final class of the afternoon, the 1m40 championship class. Don't go far. We'll be with you with the prize giving in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show, or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively, you can message me privately, or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store, or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds, and they will gladly assist you.
Photos have been taken. Our first and second place competitors, Zandi and Ronnie. You may dismount and make your way forward to the podiums. We'll then hand you over to Aidan Lithgow for interviews.
Well, climbing up onto the top tier, young Zandi Elcock, who gives Ronnie a riding lesson here. Ron, will come to you in a moment or two. What a great result for you.
Thank you so much. I really didn't expect to win today, but it was amazing, and Bold was just really, really amazing.
Now, you had the two horses in the jump off. Tell us about Lansing first. Just found the rail, seemed to veer off slightly to the right through the double, but that gave you a nice ride around the course to prep you for Favour the Bold, and no mistakes there.
Yeah, I got a bit far to the double and then had the second element of it down. But I'm still getting to know Lansing, but things are coming really nicely with him. And then I was just ready with Bold because I'd been around the track. And then he was just jumping like an absolute champ.
And this is a partnership that you've had for many, many years. This was your junior horse, so you know him really, really well. Tell us about what it's like riding against the big dogs, the old wily candidates like Ronnie here.
It's quite intimidating, but as you said, I've had Bold for like 3 years. This is my 4th year. It'll be in September that I've had him, so I know him so well. We just have a really great partnership. But yeah, Ronnie really nearly gave me a run for my money.
Zandi, congratulations. Big round of applause for the class winner here. The championship 1 meter 30 winner in pool number 2, Zandi Elcock. You're a wily old fox. We watched your round. That was some great riding. Thanks. Saw you come off the fence, angling off the marquee to number 1. A well-plotted round and so close. Just missed it by a fraction of a second.
Yeah, I'm still getting to know the horse. It's Kazlia. She's pregnant at the minute. She's actually in Sabi watching, so hi, Kaz. Yeah, he's a great horse. I rode his mother, also a fast mare. But these young kids are just a little faster and a little less, more crazy than us old wily people.
A wonderful result for you, 2nd and 3rd. Atmore, where's he been? Are you building back up to the big stuff with his injury? We've missed him.
Yeah, he had a little injury, and then with me having Ash's horses last year, I just took a bit more time with him. So he's ready to rock and roll. He'll be back up now. He had a bit of fun today. You know, it was nice for him to have a little bit of fun, easy. But yeah, we're going to get there. And also just want to say thank you to Reonet and Govert for this fantastic sponsorship. Without Govert, you know, shows like this can't happen. So thank you very much, and to the live streaming, we really appreciate it.
Cat Weasel this morning. We saw him not really his form. He seemed to be just fighting a little bit against the bit, found a rail or two. Tell us how's your prep going for the big class tomorrow. And then, of course, your wife's got Eldo back. How are you feeling about that, and how's she feeling about that?
I'll start with Cat Weasel. Yeah, he was a little fresh after all the rain yesterday. He didn't get to do much. So before this morning, his preparation felt great. He had a great, I think, fourth the first day. But he's ready for tomorrow. He'll be first World Cup, but he's in great form. Just a bit fresh, but he'll get some work tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a little sad to not have Aldo. She stole him back from me, but I couldn't be happier for her to have him to take her back around the World Cups. She's a little rusty, but she's got all the fights in her, and I know she's going to pull out something special tomorrow.
Look forward to it. Well done. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the class, Zandi Alcock. In second and third, Ronnie Healy.
Ask our riders to remount, and once everybody has safely remounted, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause please for Zandi Alcock and FEI with the ball. Well done, John. American Portal Reonet headline sponsor for the show. And your other sponsors today as well include Warm Blood Stud and AgriVan for their Warm Blood Stud and AgriVan for their very generous support of our groups. Don't get your auction lots for the 11th of May 2021. The first of two auctions that they'll be hosting this year. 20 top quality sport horses and 2 pairs available. Visit their website for more information and view various lots, as well as the lot closing dates. That's www.caliber.com. Thanks to Ron Watson and Jim Bloom Fine Flowers for their help with the beautiful restaurant table decor. Visit their website at www.
I've jumped in this. Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively you can message me privately or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds and they will gladly assist you.
Welcome back everybody to Equestrian Live SA here on the hot seat at the Peter Mini Arena. What a wonderful, wonderful day's jumping we've been treated to. Still plenty to come. We've got the 1m40 championship on the Saturday afternoon, and then of course we build up to tomorrow's World Cup. That's at 2 o'clock tomorrow. But first of all, let's have a little chat to one of the people, the young lady who's been very, very instrumental in the show, in the setup, in the look, in the feel, in the aesthetic. What a wonderful job you've done. You guys must be very pleased.
Thank you, Aidan. Yeah, we're very happy with how it's turned out, but obviously we've had a good team behind us with all Kep's help. So it's not a one-man show. We've all come together. So yeah.
Well, Kaylee Triggle is who we're talking about. Forgot to give her that intro. Kaylee is the young lady also behind Equine 74, this wonderful gastric ulcer medication, preventative, curative supplement. Tell us about it.
Well, Equine 74 is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies. Basically absorbs the excess gastric acid, which is caused by feeding and stress. Obviously there's a lot of elements that go into overproduction of gastric acid in horses, and what Equine 74 does is prevents the excess gastric acid from splashing on the top of your horse's stomach lining, which is where lesions are formed, and that's where the gastric ulcers are formed. Yeah. So it buffers that, you know, stabilizes their pH levels and allows for the food to move into the intestine without any hyperacidity. So yeah.
It's a wonderful story because your dad took horses overseas. One of them was very, very anxious, stressy, colicky horse, and that's where you found the product, looking for something to help her, and you introduced her this product and made the world of difference.
Yeah, well, my dad took Sea Ultra to Europe to campaign for the World Equestrian Games, and she had 3 colicops. I stand to be corrected, but I think she had 3 colicops, and she used to live on medication for her ulcers. Obviously without it she used to colic, and my dad wanted a supplement to give her to maintain her acid production, and this obviously helps buffer the excess gastric acid, and she managed to take her off all of her medication that she was on, and it helped instrumentally. So we saw a gap in the market and he decided we needed to bring it back. So yeah.
How long have you had it in the country, and how are sales going?
We've had it for about a year. Sales are definitely picking up now, a lot more interest in it, so, and a lot of happy clients. So yeah, very excited.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And it's also about their well-being, because if their stomachs are operating correctly, then they're going to do so much better off of the food that you are giving them. So people with horses that feel a little bit stary, bad doers, and they're pumping food into them, they're not getting any results. This might be what they need, just to help them do better on what they're getting as well.
No, definitely. Obviously, by stabilizing their pH levels and balancing their pH levels, the food can move into their intestines with no hyperacidity, which helps the microbes in their stomachs work better, which allows for them to absorb all the nutrients that you're feeding them. So you'll often find horses that have been suffering, they tend to lack condition, their coats go dull, obviously besides all their normal, their normal behavioral changes, their coats also take a pounding. So with them absorbing all the nutrients you're feeding them, you will often see one of the biggest changes in their entire well-being will be their coats, their condition, they'll pick up muscle, so yeah.
I saw Volker at Easter Festival, and is Volker on this product?
Yeah, we have all of ours.
I've never seen Volker looking a picture of health like she did. I mean, it was that time of year where normally seasons are changing, they're looking a little bit stary, the hormone levels change. That horse was looking a bundle of muscle, and I've never seen such a dappled horse.
No, she's got a lot of dapples, she's looking amazing,
yeah,
so yeah.
She really is.
No, it's
where does one get hold of the product? First of all, where does it come from? It's fully imported from Germany, but manufactured, I think, Sweden or the Scandinavian countries. That's where the ingredients come from.
It's extracted it's actually from a seaweed in Iceland, and then it's dried, it goes through a drying process in Ireland, and then it's manufactured, packaged in Germany. So we import it from Germany, and you can get it, obviously I'm selling it privately. So on my website, which is www.equine74.co.za, or you can message me privately, or alternatively Ronnie and Ashley at Double H Feeds. They are the exclusive agents for
Is it palatable? How do you feed it? Is it a powder? Is it I know the answers because I actually feed it myself. And the horse that I've got it on, I've had to reduce his food because he's actually become such a handful on the amount of food that he was on, that I can't contain his energy, so I've actually had to reduce things. So it's actually saving me money in the long run on food, because he's now just doing so much better than what I had him on. It's a cube. You just put it's a pellet, and you just chuck it in the food.
Chuck it in their feed. I haven't had any issues with horses eating it. Actually, I've just got a client now that really struggles to feed her horse anything. It's very fussy, and she hasn't had any issues with it. So,
Tell us about the quantities. You've got different you've got a kilo, a 6 kilo, a 20 kilo.
Yeah, so it comes in 2 kgs, 6 kgs, and 20 kgs. You feed your horses 50 grams a day, so 25 grams at breakfast, 25 grams at dinner. So more or less, a 2 kg should last your horse around about 5 to 6 weeks. So yeah.
And obviously, if a horse is more stressy or suffers from a worse condition with ulcers, you can just feed a little bit more, or is there a set recipe?
Obviously, horses that are more stressed, they overproduce gastric acid, so they are more inclined for it to attack their stomach lining. So I tend for my ones that are very highly strung and really stressed, I double their dose. But yeah.
And then as you get closer to shows where you know the stressful environment will be intensified, you can feed a little bit more.
Yeah, 100%. You can. There's no overdose on it, if I want to say it that way.
That's it. There's no adverse effects. They can't go
no,
sneak into the feed room, eat a kilo of it, and then you're going to
No, they'll be fine.
Race horses as well. It's not only for the jumpers. Any equids, any.
No, my dad and Esling have some of their race horses on it at the moment. So there's definitely a huge industry there. But yeah.
Okay, so exclusively through your websites, and it's all there. Pay fast or whatever you pay, and you do all the shipping. So you ship door to door.
Yep, ship door to door.
Perfect.
So very simple and easy, just like normal online shopping.
So through you or through Double H Feeds at the current time, are you planning on branching out at all, or is there no need to? Because you can't keep up. I mean, I know you sold out over Easter show.
Yeah, we did sell all of our merchandise over Easter show. So yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic products, so do go and get it. Now let's talk a little bit about this fantastic sponsorship. We see the lime green and the blue, the baby blue, Reonet colours. Just so grateful to have you guys in the sport. Also bringing us the live streaming. This your flagship. I mean, you do sponsor other shows, but this your flagship show. Are you happy? I mean, we had a rainy day yesterday, but other than that, it's been plain sailing, going well.
Obviously, my dad's the person behind everything here, so we're all very grateful for his sponsorship to not only the shows, but for our entire sport, you know. So I think he's very happy with the turnout of the show. I for one am, and very excited about how it's been going. Obviously we can't help the weather yesterday, so
one of those things.
It's just one of those things that we can't control.
The weather certainly has brightened up now. Wonderful days jumping. Tomorrow's the big day, big class at 2 o'clock. You're riding in the big class. How's your horse going? How's your prep going? How's your are there nerves? Are you good? You ready?
Well, I haven't jumped World Cup in quite a few years since my good mare Louisa passed away, but very excited. My mare Fiona has been jumping really well. I let her down today, but but anyways, I'm very happy with her, very excited about tomorrow, so looking forward to it.
Excellent. That's Kaylee Triggle, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you with us.
Thank
all
you.
the very, very best for the rest of the show, and all the very best for tomorrow's big class. So we'll be watching keenly.
Awesome.
Kaylee Triggle, and she's the young lady behind Equine 74. It's a wonderful product. Just once again, your website.
www.equine74.co.za.
Go out and get some.
seconds. That is, of course, pending final measurements. Those that jump clear go through to a jump off over 2, 3A, 4, 5A, 5B, 10, 6 and 14. That's 2, 3A, 4, 5AB, 10, 6 and 14. Until then, first few riders we'll be looking for. At number 1 is Tamara Rueda and J.K. Callahoo-Liantos. First of her 2 rides in the class. Followed at number 2 by Rochelle Cook and Moon Zappa. 3 will be Please Comfort and Shadowfly. While at number 4 we'll see Roland Dos Santos and Captain the Boo Boo. Then in at number 5 will be Yvonne Fondaceda and Rivervale's Best Wishes.
Welcome back to our pictures here from the Peter Mini Arena, Kalami Equestrian Park, as we build up to tomorrow's big one. First of the World Cup qualifiers for 2021. My, how we have missed them. Last year, of course, no World Cup qualifiers, and yeah, it left a bit of a gap, hollow feeling. So it all resumes again tomorrow. Looking forward to that. So while we are waiting the first horse into the arena for the 1m40 championship class, let's say a big thank you to all of our sponsors once again. Big thank you obviously to Reonet for making this show possible, and also to for making the live streaming possible. Also thank you to Neighbours for their support of all of our live streaming communication. To the Kellaho Warm Blood Stud, don't forget their sales just around the corner. Go to www.kellaho.com. To Jenna Bloom Fine Flowers, www.jennabloom.co.za. And then to Jet Set Event Furniture. Big thanks to Liz Ledier and her team. All the furniture and the lovely pieces that are in the restaurant. That's directly opposite, as you can see in your picture right now. That very big marquee on the bottom side of the arena. Big thank you also to Canon. Our guys on the cameras are Toomey. Give us a wave, Toomey. And also Jim. There's Toomey. Jim's on the other end, and Erwin's up here in the box with us, bringing you the pictures from the couch. All those pictures courtesy of Canon, and these cameras sponsored by Canon. Go check them out. There it is, www.canon.co.za. Without sponsors, these live streams would not be possible. If you'd like to be involved, we've got lots of upcoming events which we're still looking for sponsors for. You get wonderful value for your rand, bang for your buck. Do get involved. Go to Equestrian Live SA and find us on Facebook, and you can tell us if you'd like to be involved. Also, big thank you to Downings. This is where we are. We're right next to the judges box in this wonderful Downings tent. So to Richard Mons and his team from Downings, big thank you for making us feel so special and rather comfortable over these last couple of days. And there we are, waving to you. Give us a wave, Erwin. Come on, you're in shot. There's Erwin. There's Shay and myself waving to you. And currently now in picture is J.K. Callahoo-Liantos, will be the first to go in this 1m40 championship class. 1 round and a jump off. So a length of track 480 meters, time allowed 83 seconds. And should you go clear, you'll go into the jump of 2, 3A, 4, 5A, 5B, 10, 6 and 14. One scratching is Kelleher Conner, Monique Erasmus that we know of. This is a wonderful, wonderful horse, Cheyenne de Beer on my left-hand side, assisting me with a co-commentary for this class. He's just really coming to his own. He's a little superstar. It's a superstar family as well. The full brother to Lucado, belonging to Desiree Davidson, who we saw jumping the 150s at Easter Show, by Lisbon out of a heartbreaker mare, Willingen. Is it the full brother?
Yes,
oh, it's the full brother.
This is the full brother of Lucado.
Yeah, full brother to Lucado, who is in. Is Lucado in this class? Yes, he is, number 29.
Number 29.
So the two brothers, both in this class. So a little bit of a step up. I think this horse has had a step up into some qualifying classes, but never a 140 championship class, as far as I know, for Lientos. So this is his first time in a 140 championship class. Jumped a stellar round in the 135 champs at Easter Show. Was right up there in the money, just pipped to the post that day by Shari Michaelis, just a couple of weeks ago in the Bob Charter. Lientos was leading the way. Super round until Shari Michaelis on Cupidor was the last to go in that 135 champs and just pipped him on the post. Wonderful ride there. Tamara Rueda, we'll chat plenty more about her as well as we go through the class. Moon Zapper next to go, Rochelle Klook. Moon Zapper, imported by Pip Baxter, by Moon Charm, and Pip had the ride, and now change of owner. Rochelle Klook now owns and rides, so Pip Baxter no longer the rider. Shay's going to assist me in some co-commentary for this class. Your type of horse, Shay? Would you like a
I
Moon
quite like
Zapper?
the way he pulls to the jumps. You know, he's in your hands. There's a lot you can support with your hands. I like a horse that will pull you a little bit towards the jump.
Bouncy little fella.
Yeah.
Can get right under the jump, and he'll have enough jump in his hocks to get up. And this is a nice horse for Rochelle. I don't think, has she ridden at this?
I think she's ridden possibly a couple 130, 135s with this horse. I think he's a great competitor. A nice confident horse for her.
And it looks like a nice match as well.
Yeah.
She seems to get a lot of confidence off of him, and he seems to get a lot of confidence off of the way she's riding him. Sharp horse.
Yeah.
Very sharp.
Quite hot.
Lovely.
Doing very well today.
And there we go. 2 have gone through the start, and 2 have come home clear. Rochelle Klook and Moon Zapper. What a wonderful way to begin this 140 championship class. So, at the moment, after 2 have gone, we've got a 100% strike rate for clears. But of course, that's going to change as we get further down the running order. 52 horses go through the start chain. In fact, I think there's
42.
42 horses. I'm looking at the wrong page. Sorry, 42 horses. 42 horses. So don't turn over the page. There's the next page that I need. Okay, got you. Right, on track now, Shadowfly and Annalise Comfort, number 3.
Oh, she's having to push quite hard with this horse today.
I was actually looking down at my piece of paper when that happened.
Right from the very start, he's been looking a little bit like he's been hesitating. She did give him a good gallop coming around this corner before number 3. Maybe trying to get him off her leg.
Does he? I don't think he normally does that. He's not normally behind the legs.
He's been a really solid competitor for Annalise over the years. I know he was one of her first horses in the juniors from what I can remember.
He certainly is not looking like a happy camper today. But lots and lots to look at. We've got new sound in this Peter Mini that's louder than what it normally is. And he does look a little bit buzzy, like he's looking right at us. This is where we're sitting. He's actually looking right at us.
And Aiden, there's plenty of flags, plenty of things going on around here.
Plenty. Lots to look
Banners.
at. 79 seconds the adjusted time allowance. We have just received word from the judges box that the time allowed has been reduced by 4 seconds to now 79 seconds. So Shadowfly going around here already sitting on a bit of a score. Disobedience, some poles, some time certainly to add, and that's it. That, I'm afraid, is it. Yeah, not his day today. Remember also that yesterday's classes were cancelled.
See, she's going quite forward around the turn there and just...
Yeah. He is a horse that's had to travel from White River to be with us. So he's had the travelling, he's had the rain, the inclement weather.
A day off.
A day off, a fresh day, lots to look at, lots of blaring music as well. So
yeah,
probably just all getting a bit much for him. Not his day today. Capital Lavubu goes next, number 4, Bronwyn de Santos. And this is one of those horses that little girls dream about. A picture book horse. Yeah, a unicorn horse. By Cassius, Damline Cassini. Scope to burn.
Such a classy horse.
Yeah. Owned and ridden by Bronwyn. And a horse like this must give you so much confidence just cantering to a big fence, you know.
Makes it so easy.
Yeah, he's got size and scope and
super
canter.
technique.
Yeah, he's just... You could feel that you could really put him anywhere and he's just going to...
Jump the moon.
Ping up and yeah.
It looks like an absolute beautiful ride as well.
Took a bit of a hold down to that one. Bronwyn had to hold him off the fence, and yeah, I saw her come. I was watching the live pictures, not a screen in front of us, and I saw her looking around, shaking her head. Wondered what had gone on, but it looks like a victim of the clock. 81.94. Original time allowed was 83. Time was reduced to 79. So, had it been the original time, she might have come inside that time allowed. One
First two
for
horses
time.
Travelling quite nicely though.
Yeah. Yvonne van der Sade goes next, and this is Rivervale's Best Wishes. Wonderful, wonderful rider and a really top-class horse by Bono. Out of Rivervale's Romance, that's a Rex Granus dam line, bred by the Rivervale stud, who Shay will tell us a little bit about. I was chatting to Yvonne on day one being Thursday before the live streaming started. And shame, you know, Yvonne travels a long way to be here. He brought his other two horses as well. He's stabling just down the road, and unfortunately, Filou and his other horse got out and ran and fell on the tar, and were both, after travelling all this way at huge expense, both injured.
Shame, man.
And
That's
out of the show. So Best Wishes, the only one that he's got competing at the show, which
it's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, a bit of a cruel blow. Good thing he knows some physiotherapists. For those of you who don't know the inside joke, Yvonne's mom runs the, what's it called, Equilibrium.
Yes.
Equilibrium or Equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium Physiotherapy School in Plett, and I think they've actually opened up a branch, if I'm not mistaken, here on the Highveld. One down, I'm afraid, there for Best Wishes, and Yvonne van der Sade, 78.60. He is a top rider. I'm going to take a look at this replay, exactly what went wrong. Yeah, I just got a little bit snug to that one. On
a
our
little
camera
bit behind.
angle, and I don't know if it's the camera angle or you just looked like he overshot the turn a little bit and
Yeah.
that compromised. Might have compromised
pulled
his
him a bit deep.
distance. Yeah, put him a bit deep, yeah, exactly. Next to go, Poland's Macchiato and Jonathan Clark. This is number 6.
There's another horse that looks a little bit sharper.
This horse has really impressed me the way that it's come on. In the, I'll be quite honest with you, in the smaller grades, I didn't think a huge amount of it, and it's just gotten better and better as it's got slightly older. Jonathan took a lot of time with his production work in the early, in the formative stuff, in the meters, 1 meter 10s. It spent a lot of time in those grades. Also a lot of time. In fact, in the 1 meter 10s, it spent a lot of time. Then suddenly
I remember watching it.
shot through the 120s, shot through the 130s, and is now in the 140s. By Milan, and there, that dam sire, that fantastic dam sire, Optimum Thunder Wellington, his daughters. You got to look for those Optimum daughters. If you can find them, grab them. If you've got breeding in mind, they do seem to produce. Pat Pole, if you're watching, I'm still waiting for my photographs, by the way.
Jumped all over his shoulder there.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, looked like the legs were hanging a little bit. And that would be the first time that this horse has been in an arena also with a marquee there. And I think maybe just as it took off, it was looking straight into the restaurant.
A bit of a step up for him as well.
And you know, when they suddenly get anxious, sometimes they can do that. Just forget about the job that they're actually doing, and their mind goes elsewhere. Let's take a look at the first mistake here.
Just fell to the right a bit coming out of that corner. Or coming into that corner.
Total of 9, 2 for 2 down, and 1 for time for the vastly improving Poland's Macchiato. Lots to like about Macchiato now. Certainly does have a lot of jump. Jonathan Clark there. So at this stage we had 2 clears to start with, and since then we've moved on to number 7 without having another one. Tackentog's Action Girl and Ada Rain Ferguson. Now you know Ada Rain pretty well, Shay.
And if anyone can get a clear next, it's her. She's been riding with Ronnie now since she's been down in Joburg, maybe about 3 or so years. Has come on so beautifully in the bigger grades.
Now, I read an article where she stepped this horse up into the 1 meter 50s, is that correct?
She stepped her other horse up into the 1 meter 50s at Easterfest, Levita.
Yes.
Jumped, I think she had a couple poles, but all in all very happy. She saw the finish, and that's what was her goal.
The first of many.
Yeah, she's only
sure,
16, you know, she's got a long way to go.
She's only 16.
She's only 16.
Crazy.
And it's a really, really wonderful start for her.
Hallmark of her riding is her rhythm that she rides it, always forward, always going somewhere, always travelling. So the horses have always got momentum and travel on their side, and there you go. Comes home in a time, you can see just how she was travelling. Time allowed 79 seconds, she comes home in 70,51. And that is 5 seconds faster than anybody else so far. Next best is Liantos. Not that times count in a first round unless you're exceeding the time allowed. I'm just talking in terms of ground rhythm and pace that they're riding at. We were talking about Ada Rain and how she's so forward. Well, that gives you an indication of just how forward she is, some 5 seconds quicker than anybody else. Charlie Ann Crockett, she's been a championship winner today. She won the first pool's 1 meter 30 championship pool, and here she goes on this wonderful stallion by Indoctro out of an Emilion dam line. This is Serenella's Capital Lord Derby.
Oh, as far as I know, she's also taken a bit of time to produce this horse, you know, quite slowly.
10-year-old now. There's so much to like about him. First of all, for a stallion, his temperament is just
beautiful.
So good.
Covers so much ground.
Such a good jockey, Charlie. Just gives a horse so much confidence with the way she rides into the fence.
She doesn't change too much. Keeps him in rhythm.
There's a bit of a step up for him as well into the 140s. I don't think he's had too many. Look, she's happy with him. So let's take a look at the first mistake.
Maybe she's got a bit too deep.
Yeah, just again off the turn, down the hill, running a little bit deep. Not going to be their day today to go through to the jump off. At this stage, just the 3 clears. So we seem to have skipped number 8, Equifox JFK, as we move on now to number 9, number 10, I beg your pardon, Poland's Warza. This is Savannah Gierke. Also travelled a long way to be here from Plettenberg Bay. For those of you...
Partner of Ivan.
Yeah, for those of you overseas, how far would Plettenberg be? It's about a 9-hour drive, 10-hour drive from Joburg.
It's a little bit more, I'd say. It's a good 11 hours.
Now, I don't remember Savannah jumping 140s on this horse either. Has she done a few?
Or two, yeah.
Has she done a championship class?
No. Not.
So a little bit of a step up, one could say, in the ask for her today, but she just doesn't seem to be on a forward enough rhythm. She seems to be a little bit backward
make
of
that
rhythm.
Distance there.
Yeah.
This horse, another one of the Dam Line Optimum Thunder Wellington.
Well, there you go. And well, another one from Poland's. So Pat Pole does like that Dam Line. Come on, come on. Oh. Not going to be her day today, I'm afraid.
I was jumping a little bit big over that oxer.
Jumping big in height, landing a little bit short, battling then to cover the ground in the distance to the next element. Got a little bit of a replay. Let's take a look. Poland's Warza and Savannah Gierke. Well, that cannon jump, that's the first time it's been an oxer today. It's been at number 1 at the gate as a vertical and caused a huge amount of problems throughout the course of the day. Has to be said, has come down more than any other jump. This time around as a oxer and the back rail coming down. On report now, KP Laudanum, number 11 for KP Warmblood Stud, in partnership with Arnold himself. This is a big imposing son of Lord Z. He's a breeding stallion. He's a 10-year-old, rising 11. Out of a claim mare. He's a picture of quality. One criticism in this could just be because he's, although he's a 10-year-old, he's not that young anymore, but he's a Meneer. And for those of you sitting overseas, a Meneer is a mister. He's a boy. He's a bit of a thug.
He's quite quirky.
Yeah, he likes to play.
Yeah.
I think he would test you a little bit. He's got all the jump in the world. I mean, he certainly can jump a big fence. If he was a human, you would say he might need a little bit of Ritalin.
Yeah. You can see he's so elastic, so bouncy.
You can just imagine in the stable on the ground, he must be a cheeky little nonsense. Well, when I say little, there's nothing little about him.
Big imposing nonsense.
Yeah. I do like him.
Yeah, he's super. And his offspring have been real good quality so far.
Final score of 10 to those being for time in 83.53. So take a look at, yeah, he just got a little bit tight to that. A little bit untidy with his front end over that one. So his final score, 10. Jody Peters, who we spoke about earlier on in the broadcast, but if you have only tuned in for this class, Jody from KwaZulu-Natal. Mom Sue, I'm sure you're watching, Father Willie as well. Good afternoon to you guys. Real horsey background has Jody. This is King of Hearts, owned by Mom Sue and by Bella Notte out of a Jus de Pomme. Slightly on the, I would think, on the colder side. You seem to see Jody working quite hard at times.
Pushes every now and then.
Yeah. Just to add a little bit more encouragement, try and get the revs in the engine a little bit higher.
Looks like you've got to use a lot of leg.
Come on. Oh, she was off that one. One down, what a pity. We'll take a look at that replay if we can, Mr. Producer. I'm not sure if the guys have got... Yeah, we're going to take a look at that. So it just came off the turn, rode up to that one and just found herself quite some ways off it.
It's a little bit too much
herself, no, this is Laudanum, so we've gone back one too far. That's KP Laudanum and Arnold Botha. So I just found myself, we don't have that replay. We'll try and see if we got a little bit later. That's not that important, but just found myself a little bit off of that and couldn't make the back rail. So 1 down already for our next competitor. 2 down, Jessica de Wit, Nelby van het Hayveld. 8 penalties thus far. I would think that this is, again, is a step up for Jessica in a championship 140. I think she might have jumped a couple of like qualifying classes in 140s, but at a championship show, at a national show, in a championship class, I think this is a little bit of a step up for her.
And this is quite a big, long striding horse, you know.
All the power and jump in the world. I mean, I know
so
this horse has also been in 6-bar competitions with Oscar, who's her coach. So certainly a lot of power. Nabab de Rev, the stallion, Chin Chin, the dam line. And to me, Jessica looks like she's feeling.
She's a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I'm trying to put it like she's feeling the moment. She's feeling the
pressure a bit.
Like the occasion might have gotten to her a little bit, that she's just needs to take a breath, knows that she can do the job. She looks like she might be overriding the horse slightly and just getting there on an incorrect
every now and then.
Yeah, but she got around. 16 penalties, and that's she'll remember that for a long time. So right from the get-go, fences 1 and 2, and that just tells you perhaps she's a little bit over keen and just pushing the horse, the horse out of its rhythm a little bit too much. Courtney Webber goes next, number 14. This is Opal de la Bastide, which he rides for owner Shelley Moore. A pair of them from KwaZulu-Natal. Both of them part of Grant Langley's setup, have been clients of Grant's for a long time. Courtney Webber, in fact, rides a lot of horses for the stables as well, does a lot of work there. Very, very good young rider, well produced by Grant. Coming along the right way.
Yeah, Courtney's got excellent feel.
Yeah, she's got the goods.
Yep.
Was that wonderful horse she used to ride in juniors?
Brandenburg Chancellor.
That's the one. Chancellor.
That was a super careful but deceptively quick horse.
Was he?
Not the.
I always thought he was donkey slow.
Yeah, he's super lazy. She used to warm him up with 2 dressage whips, 1 on each end. But in a jump off, dangerous.
I'm being told here, Aiden, he used to win everything. I was like, okay, all right.
He's quite the competitor in the junior years.
Sure. It was so long ago, I can't remember. You're younger than I am. You probably used to compete against him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. 4 penalties for young Courtney Webber and 77.80. Martijn Swanepoel, number 15, Carthago Vandenbos. Martijn, a holder of national colours for eventing, was a top class event rider for many years. That was his forte. In fact, went to the World Equestrian Games along with his long-time mentor, coach, and very good friend Graham Wynne. That was in Normandy, I think it was, that year. No, Kentucky, was it? Was it Kentucky or Normandy? Could be, Kentucky. Cardinal was the name of the horse that he took over. But now, solely show jumping, both he and Graham. Well, for a long time now, actually, in the last couple of years. Such a nice guy, Martijn. Serious businessman. Got to get him to sponsor some live streaming, I think. Put that on the to-do list. Tell us about this horse.
This horse, 11 now, by Freestyle, out of a Capital Dam line. Doesn't look like the easiest horse. Looks like it can be quite a challenge. Covers so much ground.
He does
Getting
like a
stride,
particular
yeah.
type of horse, Martijn. Most of his horses go kind of in the same way, same sort of make and shape of them all. Nice, well
Super
done.
scopy horse.
Oh, time 82.04. Kentucky 2010. That's where he was at the World Equestrian Games. Kentucky. Oh, I didn't need that time penalty. 1 for time, clear for jumping into 82.04. Time allowed 79 seconds. So, 3 clears. The first 2 that went clear. There was a little bit of a break until Action Girl went at number 7. And since Action Girl and Ada Rain, nothing. Not a single one has gone clear. So, 14 have gone. 26 still left to come. 3 clears from 14 gives us 21%. Now, a horse that used to, in fact, now when I say he does like a make and shape of horse. If you looked at Carthago and you look at this horse, this was a Martijn Swanepoel horse before Lara took him over. Same sort of type, isn't he? Big, rangy.
Yeah. Big scopy horses.
Yeah, deliberate in his movements. And I think she just rides him perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's what's so good about Martijn. When you chat to him, I said, why are you not riding Dundee? And he said, oh well, Lara's better on him.
Yeah.
She's a mate, and she gets a better tune, and he didn't have that much confidence on the horse. And one man's meat is another man's poison, as they say. And she just absolutely loves this horse. Gets a super tune. And that just shows you his scope was a little bit off there. Press the button and he just pings up into there, opens up. She can ride Lara. She just makes everything look so easy. Like she's just tidy, sitting there and just ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Sunday tea and crumpets kind of riding, yeah? Just like, oh, give me another sugar. Easy peasy. Here's a little 1 meter 40 fence. Ta-da-da-da-da. 17 is a scratching. 1 down, 1 for time for Dundee. 5. Right, next to get number 18 is Capital Chili Pepper. Christine Smith. What a wonderful horse he is.
I absolutely love this horse.
This is a horse you go into war on. He is so dependable, reliable. He just... When you talk about Sunday tea and crumpets, this is a Sunday tea and crumpets horse. I mean, look at him. He just...
His attitude.
Canters around with Christine. He can jump from virtually nothing. He gives you so much confidence.
So much to like about this horse.
Christine rides out of Burlington. I think she's produced this horse all the way, is that correct? Yeah, she has.
Yep.
So great accomplishment by her, by Chicoletto, who we saw earlier on with Jacob Peach misbehaving, I have to say, out of the dam Chantilly. Not the Chantilly, another Chantilly, different spelling. Yes, time allowed is 79 seconds. She's always got to have an eye on the clock. I think she is realizing that. Come on, press.
Yeah, he's a little bit deliberate in his step, a little bit slower.
There's never a question that he's going to jump the jump, ever. You're never going to doubt him. He's going to
try. He goes.
And you know, if he ever went through one, you know, you just keep going. He's going to jump the next one.
Yeah.
There's never going to be a.
His mind won't get flustered.
Oh,
he's
there
not
you go.
going to get stressed.
80.60 time allowed 79. So 1 for time for Chili Pepper.
It's a pity, but what an absolutely amazing
I said
horse.
to Christine once, and she liked. She said, "That is the coolest, mildest Chili Pepper you'll ever find." Yeah, there's no bite in that Chili Pepper. Right, Tamara Rueda, she's already given us a clear on the wonderful Lientos. Here she goes in number 19, JK Qantas 18. Also, it has jumped in the big stuff before. I think he's coming back off of an injury.
Yeah.
He's just building up again. Tamara's turned into a really, really smart rider.
She went through the junior ranks for this horse as well.
JK, the prefix of Johan Kaklofa, sitting overseas. I think he and wife Roxy in the United States of A. in Florida, I think, although they do get about a bit.
I think they're based in Wellington, yeah.
Wellington, yeah, he's a top rider. Toki.
Oopsie.
Oh!
A bit far, they hesitated a bit.
Oh, there was a little bit of a stammer, wasn't there? Just a moment of hesitation before he left the ground. Now, is she pulling him up?
Looks to be. A little bit of hesitation, maybe, just not feeling 100%.
Yeah, I wonder if we can have a look at that replay, if possible. Just see if we can see. I know a lot of the horses have had a good look at that hollard fence. I don't know if it was that or the distance. Here we see.
She was a bit far.
Yeah. Yeah. Finds the back rail. I wonder if it could have been a combination of both, that he was just looking at it a bit and shitty. That's what's created the distance.
Yeah, maybe backing off from quite far.
Forever Delarock and Johan Lotter. This is number 20 for Nova Sonnenstrahl. Johan's long-time owner, backer, sponsor. I stand to be corrected. Pretty new to the 140s? He's been campaigning in the 140s?
He's spent a lot of time in the 130s, but he could possibly be quite new to the 140 classes, championships especially.
Hit that subscribe button and let us know. Forever Delarock. We can't be expected to know about every horse.
I remember watching this horse with Johan in the lower grades.
He looks, the way he's going around, looks like he might be a little bit new to the level that he's just looking. Johan's having to ride a little bit harder at some of the fences, finding himself a little bit far off and just not getting there as easily as he would like to.
Good round.
Well, having said that, there you go.
Yeah.
Wonderful round. Clear, 78.97 time allowed. Yeah, Johan's pleased with that. Well done, Johan Lotter. Forever Delarock Z. Gives us a good clear. Had to ride a little bit, but that's the measure of the man. That's his talent. His experience comes to the fore. Brings him home in a good clear. So through to the jump off he goes. Rainer Korber now, number 21. This is back on track Sheldon. Wonderful horse. Indoctro, Conti. Novice in 140, says Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Novice in 140 was Forever Delaroc. He looked like a bit of a novice 140 horse going around there. He just
I'm just having to give him some confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is a novice 140 horse. He's a pretty young horse.
He's only 8 now.
7 or 8-year-old now, jumping in the 140s, being produced by Reiner. He's a lovely, lovely horse for owner Linda Ellerine. Diaboitis was involved as a young horse. Yeah, Di sold him to Linda when he was a metre 10 horse. Reiner took him over and coming along the right way. In fact, he's gone through the grades pretty swiftly. Does it easily.
Very easily.
Big future.
Ray making everything look easy as well.
Yeah, Ray makes most things look easy. Ray makes the sport look easy. It's not that easy. Final score, just the one down, 4 penalties for a novice 1m40 in a championship class. It was a big test. And shines, rises to the occasion, does back on track Sheldon and Reiner Korber. Number 22 is Summer Bridge Cruise, Heather Mostert from KwaZulu-Natal, trained by Ronnie Lawrence. I know Heather very well. We were at school together. Ran around as juniors together at Shongweni Club all those many years ago. I won't tell you how many. And this is just a horse of a lifetime.
Fantastic
what
horse.
A brilliant, wonderful, uncomplicated, lovely horse by Cruising. And she's won so much. She's been a winner here this show. She won the mini derby on him 2 years ago, and since then really hasn't looked back. I think there was a little bit of a small little stutter at President's Cup. I'm trying to remember, or was that her other horse? Where she lost a little bit of form on him, but it's come back strong. And she had a good Easter show as well. She's jumped to 150 with this horse. So this 140 class well within his scope.
Yeah. He looks quite confident.
We're seeing, it's so nice to see Heather at most of the big shows as well. Every national show here in Joburg she's made the trip for. Well supported by her husband Anton. She's been a winner here this week so I'm just being told. 2 150 she won at Easter, yes, correct. That's going to be a big one in the jump off. The current time, I make that the one to beat come the jump off.
Yeah, always a quick competitor.
Has won plenty of late. So Nicole Holwood, Mark White-Nissen's Capital Kronos. He's had one down at number 1. One of the Capital Stud breeding stallions by Darko out of a Cashmere, full brother to Hamiris. And breeds super well. He's throws really nice progeny.
Good quality.
Yeah. She's got some string of horses, Nicole.
Yeah,
sure.
That's for sure.
She's worked hard to get there. Take my hat off to her, but she's sitting on some smart sorts. I mean, Chantilly, Kronos. And
She's done
some
an incredible job in the production
really
of
nice
this horse.
up and coming horses. What is the one for Ross and Natalie? Is it Night Star? Night Star, I think it's called.
Yes.
Just top class. Well, 80,01, so 1 for time, and just the one down at jump number 1. Let's take a look at the replay, see what happened. We should just...
Just looks a little bit unlucky.
Yeah. 5 the total. 5 clears is what we have at the current time. The boys' travel merchant James Chris van der Merwe for owner Chad Cunningham. Number 24 by Kashmir. Another Karakau mare and another one that's new to the 140s.
It's also quite a quirky horse. He's quite the personality.
Like tricky, quirky, or
quite sharp.
Sharp. Based with Chris, owned by Chad, but based with Chris at Bloberg. We laid a toe on some of the woodwork through there, but got away with it. Now, I don't know if viewers can watch, if you can get tight on Chris's hands at all. He's riding this horse with a bridged rein. Only rider in South Africa I've ever seen in the current time doing that. It's a bit of a racing thing to ride with a bridge rein. I've seen a few people overseas doing it. I've asked him about it and he says it helps him keep his hands still nicely together. To do the work with his legs, not his hands. He's a top rider, sure.
Yeah. One time penalty.
4 for jumping, 1 for time. Going to take a look at the replay. Had it behind.
He's tipped it behind.
I think he'll be happy with that. Although Chris is such a perfectionist, he's quite hard on himself when there's a mistake. But that horse is pretty new to the 140s as well. In fact, I would say that that's his first 140 championship class as well. So I think that was a good result. Shaitan Hendricks now, number 25, Bijens Kolinko. A wonderful gelding, this Belgian warm blood by Malito de Rev out of Laudanus. Bought from the Gartons a little while ago, originally imported by them a couple of years ago into Natal. Produced under the watch of Ronnie Lawrence and sold to Gage family, Shawnee Gage, a while ago. And Chayton, I think it's a good match. Doing really well, has had super results of late. He's a hard worker, Chayton, talented rider. Also lovely rhythm. Off the turn, moves the horse up to the fence. No hanging about, just right off the rhythm. Okay, the last one, a little rub, but got away with it. 75.54. Clear. Percentages move up to 26%. 17 left to come. As many as that?
Yep, we've got another number 25 out of 42.
Stand a great match here, man. George Kutlis next to go. This is NCT's Callagho Lord Chris. Riding out of the stable of Ronnie Healy. RH Equestrian, just down the road. Could walk the horses over here in 5 minutes or so. Lord Z Contender, 10-year-old now. You know a bit about George.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he had too much of a junior pony rider career. I think he started more in the adults. Or started his formative years with Marion, as far as I know.
Yeah.
He's riding really well today.
He's looking like a solid round. Really good. Come on, George. Come on, George.
Yeah, super.
Gave that a tap.
He's really good off his turns.
Brings
as well.
him home clear. 78.33. Got a fan club up there in the restaurant. Well done. George Cutlass moves into the jump off on NCT's Callagho. Lord Chris, number 26. 27 is Pilgrim and Lisa Williams. Saw Lisa this morning on the wonderful Campbell. Saw her up in the 130s with Campbell's brother, half-brother, Perouge. And here she goes in the 140s with Pilgrim, Hanoverian bred son of Perouge. He's a big horse.
Yeah.
Take lots of riding.
Does look relatively similar to her other one though, Perouge.
Yeah, there is a
tall.
big similarity there, isn't there?
This one maybe not so deliberate.
Yeah, well done. So 3 clears in a row. It was that big dry patch, that dry spell right in the middle there. Action Girl at number 7, all the way down to number 20. We never had a clear. Then since between 20 and 27, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clears. 28 is BBC, Bronwyn de Santos. She went around, remember, earlier on Lavubu, clear for jumping just over the time allowed. Bubbles, as she's fondly known at the stable, BBC.
She's a totally different ride to Lavubu.
Completely. Half the size.
And not the easiest.
Sure, got some height there, didn't
Yeah.
she?
Has her own way of going, but plenty of scope to burn.
Sure, again. She gets to the base and she's a little bit tight, snug to the rail, and she just pings up into the air. It's quite spectacular to watch. Three left to come. Triple bar there and finish off. 78.90, no problem with the time this time around. Clear all the way through to the jump off goes BBC, number 28. Bronwyn DeSantos, well done. Licado goes next. Desiree Davidson, 29. This is the full brother to the horse that gave us our first clear at number 1. Lientos. Here's your big brother Lientos, Licado. And Licado jumped its first 1 meter 50 Grand Prix not too long ago. Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa at Easter Festival. I don't think Des has come down from that yet.
So excited.
Yeah, oh man. As well, she should be. I mean, it's a dream come true. That's
it's a wonderful accomplishment.
And bear in mind, she's produced this horse. Her dad bought it. Her dad Jim bought it for her off of the Kelleher sale a few years ago. Paid a fair amount of money for it back then.
I remember.
Yeah, and hasn't he been rewarded? Because he would be worth a hell of a lot more than what he paid for him then. And I'm sure there's a few people knocking on the door saying, is he available? He's just such a game horse. Well, yeah, and there shows you scope was a little way off that, and no problem, not even a moment's hesitation. She's just so proud of him. It's like one of her children. Yeah, 1 pole down. 79.88 the time, so 1 for time as well. Total of 5 penalties. Just that third element of that treble combination coming down. Let's take a look at the replay. So up she goes, moves on nicely to 5A.
Maybe just got a bit close to us.
Yeah, I think just one of those things. Also, you riding right into the corner there. I did see in the picture there was somebody moving. Maybe it's just a momentary lapse of concentration that he looked up, getting quite close to the corner. Who knows? One of those things. Just a show jumping mistake, a nothing mistake. 30 years next to go. Data Sciences Enush RK and Jonathan Clark for Slade Equestrian. 140 is well within her range. She's a little freak of nature, this daughter of Tinker's boy, Chin Chin the Dam Line. Won lots of good classes, lots of speed classes. Was a winner of the Bloberg Cup. Jumped some big classes, jumped some 1 meter 50 classes, so 140 is just
no problem for her.
No problem. A little bit unorthodox in the way of going. She has quite a high head carriage, but she just jumps.
Really tucks up those front legs of hers.
And just jumps higher to accommodate.
Also another one that's quite forward.
Well, Tinker's boy himself was just one of the greats of the sport overseas. A little bit before your time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
How good was she over that triple bar?
Outstanding.
According to scripts.
Yep.
Easy. Jonathan Clark moves on to the jump off. 35% clears now, so they've gone up quite considerably in the last couple of horses from their 23%. They were hovering around the 23-25% mark, shot up now by 10% at 35. So 28 have gone, 12 are left to go. 10 of those 28 have gone clear for 35%. We spoke about Levitha a little bit earlier on. Ada Rain Ferguson, Tack and Togs, the sponsor. Blood horse, she's hot as they come, really.
Yeah.
By Levistus out of Carpathia, and you said she jumped her first.
Yeah, she jumped her first 150 with Ada. Yeah, like I said, a couple poles, but nothing too major. Made it through the finish. Considering how difficult this horse is, you can see she's quite hot. She's quite all over the place. Shakes her head, bounces quite a bit. I think they did really well.
Ada Rain's already clear on Action Girl. Gave the B and C element a little tap. Yeah, it's a fine balance riding a horse like this, because
See, she bounces back in an
a little bit
instant.
too much
Yeah.
hand, and she's coming back to you, and suddenly you're not going forward, and then you need to get after a little bit to make up the ground, flattens out.
And then a little slightest bit of leg and she's going again.
Yeah. But comes home clear. Super effort. 2 from 2 for the talented youngster Ada Rain Ferguson, who you said is how old? 16.
16, 17.
Equifox Casino. Gail Foxcroft now, co-commentator from this morning. Only 1m45 FEI class. It was great to have Gail in co-commentary. Here she goes on Equifox Casino. Was carded to go at number 8 on JFK, but that was a no-show, so taken out. Casino by Consuelo out of a Lindenberg mare. Gail knows them both very, very well. Both unfortunately deceased, both Consuelo and Lindenberg. Gail had plenty success as the rider of Lindenberg. And Consuelo was a shuttle stallion between Namibia and South Africa, and every December used to make the trip from Namibia and actually stand at Gail's property in Glenfox, just down the road. "11-year-old Nas Casino." Five the total.
I think also quite new to this grade.
Five the total then, 80,85. Let's take a look at the mistake.
It's a bit tight.
Front rail.
Yeah. Couldn't get her legs out of the way in time.
Charlie Crockart now, Callao Lorenzo, definitely new to the 140s. Lawrence Moat, are you watching from Ireland? You and Matthew Morrison, hope that you are behaving yourselves. Owned by Lawrence. Lawrence left South African shores. Also went to Kaylin McDonald, should I say, beg your pardon to Kaylin McDonald, who's expecting her first child. So Charlie Crockart now riding. And definitely this would be the first 1m40 championship class this horse is.
He's done a couple 150 classes with Lawrence, possibly not with Charlie though.
She gets a tune out of anything, Charlie. Well done, 76.49 and clear.
That'll be one to watch on a jump hole.
For sure. I saw Lawrence go so fast at Shongweni to win a... can't remember what the grade was, but he went so fast, so that horse certainly can gallop. Get his legs out of the way when he needs to. Athena is number 34, Dominic Alexander. For owner Simon Murray. Dominique's done really, really well on this horse. Barry Taylor had the horse for a little while, but Dominique for the last couple of years has had the ride. Jumped a super round in the Derby, not last year, the year before, obviously 2019, no Derby 2020. I think just had one down or something, just jumped a cracking round.
Oopsie.
Oh, all gone a little bit pear-shaped there, I'm afraid. Didn't quite see what happened as he came in there.
I think there was a bit of a miscommunication.
I was watching the live picture and trying to get my glance around our cameraman here. So while they rebuild it, let's take a look at what happened. Just an awkward jump in. I mean, he seemed to be on a good rhythm, a good distance. It just, as it took off a little bit hesitant in the air. Looks like it lost confidence as it jumped. One of those things. Something caught its eye. Very close to the side of the arena as well. People sitting on some grandstands there. No, they aren't. They're no spectator. Dominique's decided that that's it, no point in continuing. So maybe felt something amiss, or just deciding to fight it out another day. That certainly is not like her. .35 next to go. Liam Stevens. Guillaume. Dyser Stables. Lovely pedigree by the now deceased, only recently deceased Heartbreaker out of a Berggraaf mare. Rubs the last one off to finish.
I think also just a bit of a lack of experience.
How old is he now?
10.
10-year-old. Take a look at the replay of the treble. The mishap happened. Jumps in okay. B and C elements going down a little bit. Difficult to see exactly from that angle, but just not.
Maybe just experience.
Yeah. Again, experience jumping into that corner like that. They look up, they're right at the edge of the arena. It's all easy unless you're on the horse feeling what's going on. It's all easy to make predictions from here, backseat riding. Here's this wonderful mare, Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z and Jean Corba, for Jean Corba and Alison van Deventer. Such a good story behind this horse that Jean told me about, how she came to acquire her when shopping for horses, I think in Namibia, and this was one that caught Jean's eye. She was just smaller than the rest and a little bit behind where the others were in terms of their development, but there was just something she loved about her.
The diamond in the rough.
Yeah, and bought her. Apparently Ray was not happy about it at all. Wouldn't talk to her about the horse, wouldn't acknowledge the horse's existence for a long time, didn't want to know about her. And slowly, so she turned into, what is it, the ugly duckling story, which turns into the swan.
Yeah.
But she is just so game, so brave. And I think Jean was telling me they bought quite a big consignment of horses on that trip. And she turned out to be the best by far. So she really has a very, very special place. Apparently she was very skittish to begin with. You couldn't really go near her in the box. She was super suspicious of people, as a lot of those Namibian breds are, but she was like highly suspicious. And had to learn to trust people, and so she just developed into this really special horse. And she's not big, but she's got a heart of a lioness. She's a lovely, lovely animal. And Claire, by the way, Claire.
Yeah. Another fast one in the jump off.
Yeah. Tamara Rueda now on her third ride. This is Just on Time, number 37. Remember she went clear on Liantos. She'll be first to go. Didn't go clear on Qantas. That's her third ride, number 37, Just on Time.
It's a new partnership.
Yeah, relatively new to a string, but already going super well together. Yeah. It's caused a few problems, hasn't it?
I think jumping into the corner can be quite tricky. Maybe want to land a bit short.
There's a stallion by Je T'aime Flamenco. Dam Sire Nameless. Ten-year-old. Two down, that BNC Element, so a bit of a carbon copy of Liam's round there on Guillaume. Just on time, clear over 5A, 5B, back rail, 5C comes down as well. Finishes on a score of 8. Not too many more to go, we're at 38. Russian Jet will be the last at 42. Lecano Ballard goes next, Kayla Hartenbach. Namibian Warm Blood by Lecano Challenger. Out of Consuelo Mother, Lecano Bohem. Such a pity about the Lecano stud, unfortunately losing the owner breeder of Lecano, Klaus Koch, not too long ago to COVID. I believe most of the horses have been moved out to the Zai stud, so Lecano unfortunately no longer.
It was such a pity. He bred some good quality horses.
Tops. Hard knocking horses, aren't they? Those Namibians.
Super tough.
Caleb is just down the road from here as well. Literally a stone's throw. Depending on your throwing arm, you might just hit Reba Stables from here. One down for Lecano Ballard and Kayla. Oh, she's yet to pull him up. Strong horse. There's the mistake. So once again, that treble combination.
Just chipped in a bit there.
Yeah, he looked like he had a lot.
He had to work to get out.
Yeah, caught by the distance. Had a good look going in there. Carolyn Chelchinski on this wonderful horse. This is Midgard Zingaro. Another one with Consuelo blood by Consuelo. Another Glückskup mare. It reminds me a lot of Chili Pepper, the two of them, same sort of temperament, just wonderful horses. Both of them, in fact, from Burlington setup. Just, come on. So honest. Again, just a horse in a lifetime.
Yeah.
He's never going to say no. He's always going to try. Temperament to die for. Straightforward, uncomplicated, reliable. Jumped his first Burlington Cup last year.
Not a young horse anymore. 16 now.
He's evergreen. He's got plenty time on his side. She's got the brother Zakiro with Divin Bosman. 81.56 clear for jumping, 1 for time, I'm afraid, there for Zingaro and Caroline Chelchinski. Michelle Hobbs will be next on number 14. This is Zerem Okinawa. Seven-year-old by Optimum Fonda Wellington. She's a good rider, Michelle. In fact, she rode Optimum Fonda Wellington, one of his jockeys. It's looking like a really solid round. Come on, get inside the time, get inside the time.
Just over.
1 for time for Okinawa and Michelle Hobbs. Clear for jumping, 1 for time. She may have just gone a little bit wide, wider than where Anne-Marie put the wheel, because her rhythm looked good. Frandler and Bo Biggles is next, and this is Tracy Davids. One-eyed wonder horse.
Yeah, this is a great little horse.
16 years old now by Beau Veneur out of a Hakahano Tiller mare. Little guy, but stocky, chunky.
And also one that just keeps going.
Yeah, he's won plenty of classes in his time. Bred by the Fran Laren stud. Good ride up to that. Very accurate rider is Tracy. He always gets into the right spot and the right rhythm. Ah,
That's a pity.
what
Time
a pity.
penalty,
79-1-6 and 1 down.
Yeah, time penalty to add.
Yeah, 5 the total for Fran Laren, Bo Biggles and Tracy Davids.
Wait, 2 down.
Was it 2 down?
Yeah.
2 down, I beg your pardon, so a total of 9. Let's take a look at the... Okay, there's the first one that went down.
Just looks like it jumped a little flat.
Last fence, I beg your pardon, that went down.
Yeah.
Callagho fence. Russian Jet is next to go, number 42, Oscar Ngube. For Nikita James Rademeyer and Catherine McFarlane, who will be watching closely. This is usually Catherine's ride, Oscar's partner. Unfortunately, Catherine is injured, and so Oscar getting to ride this thoroughbred. The son of Jetmaster, out of a Rainbow Dream mare, Fancy Fantasy, and he's a lovely, lovely campaigner. It's given Catherine so much joy, pleasure, ecstasy.
Really loves this horse.
Oh, she loves this horse. Oscar better look after him or he's in trouble. Catherine's watching. We feel for her that she can't be riding him. He did take her around her first 140. Well, they went around their first 140 together, in fact. There's a great partnership between Catherine and this horse.
Made that look quite easy.
Yeah.
Oh, that was lucky.
Okay, gave that a good rub, rolled in the cups but stayed there. Oh.
Do you think Oscar pulled out there?
I'm not sure. We'll definitely take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened. It just seemed like a bit of an innocuous mistake. He was going to the fence and then he wasn't going to the fence. Has the last down as well, so time penalties to add, an 81-1-1, total of 11, and they were clear right the way up until 10. Let's take a look at what happened. Maybe just wasn't happy with his distance, momentary lapse in concentration. Off the turn he comes. No, it looks like the horse falsed him. Yeah, no, the horse definitely falsed him slightly.
It's quite out of character.
Well, that is a jump that they'd never see. I mean, that jump is brought out on very special occasions. Yeah, and just last minute turned out. Which means that your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z sits in pole position as the last to go in this jump-off. Jump-off track is over fences. 2, 3, 2, 3A, 4, 5A, 5B, 10, 6 and 14. So horses going through to the jump off. Number 1, JK Callagho Liantos. Number 2, Moon Zapper. Number 7, Tack and Tog's Action Girl. Number 20, Forever De La Rock. Number 22, Summer Bridge Cruise. Number 25, Bijan's Kalinko. Number 26, Callagho Lord Chris. 27, Pilgrim. 28, BBC. Number 30, Data Sciences in Nusharke. Number 31, Tack and Tog's Levitha. Number 33, Callagho Lorenzo. And last to go, your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. Some very, very speedy sorts. Liantos is super fast. Tack and Tog's Action Girl, super fast. Summer Bridge Cruise has won a huge amount of late. Kalinko has won a huge amount of late. Levitha's quick. Lorenzo super fast. Your Perfect Africa very, very fast as well. Looking forward to a cracking jump off. This should be exciting. Stay tuned. Going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the Reonet 1m40 championship jump off.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Triggle from Equine 74 South Africa. Equine 74 Gastric is an ulcer maintenance supplement for horses and ponies that absorbs the excess gastric acid caused by feeding and stress. In order to understand how Equine 74 works, we firstly need to understand how the horse's stomach works. Basically, your horse's stomach has a special feature and it produces gastric acid around the clock. Unlike humans, we only produce gastric acid when we are eating. This means that if your horse is not continuously eating or encounters any stressful situations such as loading, boxing, riding at a show, or even riding at home, they can overproduce gastric acid. This gastric acid will then slosh around in their stomach, attacking their stomach lining, which will cause lesions and ultimately gastric ulcers. Equine 74 Gastric absorbs the excess gastric acid like a sponge, ensuring a more balanced pH level in your horse's stomach. The excess acid can therefore no longer attack the stomach lining, thus preventing the development of gastric ulcers. The feed will then pass into the intestine with no hyperacidity, which usually results in optimum absorption of feed. Equine 74 should be fed continuously as a long-term maintenance supplement. It is in line with all FEI regulations and therefore can be used during events and competitions. For more information, you can go onto our website or our online store, which is www.equine74.co.za, or alternatively, you can message me privately, or you can reach us via Facebook or Instagram. If you'd like to place an order, again, you can go onto our online store, or you can contact me privately, or you can get in contact with Ashley and Ronnie Healy from Double H Feeds, and they will gladly assist you.
First horses in for the 1 meter 40 championship jump off, brought to you by Reonet. Big thank you to them. Also bring you this live stream broadcast, 3 days of live streaming. Of course, yesterday was rained out, but we look forward to tomorrow, where we'll be taking the pictures from the FEI World Cup Qualifier, the first of the series, happening 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Very quickly, Shay, let's take a look at this jump off. We start off with jump number 2 at our left-hand side, right up against the side of the arena. Then round the bridge, there's a possible inside line to 3 inside of the bridge, but I can't see any.
I think that'll be quite tough.
I can't.
Yeah.
I think the quicker way is to go around that bridge at the gallop.
Possibly
then
safer.
it's down to the bottom to 4A, then 5. Right, it's a big gallop to
Long
5A.
gallops between 3, 4 and 5.
10.
Oh,
So
she's
there's
giving the inside a go.
she is going. Look at that. Well.
That was well ridden.
Wow, very, very well ridden. Okay, so now that puts the pressure on them. So let's watch her go through the jump, of course. So that is...
Long gallop here.
Right, gallop up the hill to 5AB.
Easy to 10.
Inside of that turning point to 10. Quickly back.
Yeah, this will be a time maker as well.
To 6. Oh, man. And then number 14. Let's take a look. Are we counting strides down the hill? We'll have to count the next one.
Yeah. I think that 14 might be quite difficult if you're really going at a gallop.
36.60, 36.60. Well, she executed that first turn absolutely brilliant between 2 and 3 inside of that bridge. I've got a feeling a few people are going to come around that. Rochelle's having a good look on Moon Zapper. Moon Zapper's the kind that could come inside, actually.
So is Ada.
Yeah. Right, Rochelle Cook goes next on Moon Zapper. So 4 penalties for Lientos, 4 penalties for Moon Zapper.
So it's entirely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering if it's not... The way that Lientos, that Tamara rode it was perfect. Absolutely perfect. But
really, really fast.
I think the way that Moon Zapper went to it might have been quicker to go round and just let the horse stride. I suppose it depends on the individual. 10, 6 and 14. Now let's see what how many strides Moon Zapper does down the hill. Oh, get on the left leg, get on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strides down the hill, and I think one could possibly leave one out there.
Drop one.
Yeah. Right, so one down.
46.05.
Time.
A whole 10 seconds.
46.05, sure. 10 full seconds slower. Right. Now, let's see what Ada does. Surely she's going to come inside of number 10.
Yep.
She's having a look at that turn. Tamara really executed that perfectly.
Beautifully.
But it's not as easy as she made it look. She's going round, see? She thinks it's a better ride going round and using the horse's gallop. Allows you to be in stride as you gallop down the hill all the way, that long gallop to number 4. Let's see what this so far she's been at a gallop. Oh,
that was going to be a bit deep.
You know, funny enough, if you cast your mind back to junior champs, exactly the same thing happened in exactly the same spot on that horse.
That's a pity.
Let's take a look at the replay. So she was going great guns. I wanted to see the time.
She was quite forward. I think she was going to be too deep there.
The horse started kind of almost swerving to the left-hand side.
She had to give it a go.
Of course. I don't think she knows any other way.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen what that time was with her going round the bridge and compare it to those that have come inside.
Looks like Johan's planning on going around.
I think he will. I think this horse is pretty novice here. I mean, at the moment, he just needs to leave them all up and he goes into the lead. But he does have, I mean, Summer Bridge Cruise is very seldom that Heather has a pole on that one. Is probably going to be quicker. I think Johan's just going to give this horse some experience at this level.
Confidence.
Yeah, inside. Coming inside. Well executed.
Yeah. Does put you at quite a tight angle for number 4 though. Makes the gallop a little more difficult.
But saves you some time on the line. You're not going on that wide sweeping turn.
Yeah.
But your rhythm won't be as quick, so lots to weigh up. Good ride there to number 6. 5, 6, 7, 8. So he dropped,
Nice.
Yeah, so he dropped one from Moon Zapper, and he moves into the lead in 40,50. So that moves him into the lead as he stays on a 0 penalty score, but certainly has left the door open to the more experienced horses. As you saw, Leantos's time before 4 seconds faster than Johan's, but of course Tamara had 1 down. And again, she pulled off all the difficult stuff and then had a bit of a nothing fence at 6.
Unfortunate one, yeah.
Right, so this should be quick. Let's see what Heather can do. This horse doesn't often make mistakes.
She's taken this turn quite slow. But I think her overall ground speed will be faster.
Yeah. Ten strides up there. Come on, stay on that.
Also pulls off all the difficult things and just has a little bit of an unfortunate
maybe a little
pull.
bit tight with her left hand, preparing for that turn back. Horse just didn't finish the jump. Again, easy from up here, isn't it? 1 down. What was her time?
39.59.
39.59. So it would have been inside of Johan's time. Let's take a look at the replay there. So here she comes. Now she's thinking left. She knows it's the turn back.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, he just laid a little toe on that. I mean, just maybe one of those things. Johan leading in 40,50 for Eva Della Rock. Johan Lotte. Let's see what Chayton can do. Bargens Kalinka, Chayton Hendricks. He's going round. He thinks that using the horse's stride, keeping the gallop is the way to do it. Well done.
Pushing forward there.
Horse manuring.
There's also a finish flag down there that you need to consider.
10 strides up the hill. Hold that thought, Shay. Super jump over number 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was that 7?
Possibly.
41.07.
Just under Johan.
Slower than Johan in 40,50. 40,50. Johan Lotte still leading here. Shading into second in 41.07.
I think Johan was slightly deceptive.
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah.
So on track now is George Cutlass in NCT's Callahoo Lord Chris.
You can see that finish flag there in picture now, where you can either go around or inside it.
It's interesting. Johan took that inside line between 2 and 3 inside, and Chayton went round, and really not too much separating them.
George really riding well here today.
And look at that time.
Yeah.
Look at that time. .43.
I think.
Puts him into third. 40,50. I thought he was going a little bit faster than that. Did he went round the bridge?
Yeah, he went round, and I think well executed. That inside turn is definitely faster, but it's difficult to execute.
So Lisa going round on Pilgrim.
This is so tall, so covers so much ground. Also, this horse, I think, more a bigger jumping prospect. You know, the speed is not.
You can imagine him over big Grand Prix, can't you?
This is probably not Lisa's main aim. Making these 140 jumps look like nothing.
Yeah. 43.02 puts Elisa Williams and Pilgrim into fourth. Let's recap. Forever Delarock and Johan Lotta leading in 40.50. Bajans Galinka and Shayton Hendricks in second in 41.07. Sitting in third, Killer Lord Chris and young George Cutlass, 43 seconds dead, and Lisa Williams and Pilgrim, 43.02. On track now is Bubbles and Bronwyn DeSantos. This is BBC. Goes around the bridge to 3A.
Hangs a little bit in the air, you know. I think she wastes a bit of time in the air.
7 strides down to the last, 43.94, and that will go into fifth position. Yeah, she's got a lot of hang time. She really does go high. Must feel super though.
Anu should be.
Yeah. Vanush leaves them all up with the experience that this combination has got. This should
be quite a dangerous one, yeah.
For my money, he's definitely coming inside of 10. I think from 2 to 3, he's coming inside.
Probably nothing he hasn't done before.
And then I think you're going to see him go from 6 to 14 in 7 strides. Let's see. Right, inside. Perfectly executed. Takes her left to get a good ride.
Goes a little bit wide there.
1, 2, 3.
A little bit slow there.
10 strides up the hill, which is what they've all done.
Nice ride to that.
Yeah. He's gone a little bit wide here to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Easy 7 down.
39.36 into the lead. He goes Jonathan Clark. On Data Sciences, Anush RK, new leader, 39.36. Well, he is a master against the clock. And no substitute for experience there. The two of them have had lots of jump-offs together. Goes into the lead, 39.36. Will he stay in the lead? And if so, for how long? That is the question, because Ada Rain is back.
Looks like she's getting ready to go.
She wants to make amends for the mistake that she made on Action Girl. Here she goes with Levitha. Oh. So not going to be her day today, I'm afraid.
You can't win them all?
No.
Not a bad round.
Time 40.10, and she would have slowed up a bit. So
she would have been. I reckon she would have been first.
Let's take a look at this replay now. I want to just watch if we can see Charlie's horse in the background as she comes to this.
Oh, just got a bit deep.
Charlie's horse. Just having a look at that water tray in the background. Don't think that would have put her off at all. Definitely not. Right, Lorenzo, Charlie Crockart. This is a super speedy horse on his day. Let's see where Charlie's head is at. She goes around the bridge. I think she dropped her stride up there.
Yeah, I think she was a bit more forward than Jono there.
I think she came up there in 9.
Oh.
7 to the last one, unfortunately, a rail at 6.
And not fast enough.
40.53 the time. That would have gone into 3rd had that stayed up. Let's take a look at this replay.
She's tapped it both front and behind.
Jean Corber next to go, and last to go sits in pole position. Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. She would be been well briefed by Ray as to what's been going on in here, the best lines to take. She's coming inside.
Ooh.
Super. Now she's going wide. She heads left before doubling back. Makes a little bit of an S bend. Make sure she gets away with jump number 5. Up the hill she comes with number 4. Up to number 5 now. Good mare.
Lamina really bringing her best.
Come on, come on. Eight strides to the last. Oh, 39.92. 1 down. That would have gone into second. Final fence going down. 4 penalties for your Perfect Africa Lamina Z, and that drops Jean, unfortunately, from a potential second into 9th position. So, Jonathan Clark prevailing here, 39.36 on Data's Answers. Anoush RK, Johan Lotter, Forever Delarock, he finishes up in 2nd, 40.50. 3rd place, Shaden Hendricks and Biogen's Kalinko. Minor Money, 4th place to Lord Chris, 5th place to Pilgrim, 6th place to Babisi and Bronwyn De Santos. That wraps up all the classes today. We're going to go down, pop out of the tent here, out of the marquee, and go and do some interviews, and then we'll have somebody on the couch, and that will be Jonathan Clark, hopefully a little bit later. Don't go away, we'll be back with you in a few moments' time.
Winning round in the jump off of 39.36 seconds. 2nd place going to Johan Lotter, Forever Delarock Z, 40.50. While 3rd went to Shaden Hendricks and Biogen's Kalinko in 41.07. In 4th, George Koutlis, NCT's Calaho Lord Chris. 5th to Lisa Williams and Pilgrim. 6th going to Bronwyn Dos Santos and Babisi. 7th place went to the quickest of the 4 falters, a lightning quick time of 36.60 for Tamara Rueda and JK Calaho Liantos. 8th going to Heather Mostert and Summerbridge Cruise. 9th to Jean Corber, Your Perfect Africa's Lamina Z. In 10th was Ada Rain Ferguson, Tack and Tox Levita. And rounding out your placings, 11th going to Charlie Ann Cockart and Calaho Lorenzo.
Thank you.
that wonderful prize money, 15,000 rand to the winner, 10,000 to second, and 7,500 to third. The grooms of our top 3 place competitors take home wonderful hampers courtesy of Cowho Warm Blood Stud and a 10-kilo pocket of potatoes courtesy of Agrivan. So once the initial photos have been taken, our top 3 can dismount, make their way forward to the podiums. Jonathan Clark, your 1m40 Reonet champion, Johan Lotte, who hung on to the lead for quite some time on Forever Delarock. And in third place, Shayton Hendricks, formidable partnership he's forming with Biogen's Kalenko.
Big thank you to Roger Bierman. Going to go forward and have a good chat with the champion. Jonathan Clark, not for the first time today, but the first time on the podium, as we've come to expect from you. Wonderful, wonderful result. Tell us about the round. Tell us about who you thought you had to beat, what you had underneath you. It's a partnership that grows and grows. Winner of the Bloberg Cup. So lots of victories under your belt for you and the wonderful Anish.
Thank you, Aidan. Yeah, very happy. She was amazing. And she's always competitive, and I go as fast as I can, leaving the jumps up. There's always someone that's as quick or quicker, so fast as you can, but clear.
You had some choices to make because there were some options going around the bridge to number 3 or taking the inside line. We saw different riders doing different things, but you called on her assets, and she's quick on the turn. You thought that was the right way to go, and it paid dividends.
I didn't actually see Johan's round, so I just thought as fast as I could. I was a little bit slow after the bridge jump to turn, but she was amazing everywhere, yeah. I couldn't ask for more.
Hearty congratulations, and just a word on the show. You enjoying it?
Absolutely unbelievable. It's like being in Europe or America. Thank you very much to Reonet, all the officials. Absolutely amazing to be jumping here.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the victor, Jonathan Clark. Johan, great to see you up here. Geluk, man.
Baie dankie, man.
Tell us about your round, about your horse, because am I correct in saying pretty new to the 1m40s?
First 1m40 show.
Well, there you go. I was wondering in the commentary box, I was like, no, this looks like a green horse coming to a 1m40 ride. It looked like a green horse in the first ride. You had to put a bit of leg. Looked like it was backing off a few fences.
Yeah.
Great riding from you to bring it through as a clear. And then looked like a different horse, settled in the second round, came to the jump off, knew the job, seen the bridge, seen all the jumps, different animal.
Yeah, I've also been at the 140 classes for about 5 years or so. So I think by the second round we found our rhythm. You know, everyone relaxed a bit and get on with the job.
Absolutely wonderful to see you up here where you belong, man of your talents. Big round of applause for Johan back in the 1m40s after too long a layoff. Johan, welcome back. Chetan, tell us about it.
Yeah, Aidan, I'm very happy with my horse. Obviously, I'm forming a new partnership with him. I'm very lucky to have my owners who back me so well with horses, my coaches, and yeah, exciting future with this horse, I feel.
I feel too, and lots of victories you've had. It's coming along the right way. This is one for the big time?
I hope so. That's the plan.
Now, tomorrow, Greta, how's it going?
I've drawn a good number, so I'm early to go, which is good for me. Stick to my plan, and yeah, I'm hoping for the best.
All the very best. You deserve it. Chayton Hendricks, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That wraps up this afternoon. We do hope that you have enjoyed it. Tomorrow, lots coming, 1 meter 35s, and then we build up to tomorrow afternoon for the World Cup qualifier, starting time 2 o'clock. Big round of applause, Jonathan Clark, Johan Lotter, and Chayton Hendricks.
So very well done to all our prize winners as soon as everybody is safely remounted. And all those on foot are safely out the way. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause please for your 1 meter 40 Reonet champions, Jonathan Clark and Data Sciences Inush RK. So very well done to all our prize winners from today. And of course, a big thank you to Government and the team from Reonet, our headline sponsors for the show. Of course, like Aidan said, tomorrow morning we'll be back. We kick things off in the Peter Mini Arena at 8 a.m. with our 1 meter 35 championships, and then at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the main event, the first World Cup qualifier we've seen in about 18 months. For the first time, we've been back here at Kyalami Equestrian Park for a World Cup qualifying in 2 years. It's going to be an exciting day of show jumping. To our other sponsors that have come on board, a big thank you to the Calaho Warm Blood Stud, Agri-Bound Potatoes, Gemma Bloom Fine Flowers, and Get Set Event Furniture.
What a wonderful day show jumping here from the Peter Mini Arena in Kyalami Equestrian Park, the heart of show jumping, South Africa's premier equestrian venue. Started off the day with the 1 meter 45 class that was moved from yesterday, today's FEI class, and then the 1 meter 30 championship class just closed it off with a wonderful win by Jonathan Clark and Anush RK in this class. We've just seen the 1 meter 40s. Tomorrow is the big day, Shay De Beer. Before we get there, let's take a look at the result of that 1 meter 40 championship class. Jonathan Clark prevailing, Data Sciences Anush RK. Johan Lotter, great to see Johan back where he belongs. In fact, he's gonna go into the 1 meter 50s in the not too distant future aboard this very, very nice horse, Forever Delarock. His first 1 meter 40 championship class today. Very, very new, the horse, and Johan's been in the wilderness, such a talented guy as himself. Great to see him back. Chayton Hendricks, Bajans, Kalinko back in third. Fourth place to George Cutlass, NCT's Kellaho, Lord Chris. Lisa Williams in fifth place and Pilgrim. And in sixth place, Bronwyn De Santos on BBC. Big thank you to all of our sponsors. Let's take a look at them. Reonet, the flagship sponsor of both the live streaming as well as this wonderful, wonderful event. Be chatting to some of the representatives in tomorrow's broadcast from Reonet. Kellaho, big thank you to them as well. Their sales just around the corner. www.kellaho.com. Big thank you to Jenna Bloom Flowers and Jet Set Event Furniture. It's been a wonderful day of show jumping. Shay, have you enjoyed it?
Final I definitely have, yeah. It's been a good day. Been some good jumping.
Very, very nice. So as the sun begins to set, you can see starting to go down on this autumn Saturday afternoon. We will say our final goodbyes. Do join us tomorrow We've got the 1 meter 35 championship class in the morning as we build up to the first of the World Cup FEI qualifiers for 2021, sponsored by Reonet. Join us then. This live streaming of the 2021 Reonet FEI World Cup qualifier at Kyle Army Park was proudly sponsored by Reonet and brought to you by Equestrian Live SA. We'll see you tomorrow. We do hope you have enjoyed our broadcast. Until then, take care.